I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is integrate and evolve. Shiva is taking us into the deeper layers day by day. Today is taking us to a different dimension. Let's enter into the sutra. Navraje navischaktir marutrupa vikasite nirvigalpatayam madhye taya bhairavarupata. Navraje navischaktir marutrupa vikasite nirvigalpataya madhye taya bhairavarupata. The translation goes, the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then you attain the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Again, this is also technique related to breathing. Actually, first 9 techniques are related to breathing. First day itself I was explaining. Breathing is the right place to start. That is the right place to begin the spiritual practice. There are so many masters who try to work on the earth. All the religious techniques, the puja, yoga, all of them start with earth, the physical part. Then there are some techniques related to fire, homa, so many techniques to fall in tune with the fire. There are some techniques to fall in tune with ether, but the problem is, straight away when you try to fall in tune with ether, Akash energy, sometimes you are not so subtle, you will not be able to grasp it. Prana, the air is the right space, anybody can start from this space. Nobody will miss it. Straight away trying to work on the consciousness may not help all the individuals. Here Shiva is trying to work through the breath, through the prana. He is taking us to the same height. He is leading us to the same depth through proper method, through a proper channel, through a proper technique, by helping us to work on the breath. You are supposed to start where you are. You are supposed to start where you are. You can't start where you have to end. You are supposed to end in consciousness, but you can't start in consciousness because you are not there. If you are already there, why you need teaching? You don't need anything. You don't need meditation. Somebody goes to a great yogi and asks, Master, I want to learn meditation. Master says, no, first you have to master the yama, means you have to practice the yama, niyama. What is the yama and niyama? Be truthful, practice brahmacharya, don't steal others' things, live a non-violent life. You have to practice all these things. Only then you can start meditation. Disciple asks, if I can do all these things, then why I need meditation? If I can do all these things already, then why I need meditation? You have to start where you are. You can't straight away think of the goal. Goal is truth, but you can't start with the goal. Here, Shiva is, of course, Shiva is practical person. I have read thousands of spiritual books. If at all I am asked to choose a single book among the 1,000, I will choose the Shiva Sutras only. It's a pure essence, and not only that, he is so practical. He is taking us to the same height, but step by step. He is beautifully leading us step by step to the highest truth. Today, he is opening up and declaring the highest truth, but not straight away, after preparing us. First, with the first 3 sutras, he has prepared us. Now he is opening up the truth. Navrajanna vischaktir marutrupa vikasite nirvigalpataya madhye taya bhairavarupata. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the energy unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. As I was telling you the other day, scientist is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the understanding which happened to him. Master is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experience which happened to him. Scientist is a person, he creates a formula to reproduce the intellectual understanding related to the outer world. For example, Newton, he saw the apple falling in his garden. Suddenly he had some understanding. He had the glimpse of truth. Why the apple should fall? If we saw, either would have picked up and eaten or forget about it. Why unnecessarily think about all those things? Why it falls? Why should it be attracted towards the earth? Anyhow, he had some understanding. Why it is falling? He had the glimpse of truth. He created the formula for us also to understand the truth. He created a formula to reproduce the same understanding which happened in him related to the outer world. Master is a person who creates formula, who creates a technology to reproduce the experience related to the inner world. Here, Shiva is just reproducing the technology to achieve the Bhairava consciousness, Shiva consciousness. He says, one attains the nature of Bhairava. He says, Bhairava Rupata, you achieve me. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. You achieve the Bhairava consciousness. There are so many levels of experience. Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salokya Mukti means you get to live around the master. It's like You stay in the same space where the master stays. I always tell people, it's like becoming ashramite. You live around me. That is a salokya mukti. You enter into his loka. You enter into his world. Salokya mukti. So lot of problems will be avoided because you don't have to think for your life. He will think for your life. So many things. Your responsibilities are taken by him. He takes care of you. He takes your responsibilities. The next level, Samibhya Mukti, living closely around him. I compare and tell people, crew members who always travel with me. The Samibhya Mukti, you are 24 hours around him. Third is Sarubhya Mukti. Sarubhya Mukti is like you take his own form. You are in that same form and do what he does. It's like becoming an acharya, teacher. You do the work of what I am doing. You become a teacher and start taking classes. It's like a Sarubhya Mukti. That is why you can see in all the temples, the guardian deities, Dwara Balakas will be almost the same. Whatever that gods are carrying, the same weapons they will also be carrying. The guardians also will be carrying. If the god is wearing Nama, they will also be wearing Nama. The god is wearing the Kunkuma, the Dwarabalaks also will be wearing Kunkuma. It's like a Sarubhya Mukti. They achieve the same Swarupa. They are in the same Rupa. Sarubhya Mukti. The next, last and ultimate is Sayujya Mukti. You achieve his consciousness. You achieve his consciousness. You become him. You start staying in the same space where he is staying. You achieve the same consciousness. Shiva doesn't believe in other three levels of muktis. He doesn't believe in Salokya. He doesn't believe in Samibhya. He doesn't believe in Sarubhya. Straight away, he takes us to Sayujya. He gives us the techniques to Sayujya. Beautifully he says, Bhairava Rupata. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the same space in which I exist. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. The key in this whole sutra is be unclutched. Shiva straight away comes to the subject. But sometimes I don't go straight away into the subject because I need to prepare your mind. Shiva is speaking to Devi, but I am speaking to you. That is why I am not straight away entering into the subject. Our mind is too much bothered about matter. I have to, unless I prepare your mind, you don't start listening to the truth. It takes a lot of time for us to come and settle down into the hall itself. Be very clear. You may be sitting in the hall, but you are not settled down into the hall. You may be sitting in the hall. It takes at least 20 minutes for you to settle down in the hall. I have always seen. At least 20 minutes. That's why I am not entering into the sutras. I am just playing. Shiva is speaking to Devi. So he doesn't have to use more words. He doesn't need jokes. Throughout this book, not even a single joke. Not even a single small story. Because he is speaking to Devi. She is already completely settled. There is no need for any story. There is no need for any jokes. She is straight away concerned only about the essence. Actually, in our case, we are too much concerned about too many things and we miss the essence. We just miss the spirit. A small story. One UP opened the door of his BMW. Suddenly another car came and crashed. Door was completely thrown out. The UP started shouting. Police came and the UP started weeping. See what happened to my car. The officer saw the whole scene and he started shouting. You UPs, you guys don't care about your life and you bother only about your materialistic things. Don't you see your left hand is missing? Suddenly that guy saw the left hand and said, yes, what happened to my Rolex watch? What happened to my Rolex watch? Again he is bothered only about the matter. Now we are too much engrossed in the matter. We forget the life itself. That's the reason I first try to settle down before entering into the Sutras. If you miss the Rolex watch, it's okay, you can get it. But you can't get one more hand. If you miss the BMW, it's okay. But you can't get your life. If you miss the introduction, it's okay. But you can't miss the Sutra itself. Straight away, if I start speaking on the Sutra, you will miss the Sutra. Because your mind takes a little time. Just the other day, one of our devotees, he was suggesting, Swamiji, you should start the silent satsangs. It is true. I can sit in silence, but you can't. If I sit in silence, you will start talking inside your head. Actually, I can convey much beautifully. The transmission of energy can happen if I am in silence. If I am sitting here in silence, much more can happen in you than through speaking. People ask me, Swamiji, I don't know English, can I attend your meditation programs? I tell them, only you are qualified to attend. Don't miss the chance. There are so many people come from France who doesn't know English, who knows only Spanish. All these people, they come and ask me through translator. I don't understand English, can I attend your program? I tell them, you are the only person qualified. Don't miss that chance. Because to understand English, they think they understand, that's all. And they will be constantly trying to get the meaning out of the words which I am expressing. Let it be very clear, you can never understand anything because I myself don't understand. I know for sure I am not speaking what I want to speak. I am not expressing what I want to express. Because words are too small. Words are too small. You can't express through words. If you don't understand, at least you will be clear you are not understood. If you think you understood, really you are missing. But I can't be in silence. I can't be in silence. If I don't speak, you will start speaking in your head. At least you will be little silent if I start speaking. I am speaking so that you will be silent. If I am in silence, you will start speaking. That's the reason I don't do silent satsangs. Of course, the higher level, when people are really mature, I do sit with them. In teachers training, sometimes I sit with them even 10 hours, not even single words, not even a single word is shared. Not only no words are shared, nobody even bothers about talking. We had Nithyananda program, 15 days program. 18 hours per day people sat with me. Neither they felt they need to speak, nor I felt I need to tell anything. The deeper level, you will be able to sit silently. The initial level, you won't be able to sit. If I stop speaking, you will start speaking in your head. You may not speak with others, but you will start speaking with yourself. And it is better, even if you misunderstand, it's okay. At least in the end, I can give you a little clarity. One more small story. One lady was speaking to her neighbor, next door neighbor. She was saying, today I started my day beautifully. I really feel good. I gave $5 to a bum. Neighbor asked, $5? It's too much. Your husband didn't tell anything about it? What he said about it? Oh, he just said thanks and left. First, you may miss what I am saying. At least with the punchline, you may get what I want to express. With the first line, you may miss what I want to say. But with the punchline, you will catch what I want to express. That's the reason I am continuously speaking. All right, it is time. Let's enter into the sutra. I request all of you to be totally attentive. Please sit straight so that you won't miss. Here, Shiva is taking us word by word to the deepest experience. I tell you one thing. If you can be aware of next 1 hour, if you don't miss a single word, I promise there is every possibility of liberation. You don't need to practice this meditation, because this meditation doesn't need to be practiced. The very understanding, he leads you step by step into your core. Every word takes you to the next layer, and he is showing you the very nature of your being. The core of your being is trying to express it. And better if you don't close your eyes. Usually when you close your eyes, you may think you are listening, but slowly you will be lost. And moreover, I express more in body language than through words. So when you are listening to audio discourse, you can close your eyes. But when you are listening directly from the master, sit with full awareness. Navrajanna vischaktir marutrupa vikasite nirvigalpataya madhye taya bhairava rupata. Ramakrishna always says, whenever I go to an extreme, whenever I go to a level of expressing the truth, I feel suddenly somebody is catching my throat. Only to a certain extent I am able to express. After that I feel somebody is choking my throat. I am not able to say what I want to say. When I read this, I felt, how can this be true? Who can choke your throat? How can you say you are not able to express what you want to express? I didn't believe, but really now I am able to believe. Now I am able to experience what Ramakrishna means. There are some things, when you try to express it through, put it through words, so much comes up. Big traffic jam happens. The traffic jam of the truth happens in your throat. your walk loses the power to express. If there are one or two things to be expressed, then your walk is alive, active. You can express. But there are so many things just crowded. When the truth is overcrowded, when the traffic jam of truth happens, you really feel your walk is too small. Walk means the power to express. The ability to express is too small to tell the truth, to express it. To tell you honestly, really I am feeling that same thing now. The walk is too small. The power to express is too small to express this great truth which Shiva is expressing in this sutra. So I may try to express it inch by inch, layer by layer. Please be attentive for next 1 hour. It will lead you to the deepest experience of your being. And there is every possibility you will be liberated in this very moment. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. In Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps. Understanding, practicing and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he's taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He's showing us to the core. He's taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated, the zone in which you are unclutched, the zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully without any practice. As far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up, yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. Yesterday I was speaking, I was explaining. To be relaxed or to feel comfortable in the neutral space, we feel comfortable with incoming breath or outgoing breath, but we don't feel comfortable with the neutral space. That is why you just jump the neutral space. You don't give your attention to neutral space. Whenever the neutral space comes, you say quit and you jump. Whenever the neutral space comes, you do fast forwarding. You just fast forward it. Continuously you are fast forwarding the neutral space. When you sit and watch a movie, if you don't like some scenes, you fast forward it. Just jump. Same way, whenever the neutral space comes, you jump, you fast forward. Yesterday I was asking you to feel little comfortable with the neutral space, in the neutral zone. Now he is taking us to a different depth. He says, you don't even have to feel comfortable with the neutral zone. Just understand you have a neutral zone. Be relaxed. Whether you want or not, you are going to have neutral zone. Even if you do fast forwarding, even if you fast forward, the neutral zone is your nature. Every moment, the neutral zone is going to happen in you. That space is happening in you. The neutral space is constantly happening in you. Even if you avoid, the neutral space is happening in you. He says the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched. Let me explain how your mind is moving, how you are thinking. First, all the three sutras, he spoke only about breath. He never used the word mind. First time he is bringing that word. First time Shiva is introducing. First time he is bringing the word mind. And first time he is uttering the word nirvigalpataya. Means be unclutched. The state in which you don't have any vigalpa. You don't connect and see. Vigalpa means connecting the kalpanas. Nirvigalpa means where you don't connect anything. Kalpa means itself connecting or imagining. Imagining is what is meant by the word kalpa. Here he says nirvigalpa, where you don't connect. You are unclutched. Let me just explain how you think you are thinking. Shiva is taking us a little further. So I am giving you the close-up view. This is what I call neutral space. Every moment, every kshana, again and again and again you experience this neutral space. Constantly it is happening in you. Whenever your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath. Every moment this neutral space is happening in you. Constantly you are changing the gear. Whenever you change a gear, you have to go to the neutral space. Constantly you are changing the gear. Let it be very clear, if you are constantly changing the gear, means constantly you are unclutched. Every moment you are unclutched. Now one more thing you need to understand. Yesterday I was telling you, because you don't feel comfortable with this space, you just fast forward, you jump from here to there. You do not give your attention to this space. You give attention to this space and this space, but not to the neutral space. You give attention to incoming breath, outgoing breath. You don't give attention to neutral space. You just jump. You fast forward, jump the neutral space. That is why you feel this gap is too small and this gap is more. That is why you feel the incoming breath time and outgoing breath time is more than neutral spaces. One important thing you should know, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in actuality they are not more. The time is same. You need to understand now about time. According to the Western mind, the time is chronological, means second. It is measured by second. According to Eastern mind, according to the, I can say, Eastern no mind, according to the rishis, time is psychological, it is not chronological. Kshana is not equivalent to a second. Please be very clear. In Vedic system, we measure time with the unit called Kshana. Kshana is not equivalent to time. Kshana is not equivalent to second. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. Please understand, if you can follow, if you can come little deeply with this sutra, Shiva is straight away showing you the ultimate truth or your very nature. Shiva doesn't believe in changing your activities. He believes in changing your belief about yourself. He doesn't bother about your activities. Throughout this book, not even a single morality is given. He doesn't say speak truth. He doesn't say be non-violent. He doesn't say be a celibate. Nothing. He doesn't give a single morality. He doesn't give you a single instruction. He straight away shakes your core, changes your idea about yourself. The idea which you carry about yourself, he just shakes and changes it. Done, over. He doesn't believe in cutting the branches. He straight away removes the root. He is going to the root. Then naturally, morality will flower in you. That's why I say Shiva is the only solution for the modern day. He doesn't speak about anything. He never says what you should do or what you should not do. No rules. I tell you, all rules will make you schizophrenia. If you are interested in becoming schizophrenia, if you want bipolar disorder, start practicing some rules. Direct method to become a schizophrenia is start practicing some rules. With the rules, nothing can be done. With the truth, you don't need to do anything. Simply the whole thing will start expressing itself. Just it changes your idea about yourself. See, the moment your idea about yourself changes, you start existing in a different consciousness, altogether in a different space. Nothing needs to be done. You don't need to, no teachings are necessary to control you. All teachings are constables, cops who are sitting inside you. Teachings are nothing but cops who are sitting inside your brain. Here, there is no need to give you any teaching. Just a single understanding. Just a single understanding is enough. Your idea about yourself will be completely changed. The moment your idea about you changes, no need for any morality, any teaching. You will simply start expressing the morality. You don't bother about anything else. If you are given morality, if you are given teachings, you will be constantly bothered about the other half. For example, if you are asked not to do something, you will be constantly thinking about that only. If you are a Swami, if you are Grihastha, means householder, constantly you will be fantasizing about sannyas life. What beautiful life you see. Liberated life. See, he goes all over the world. People are just respecting him and he talks something, people listen, and you just fantasize about the other zone. If you are a Swami, then you are bothered about this life. I think I am missing something. What is going on, I don't know. In the life, both the side, you will be missing always about the other half. That's why I tell you, of course, Paramahamsa is not a Swami, be very clear. Paramahamsa is a person who has experienced the truth of his being, who is beyond the four ashramas, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. He is beyond all these four ashramas. He is called Paramahamsa. You will always be bothered about the other half. A small story. One 7-year-old boy was taken to a psychiatrist because he is not eating. Doctor made him to sit, and after 1 hour slowly he said, whatever you want, you can eat. Please start eating something. Ask something. The boy said, I want to eat worms. He ordered for a plate of worms. Some of the worms were brought. He said, no, I want only one. Finally, the doctor asked to remove everything else and only one was there. The boy started shouting, no, make it as half. It was made half. Then boy started telling, no, you eat the half. You eat half, only then I will eat. Finally, somehow doctor, he has to do something and he somehow swallowed the half. Then the boy started crying, oh, you ate my half. Be very clear. If you are stuck with rules, you will be bothering always about the other half. You will be bothering the other half. You will be missing the other half. Here, Shiva is not giving you any rules. He is just taking you step by step to the core of your being and gives you the clarity. You are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nithyananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says, this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the NS, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed, even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock, I have to run, I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear, if number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand. Because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this, kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is, when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists. This again outgoing. This again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago The thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. If I were to put it in a little deeper way, little subtle way, the suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. Be very clear. The pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you experienced 7 years ago, the pain which you experienced 3 years ago, the pain which you experienced yesterday, all of them are unconnected, independent, individual thoughts. But you connect all these thoughts and create a shaft, and you start thinking, you start believing life is pain. Or the joy which you experienced 10 years ago, the joy which you experienced 9 years ago, the joy which you experienced 3 years ago, the joy which you experienced 1 year ago, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. Now, you connect all those thoughts and create a shaft of joy. In life, the only thing which you do is either creating the shaft of pain or creating the shaft of joy. When it comes to the shaft of pain, you try to break it. When it comes to the shaft of joy, you try to extend it. But you don't understand. Neither you can extend a shaft, nor you can break the shaft, because the shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is not there. The very shaft is your imagination, imaginary connection. Let you understand, this connection is just imaginary. Whether you want or not, every moment there is an unclutched space. You are unclutched. You are unconnected. You are unclutched shaft. But just because of your imagination or fear of losing identity, you create constant connection to maintain your identity. This identity or this connection is imaginary. For example, if it is a pain shaft, 10 years ago pain experience, 1 year ago the pain experience, 10 minutes ago the pain experience. You connect all of them in your mind through imagination and create a pain shaft. If it is a bliss or joy shaft, the joy happened 10 years ago, the joy happened 1 year ago, the joy happened 10 minutes ago. You connect them through imagination and create joy shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. One more thing, just sit for 5 minutes and write whatever you are thinking or whatever comes without editing. Be very clear, it is just for you, not to show to anybody else. Don't show to anybody else, they will become mad. Understand? Whether it is a pain shaft or bliss shaft, whether it is pain shaft or joy shaft, you can neither break it nor elongate it because the shaft doesn't exist. Just write 10 minutes, whatever comes in your mind, do not edit, do not touch it, just write whatever comes. Read, you will suddenly realize all your thoughts are unconnected, irresponsible, and completely unclutched, illogical, independent thoughts. Be very clear, your first thought and the second thought is no way connected. There is no logical connection. There is no responsible connection. There is no dependency on the first thought and the second thought. If you just write whatever comes in your mind for 10 minutes and try to read that paper, suddenly you will realize that what is happening with me. For example, if you see a dog in the street, suddenly you get the same fear which you had when you were a young boy, when you were a small child, and when you see the dogs, what the fear you get, the same fear. Next moment you start thinking about your childhood and the dogs about which you are afraid, the childhood. Third, you start thinking about childhood days. Then you start remembering the teacher under whom you studied. Then you start remembering the place where your teacher had his house. Logically, the dog which you saw on the street and your teacher, both of them are not connected. Of course, both of them have barked at you, that is different. But logically, they are not connected. But see from where your mind starts and where it goes. If you just write down, pen down whatever you think for 10 minutes without editing, read that paper, suddenly you will realize all your thoughts are unconnected, independent, illogical, irresponsible, completely unclutched thoughts. They have no connection. They have no connection. Logically, they are not connected at all. Logically, they are not connected at all. By your very nature, you are unclutched. The whole social training is to make you believe you have continuity of thoughts. Society constantly trains you to catch either the shaft of pain or the shaft of pleasure. If you start believing the shaft of pain, you will spend your whole life trying to break that shaft and waste it. If you start believing in the shaft of pleasure, you will spend your whole life trying to elongate that shaft and destroy your life. The one and only Maya is believing that your thoughts are connected. That is the only Maya. Let me be very clear and honest. Whatever spiritual techniques you practice, whatever meditations techniques or anything you practice, to elongate this shaft, you will never be successful. I have seen people trying to do concentration. I have seen people seriously practicing Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. I myself have practiced for years. Let me tell you honestly, I used to do japa here, 108 beats, one mala, this hand, 108 beats, one mala. Once I finish this one mala, I will move one bead in this hand. So by the time I finish this hand, this mala, 108 into 108. Whole day constantly I will be repeating. Constantly I will be repeating. I had only one effect, depression. Please let me be, please understand, I am saying the truth. I did what all need not be done. So I have right to tell you what can be done, what needs to be done. I have lived or I have done things which is not necessary. That is why I say, I have right to say what is necessary. Whole day and night, actually after some time, even when I am sleeping, I am able to rotate that mala. Even if I am sleeping, one part of my mind is constantly moving that beats. By constantly repeating, you are trying to create a shaft. Suddenly entered into some new thing. You must have felt a joy by singing Rama, Krishna or Govinda or Shiva, some name. You must have felt some ecstasy. You are trying to reproduce that ecstasy by repeating that mantra, then whole thing is gone. How a person feels really happy, blissful when he dates, and he tries to reproduce that experience by marrying. Now you will understand. Now you understand what I mean. The same thing. Exactly same thing. See, you feel the joy when you are dating because you experience the gap. You experience the unclutchedness. You feel the joy when you are singing that name or chanting some mantra at some moment because you relax in that unclutched space. Not because you are repeating, but because of the unclutched space. Suddenly somehow you fall on that NS, neutral space. That is the reason you experience joy. When you try to make it as ritual, all you will have is depression. Let me be one clear, little more. How many years you practice, you can never concentrate your mind. Let me be open and clear. I tried my best, spent years, I am not able to concentrate. I am not able to concentrate. Only two things. Either you suffer with the shaft and die, or you realize that you are unclutched by very nature. The shaft doesn't exist by very nature. There is only two choices. No other choice. You can neither elongate that shaft nor break that shaft because the shaft doesn't exist. The connection itself is imaginary. How will you fight with the imaginary enemy? If you have the shaft, you can elongate or break. But the shaft doesn't exist. Shaft is purely your belief. The pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 20 years ago are independent, separate incidents. When you start connecting them and try to create a logic, try to create an understanding, then you create the shaft, life is pain. When you try to generalize your experiences, when you try to dovehole your experiences, you create a shaft of pain or joy. The moment you start believing in the shaft of pain or in the shaft of joy, you created hell for yourself. Then you will be behind that shaft, either elongating it or breaking it. Your whole life is nothing but playing with the shaft which doesn't exist. That is what Shankara means when he says life is Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya. You are fighting with thing which doesn't exist. Yama means which doesn't exist. You are just fighting with imaginary shaft. You are trying to break or elongate the shaft which does not exist. Let me be very clear. Whatever techniques you practice to break this shaft, without understanding that shaft doesn't exist, you will never be successful. With this single understanding, you don't need any technique. This very understanding is a technique. You are liberated. This very understanding, any simple technique can liberate you. Without this understanding, no technique can help you. I have seen people chanting Ramakrishna, Govinda, anything for years. Not years, decades. All they had is only decaying, nothing else. Nothing else. See the people who chant Sahasranama? Vishwam Vishnur Vasatkara Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. After a few minutes they will be seeing the number. Whether they come to 200 or 300. Where they are standing. Honestly, tell me, is there any single person who doesn't see number when he chants Sahasranama? I can't believe. I know, because I have done it. I am talking the insider's view. It's not that I have not done it. I am speaking the insider's view. And nothing can be done. A small story. One young novice, brahmachari, initiate, young guy, he goes to an old monk and asks, Master, how can I control negative thoughts? How to get rid of these lustful thoughts? How long it takes to get rid of these lustful thoughts? The old monk said, how long? I don't know how long it takes, but not surely till 90. So be very clear. Be very clear. How long it takes, I don't know. But even if you practice 90 years, you cannot concentrate. You cannot concentrate. No technique will help you unless you have this understanding. With this understanding, no need for any other technique. Even if you practice a simple thing with this understanding of lifting the hand or talking to somebody, sitting simply, you are liberated. This understanding is the key sutra, or this understanding is the base for the whole spiritual journey. All your thoughts are completely unconnected, independent, illogical and irresponsible. Above all, unclutched. When you try to believe, if you just 10 minutes write, you will understand. Thoughts are completely mixed. Sometime good, sometime bad, sometime this, sometime that. What is happening you don't know. You can always see, even in the peak of joyful moment, there will be one negative thought. And you try to think, no, I should not think about this all this time. All these things in this time, let me keep quiet. Or when the time of deep negative problem, suddenly you will have one positive thought. Even at the deep suffering, you will have some thoughts positive. Even in the worst suffering, you will have some unconnected joyful thought. Even in the peak joy, you will have some unconnected negative thought. By your very nature, you are unconnected. You are unclutched. When you start believing, you are clutched by your imaginations. When you start believing, you are connected. You start connecting the thought which happened to you 10 years ago, thought which happened to you 7 years ago, thought which happened to you 3 years ago, and try to create a shaft. You create an idea about yourself. You start creating an idea about yourself. You start creating an identity. The moment you create an identity, you have created hell for you. Either you will try to work constantly to improve that identity. If you think that identity is painful, you will constantly trying to improve it. Or if you think that identity is beautiful, You will constantly work to elongate. The moment you try to create an identity, pain shaft or bliss shaft, you have created a hell for you. You can neither elongate the shaft nor break the shaft because the shaft doesn't exist. The shaft doesn't exist. Every moment you spend in trying to improve your personality, all self-development is pure bullshit. Yourself cannot be developed. You are completely unclutched. You may be given an idea, yourself is getting developed. Let you be very clear. You may be given an idea. You see, because you carry one thought that yourself is too bad, I can just take away that understanding and give you one more understanding that yourself is beautiful. You are developed. I always tell people come and ask me, Swamiji, how do you heal us? You take away so many negativities, so many karmas. How do you heal us? Please tell us, Swamiji. Now I tell you clearly the whole business secret. Let you all be very clear. The very first thought that you have, body itself is an illusion. When you come with that illusion that you have some pain, some disease, I just take away that illusion and give you one more illusion, you are healed, that's all. I just take away the illusion that you have disease and give you the another one illusion that you are healed. You are so strong with the first illusion, naturally you catch the second illusion and become alright, that's all. Nothing else. The first thing that you have a body itself is an illusion. That's the first shaft which you create and suffer. Now, neither I break that shaft nor I elongate that shaft because it cannot be done. I just add one more shaft. You are healed. And now you struggle with this shaft. You leave that shaft and you catch hold of this shaft. Of course, this little better shaft, you think. You are made to believe that this shaft is little better shaft. One guy says, I was rich, I was poor. I feel richness is better. Same way, you were healthy and you suffered with the disease. You believe the health shaft is much better. So I just take that shaft away from your space and insert this shaft. That's all, nothing else. Idea about yourself straight away creates your body. Recently I read a beautiful book, Dr. Bruce Lipton, Biology of Belief. His book called Biology of Belief. He says clearly, your body is not controlled by cells or tissues as you are made to believe. Your body is controlled by your positive or negative emotions and your belief. Be very clear. He says very clearly, your body is created and controlled by your thoughts, not by cells or tissues. Here, if you believe that you have disease, you create disease body. When you are made to believe you are healed, you start creating the health. It is purely the shaft with which you are playing, that's all. Nothing else. Nothing else is there. You play with that shaft, now you play with this shaft. That is why I tell you, in every gap you create your body. In every gap, in every neutral space you create new body. But if you again and again bring your old identity, you will be again creating the same old body. Biology says, once in every 6 months you have a new liver. Not even a single cell or atom of the old liver exists in you now. Once in every 21 days, your whole intestine is new. Your whole body is replaced within 1 year. Last year, the same date, the body which you had, today you don't even have a single cell from that body. It is completely new. Then why are we carrying the diseases, Swamiji? When you believe that you are same person, when you believe you have identity, when you bring the same old identity by your faith, by your imagination, by your connection, by creating shaft, you bring the same body. You reproduce the same body which you had 1 year ago. Constantly you are creating your body. If you create the same personality by connecting and creating a shaft, you will create the same body. If you start experiencing the truth by your very nature, you are illogical, irresponsible, independent, unconnected, unclutched thoughts, you will start creating a new, alive, fresh body like a child. Kids are so alive because every moment they create a new body. They are not stuck with a shaft. They don't have any idea about themselves. That is the reason, even yesterday if you fought with them, today they will be smiling at you. They will be laughing. They don't carry records. They don't carry identity. They don't have shaft. They do not connect with yesterday's fight and day before yesterday's fight and the fight which happened 1 month ago. They are free from the shaft. Now, Shiva says very clearly, when the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter, means neither incoming nor outgoing. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, when the neutral space is happening in you, be unclutched. Realize you are already unclutched. This thought and that thought doesn't have logical connection. Except your belief that you are continuously thinking, nothing else is enemy for you. People come and ask me, Swamiji, how to break my habits? Be very clear. 2 days ago you were smoking, 10 years ago you were smoking, or 20 years ago you were smoking. All these 3 incidents are completely independent. They are not connected. Mentally, when you start connecting, when you start believing you have the habit of smoking and you are addicted to it, this belief creates a shaft. Now you start fighting with that shaft which doesn't exist. Understand this one truth. The shaft which doesn't exist, you create. You connect the smoking of 10 years ago, which is smoked 9 years ago, and the smoking which you did 3 years ago, and the smoking which you did yesterday. Connect and create a thought, belief that you have the smoking habit and you are addicted to it. Then you start fighting with it. If you believe it is joyful experience, you continue to smoke more and more. If you believe it's a painful experience, you start fighting with that shaft. But both the way, you can neither elongate joy by smoking. One more example. Even if you believe the smoking is joyful, try to smoke and see, when you are exactly smoking itself, it is not joyful. You can see in your life. The definition for addiction is, if you don't do, you will feel terribly that you are missing. If you do, you won't feel the joy. If you do it, it will not be great, so. If you don't, you will feel that you are missing it. if you start believing that smoking is joy, if you don't do, you will miss. When you do it, exactly when you are doing that moment, see what is happening in your inner space. You are not enjoying, you are just trying to escape from some thoughts. You are just running. You are restless, that's all. You are not relaxing. You are just believing that smoking is joyful. Even if you don't feel joyful when you are smoking, you try to squeeze joy out of it. You try to squeeze joy out of it. See, deeply screen your life. Whatever you think as joy, even when you don't feel joy, whether it is sex or greed or taste, any pleasure, even if you don't feel the same joy, you try to squeeze joy out of it. You try to console yourself. No, this is joy. What else is joy? You try to cover the frustration by your belief that it is joy. When you decide, when you start believing it is joy, even if it is not giving you the joy, you force yourself to believe it is joy. You try to cover the frustration, it is joy. You try to cover the frustration that it is not joy, you are not ready to believe, you try to believe it is joy. Same way, if you decide something is pain, if you start believing something is pain, even if it is not painful, you try to force yourself, you try to imagine, you convince yourself it is pain and continue to struggle. Whether the habit of addiction or the concepts of joy, concepts of pain, everything is purely unconnected, unclutched, illogical thoughts. You connect them. Now you have a tremendous fear. If this is true, how can I live? Because the whole life is mess now. Some thoughts are coming and some thoughts are going. Please be very clear. Because you believe some thoughts are connected and they are joy, you start giving life only to those thoughts. If you believe some thoughts are painful, you try to take energy away from that thoughts. You are not able to live your whole life. You are choosing. You are breaking your life. You are choosing. If you understand, you are unclutched. You are completely independent, illogical, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. Suddenly you will feel deep integrity in yourself. Suddenly you will feel that you are elevated to a different plane. Suddenly you will feel a discipline happening in you which doesn't need to be monitored. You don't need monitor. You don't need any balancing. You are flowing in a totally different way. As on now, you are afraid. As on now, you are afraid. If this is true, that I am unclutched, unconnected, then what for I am running? Then where am I running? What for I am going? What for I am living? What is exactly happening? Then how will I live my life? The tremendous fear rises in you. You start thinking, if I am unclutched, how will I go back and do my work? How will I go back and live my life? Somebody may take away my property. Physically, I may be swindled. And mentally, I may lose my balance. I may start doing anything and everything. Because I am unclutched, unconnected. Be very clear. This is the fear created by your mind. Your mind never allows you to trust yourself. The moment you trust the gap, neutral space, you will lose trust on your mind. You will lose your respect on the shaft. Either you should have trust on the shaft or the trust on the neutral space. The neutral space and the shaft both are having influence over you. If you trust the neutral space, you won't be able to trust the shaft. If you trust the shaft, you won't be able to trust the neutral space. From the young age, your school, college, university, office, everybody has taught you to trust the shaft and to develop the shaft, work on the shaft, self-development. Now you know the meaning of the self-development. Now you know the meaning of the self-development. Constantly you are taught to work on yourself, which doesn't exist. Even if you try to develop yourself, attend thousands of seminars, unless you understand this truth, yourself can never be developed. Yourself can never be developed. You cannot develop the shaft because it doesn't exist. How can you develop a shaft which doesn't exist? It is purely your imagination. Somebody asked me, then how do we feel so good about when we go for the self-development courses, Swamiji? You have the idea that you have too much of, you have low self-esteem, and they just take away those words and give you new words. Just the feel-good factor, nothing else. Just feel-good factor, nothing else. Somebody goes to Raman Maharshi, Bhagavan, I am so happy to see this Arunachala. I am in heaven. The moment I see this Arunachala, this whole beautiful energy field and space, Bhagavan says, be here for 3 days, everything will become all right. That is what? All feel-good factor, nothing else. Do not be cheated by the feel-good factor. Do not be cheated by the feel-good factor. Let you understand the truth, the reality as it is. By your very nature, you are unclutched, unconnected, irresponsible, independent thoughts. When you understand this, suddenly you will see witnessing consciousness is raising in you. When you understand, you are neither this space nor this space. When you understand, you are neither the incoming breath or outgoing breath. When you understand, you are neither breathing space nor the neutral space, you realize you are this paper on which both are written. When you understand, you are neither the pain shaft nor the bliss shaft, suddenly you realize you are the witnessing consciousness in which the whole thing is going on. When you understand, you are neither this shaft nor that shaft, suddenly you wake up to the reality, on you all these shafts are drawn. You realize you are not the movie, you are the screen on which the movie is going on. If you are engrossed, if you are completely lost in the movie, you forget the screen. When you open up, when you wake up, you realize you are not movie, you are the screen on which this movie is getting played. Your mind will never allow you to believe that you are unclutched, because two things. Whatever you have about your identity, your outer world, your wealth, relationship, everything is based on the idea, your connected thoughts. You are an identity, your identity. If you lose that, if you are relaxing from that identity, you may lose all those things. Who knows? That fear, first thing. Next thing, your morality, your idea about yourself. To believe that you are unclutched. Mind will never let you believe that you are unclutched. Be very clear, as long as your mind doesn't let you trust you are unclutched, it can control you. It can play its game on you. The moment you trust yourself, trust your consciousness, the mind cannot control you, it cannot play its role on you. One important thing, even you can see in your profession, the staff member who wants to exploit you, first thing he will do is, he will make you believe that you can't run your business without him. First thing he will give you the impression, you cannot survive without him. That's the first thing. Then he can go on exploiting you. He can play all his games. You can't do anything about it. The moment you start believing you cannot survive without him, you will put up with him. Same way, first thing mind does to you is, it convinces you, you cannot be alive without it. First thing, mind makes you trust that you cannot survive without it. The moment it convinces you that you cannot survive without it, gone. You have created your hell. The moment it convinces you, then nothing needs to be done. Then you will never try to drop the mind. You will never try to drop the mind. You are caught with the fear. You are gone. You are over. Now also, your mind will not let you believe so easily that you are unclutched. It will try to bring all possible logic. And if it can't bring any logic, the tremendous fear. What will happen to my property? What will happen to my personality? What will happen to this and what will happen to that? Be very clear, nothing will happen. Everything will go much better way. Much more smoothly. Just understand this one simple example and then you will be able to understand what I mean by the fear of mind. Understand this one simple example. In North India, in the forest, hunters will put like this stick and the rope to catch the birds, to catch the parrots. In the forest, they will just hang like this stick between the two trees to catch the birds, to catch the parrots. Actually, what will happen, when this is hanging like this, the parrot will come and sit here. The moment parrot sits, because of the parrot's weight, what will happen? It will just turn topsy-turvy. The moment it becomes topsy-turvy, the parrot will start thinking, oh, if I leave, I'll die, and it will hang on to that stick. The moment it turns, it will feel totally shaken and just catch hold of that stick. It will hold on to that stick and hang on to that stick. It will think, if I leave my feet, if I let go, what will happen? I'll fall and die because it is hanging upside down. The moment it sits here, the moment it holds, naturally the stick will become like this because of the weight. Now, because he thinks, if I let go, I'll fall and die, hurt myself, he will just catch the stick tightly and hang on to it. Slowly the hunter will come after 4 or 5 hours, he will just catch that parrot and put in the cage and go. The foolish parrot, he doesn't know. If he just relaxes, he can simply fly and be liberated. He doesn't know. He can just open up and be liberated. Same way, you do not know. If you just leave the mind, this moment he can become Paramahamsa. This moment he can be liberated. This moment he can start flying. The same fear which parrot has got, you are having. Your fear and the parrot's fear is one and the same. How? The parrot is believing that he can't let go. If he relaxes, he will die. Same way, you hold your mind and you feel, I can't let go. If I start trusting that I am unconnected, unclutched, independent, illogical thoughts, immediately you have that fear. What will happen to my identity which I am showing to the outer world? What will happen to the identity which I am showing to myself? The tremendous fear which that parrot is experiencing. Same fear, nothing else. One important thing, out of fear, that parrot is not flying, holding on to the stick. What is happening? Slowly the hunter will come, take the parrot away and put it in the cage. Neither the parrot is having the freedom, nor it is having the stick. Same way, Yama will come and he will just remove you from your identity. Neither you will be a Paramahamsa, liberated soul, nor you will be able to hold on to the identity which you are having. Neither you will have the freedom, nor you will have the stick which you are holding. Be very clear, the hunter is Yama. He will come. When the hunter comes, the parrot will lose the freedom which he was having and the stick which he is holding now. He will lose both. Same way, when Yama comes, you will lose the freedom which you are having, which you had, the inner space or the consciousness, and the identity which you are holding now tightly. Both will be lost. Let you be very clear. Just the same fear of the parrot you are having and holding on to your identity and hanging. This moment, trust yourself. Do not bother. You will never have any problem. Just trust yourself and let go. Your identity, you will become Paramahamsa, liberated. All you need to do, trust you are unclutched. Even if you don't trust, that is the truth. Even if you don't trust, that is the truth. But you have vested interest about the false. If you trust that you are unclutched, it is too much. Your vested interests are getting shaken. Let you be very clear, even if you try to avoid the truth because of your vested interests, you cannot do anything. The hunter will come today or tomorrow, just pick up an NK, put you in the cage. The same situation, exactly you are in the same situation as the parrot is. Just you are parrot hanging with the identity, nothing else. You are so seriously believing that if you let go, you will fall and hurt yourself or die. You are holding on to your identity. Let me tell you, if you let go, the parrot relaxes. 1 or 2 moments he may flutter to balance. 1 or 2 moments he may have to balance himself, but he will never fall and die. Let you be very clear, let go, you will never fall and die, you will only become Paramahamsa. You will just become Paramahamsa. All you need is trust yourself and let go. You will never mess up anything, you will never miss anything. Because you never tried even once. You never had anybody to tell you. Let me be honest, I did. I relaxed. I never missed anything. I never missed anything. You never had anybody around you. Relax, let go. You never had any courageous words. You never had anybody to tell you, relax. I was in that space. I know what will happen. You will never fall and die. You will never hurt yourself. Just all you need to do is let go, you will beautifully start flying. You will become Paramahamsa. Society can never accept, it cannot tolerate. That is why it never gives you the courage. You cannot be enslaved, you cannot be manipulated, you cannot be exploited if you are a Paramahamsa. If you are in their cage, they can play with you. They can make you repeat all the words what they want. They can feed you when they want. And they can make you fly as they want. They can make you sit on their shoulder. You will be utility, you will be useful. You will be just an utility. That is why you are never given the confidence. You are Paramahamsa. You are Paramahamsa. Just relax. You may have 1000 fears rising in you about losing your identity. All those fears are just these parrot fears. Fears of this parrot. Even if the parrot falls for 2-3 feet and then balances, it is worth risk. It is worth risk. It is worthy risk. Understand? Even if you fall for a few minutes, if you are not able to balance for a few minutes, nothing wrong. It is worthy risk. It is worthy risk. Let you let go and be liberated. Let you become Paramahamsas. Thank you. It is time to enter into the technique. It is not even a technique, to tell you honestly. It is entering into the space, because no technique will help you. It is not even a technique. Now we are going to enter into that space. Now we are just going to realize what we understood. Just the same space in which Shiva exists. Shiva gives a beautiful technique in the sutra to experience that space of be unclutched. The whole main message for this whole spring tour is this: be unclutched. This Dhyanasparana program is also just based on this one truth: be unclutched. Because unless you experience this, no technique can help you. Once you experience this space, no technique is necessary. Now, we will enter into, Shiva is explaining 5 different methods to live in that space. Now, today we will start the first, how to be in that space. All the next 5 techniques are directly connected only to this truth. Of course, any technique has to be connected with this truth only. This is the ultimate. Nothing to make you, to give you that space, give you the experience, give you that fullness. Shiva gives you beautiful truth that Krishna, please wait for a moment. Let me finish this and then you can start giving. Actually, to tell you honestly, and one more thing I want to tell you, this whole thing is the wisdom of Shiva. Never even mistake its mind. Let me offer the whole thing humbly at his feet. The great master landed on the planet Earth. Never ever think it's mine or anything. If at all you feel grateful for knowing this truth, be grateful to Shiva. It is his wisdom, his thing. Let me be very clear. When I myself experienced this, so much of gratitude I felt. And I felt, how could he think so deeply and give solution exactly for modern man? See, whatever you think as your problem, whether physical health, straight away this technology can solve. The moment you experience this space, straight away physical healing starts happening. Mental health, all your irritation, addiction, or ill feeling, depression will disappear the moment you experience this technology. The moment you experience this space, it will disappear, because the depression which happened 1 month ago, depression happened 1 year ago, depression happened 3 years ago, are unconnected, unclutched. The problem is when you start believing that you had depression, same depression you are having continuously. That is when you start fighting with it. If you know it is unclutched, independent, separate, you don't think enemy is a huge guy who is sitting in front of you. You don't feel like fighting. His head is separate, his leg is separate, his body is separate. You don't think of fighting with him. Only when you imagine you have a huge problem in front of you, you start fighting and getting into more trouble. You are fighting with depression is the root cause for your depression. Let you be very clear. Same way, fear. You are fighting with fear is the base cause for fear. In Ramayana there is a beautiful story. Whoever stands in front of Vali and fights with Vali, half of their power will go away to Vali. Same way, whoever stands in front of the shaft and starts fighting with the shaft, half of their power will go away to that shaft. Vali and shaft are one and the same. You will never win. You will never win. You create the shaft because you fight with the shaft. You create the whole thing because you fight with the whole thing. Whether it is physical healing, the moment you experience this space, simply the healing starts. Because the inner healing starts happening. The moment inner healing starts, physically also you are healed. Next, your depression, mental problems, your depression. This technology, this space is the best space to heal the depression. And same way, your addictions, all your addiction, the attitude towards addiction itself will disappear. You will even forget the idea that it is joy. Then naturally, where is the question of going and running behind that habit? Simply it disappears. See, habit is a beautiful word. If you remove H, a bit will remain. If you remove A, bit will remain. If you remove B, it will remain. Only when you remove the I, which is shaft, it will die. Only when you remove the I, only when you throw the I away, it will die. It will disappear. And all your problems about guilt, this one space is enough. You will lose completely the idea about guilt. Because the guilt of yesterday, the guilt which happened 1 month ago, and the guilt which happened 1 year ago, they are unconnected, unclutched, independent thoughts. When you connect and create, only you give power to it, which they themselves don't have. In India, every area suddenly one rowdy will rise. Once in a year, new rowdies will come. If you are living in a metropolitan city, you know the dadas. One dada dies, immediately one dada dies or he goes to the jail, next dada will come up. That local dada, what is the word here they call? Gangsters. Gangster. Either they will die in the fight among themselves or they will go away to jail. Then the next person will rise. See, first day when the gangster comes out, he himself will have little fear. But the moment people know that he is a dada, rowdy, they will start obeying him. When everybody obeys him, first he himself will not have confidence about himself. Then when he sees everybody obeys him, then he will get the confidence. Yes, now I can take these guys to task. His whole body language will be transformed. Same way, when mind comes to attack you, it will not have enough confidence. When you are afraid of it, when you are caught by it, then it gets the confidence. You give confidence to mind to attack you. Once you show your fear, once you show that you are very fragile, that's enough for mind. Now you are caught. Now he gets a seat. And ultimately, even for spiritual growth, this is the ultimate space in which you can experience the pure witnessing consciousness. When you understand you are unconnected, illogical, irresponsible, unclutched thoughts, you realize you are the space in which the thought and the gap is happening. You are the space in which the incoming breath and the outgoing breath and the neutral space happening. You are just beyond all these three. You are just beyond all these three. This neutral space is neutral space only as long as you have the incoming and outgoing breath. When that is diffused, it can't be called anymore as neutral space, because it is the nature. It is your original state. That is what I call eternal consciousness, Shiva consciousness. Now, it is time. Let you understand and liberate yourself. Let you become Paramahamsas. Especially the moment you understand this truth, the moment you relax, the inner healing or the bliss which comes out, the freedom which you feel, once you start feeling that freedom, that is enough, will give you tremendous confidence and courage to fly, to spread your wings in the sky. You will see your being just becomes Paramahamsa in Mahakasha, in Mahakasha, in the pure cosmic consciousness. Let's enter into the Shiva consciousness. Please close your eyes, sit straight. Now you can have your ribbons. Next 5 days, we will be doing 5 different methods given by Shiva to experience this Shiva consciousness. And in the Dhyanasparana program also, we will be working on this same, be unclutched, and 5 different intense techniques where you go into the details, you go deep into the experience of a liberated inner space or being unclutched. One more thing now, the technique which you are practicing, once you have that experience, after that you don't even need to practice technique. Just remembering this experience is enough. You will be again in that same space. Only in the initial level you need to relax. Just like a parrot taking off. Once you take off, you don't need to bother about anything. Please close your eyes and tie the ribbon. Sit straight. First few moments, inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. Do not bother about any other movements or neutral space. Just witness only the incoming breath. Be witness, be aware of incoming breath. Slowly start witnessing only the outgoing breath. Now forget about the incoming breath. Just witness, be aware of outgoing breath. Now slowly, very slowly, be aware of both the neutral spaces. When your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, when your outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, be aware, be witness of both neutral spaces. Intensely be aware of both the neutral spaces. Be aware of neutral spaces, incoming and outgoing breath. Just be aware of incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and neutral space. Be unclutched. Whatever thought comes in your mind, do not connect. Do not even think that you are thinking constantly. Even that idea comes because you connect your thoughts. They are just completely independent thoughts. Do not connect them and create one more thinking. You are thinking. Let independent bubbles rise and fall. Let independent thoughts come and go. Do not connect them and think you are thinking. Be unclutched. If they come, let them come. If they go, let them go. Do not think you are thinking. Every thought is independent, illogical, separate thoughts. Do not connect them and think you are thinking. Your idea that you are thinking is a lie. Relax from your mind. Let go. Be liberated. Be unclutched. Do not even try to be unclutched. If you are having thoughts, let them come, let them go. Just understand they are unclutched. They are independent, individual thoughts. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Relax. You can open your eyes. Try to be in that same space. Just see, even these thoughts are completely unclutched. Your inner space is beautiful and purely unclutched. Now, when you come back to your identity, let you understand one more important truth. Now you know this is your identity from which you fly. Once you learnt flying, then it is no more a trap. You can just come and sit in this and swing. It can become swing for you. Same way, once you know that you are unclutched, your identity is no more a trap for you. It can just become swing for you. When you come back to your identity, just be very clear, you are unclutched. That space will make will give you the tremendous freedom that your identity is no more a trap on which you are hanging, it is just a swing on which you are swinging. Now, whether you are flying as Paramahamsa or playing with your identity, you are liberated. Let you be liberated and celebrate the great Mahashivaratri with this great liberation from Shiva himself.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Should she become a sannyasini? Please, if you are confused, don't do that. Let's enter into today's sutra. It's one of the unique and wonderful sutra. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living present. The uniqueness of this sutra is, I myself experience this sutra spontaneously. My first experience, the spiritual experience, is this sutra. So, I have a lot to tell about this sutra. You have a lot to learn. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living present. The first sutra of Upanishad, the first Upanishad, Isavasya Upanishad, is the same sutra. Ishavasyam itam sarvam. In Upanishad, it is given more like a conclusion. In this sutra, it is given more like a technique. Here, Mahadeva gives this as a technique. In the whole world, there are only two kinds of people. One, people who experience life once in a while in their life. The other, people who are experiencing life continuously. Whenever you think you are having joy, you are experiencing life in the world for those few seconds, few moments. That is why you feel so alive. That is why you feel that few minutes, that few moments, you don't feel like cursing anybody. You feel like blessing everybody. You feel like everything is beautiful. And only these two variety. One, people who feel life, livingness, translucent, ever-living presence in few moments of their life, few moments of the day. And the other, who feel always. Fortunately, we are blessed. There is no third category who never experienced this ever-living presence. If you have felt joy for some reason in your life, understand those few moments, you had the idea, you may not intellectually able to verbalize, you may not know how to exactly tell, but you experience that ever-living cosmos. Only when you experience that cosmos is living, you feeling in tune with it, you will have a positive experience with the universe. All your joy is positive experience with the universe. Even if it is just eating sweet, for that few moments, you feel the life is great. And life is really something you need. And you feel connected, you feel touched. Not just for sweet. Any good experience, those few seconds, those few moments, you are in tune with it. You are in tune with the ever-living presence. Understand? The ever-living presence is what we call life, which is responsible for moving your system. Either you are experiencing that ever-living presence at this moment, or you hope you will experience near future. That is why you are moving your body and still keeping yourself alive. Understand? You get out of your bed early morning, either to have some good experience, or hoping at least near future you will have some good experience. Every desire which drives you is nothing but desire to experience that ever-living presence. Whenever your mind stops wandering and comes back, it tastes that ever-living presence. Any sweet, any joy, any ecstasy, any experience is important because it brings you back to that ever-living presence. Only we have two categories, human beings in the planet Earth. 99% who experience the ever-living presence once in a while, some moments of their life, and remaining 1% who experience that forever, continuously. Continuously, ever-living presence is there in them. All your materialistic pursuits or meditation techniques or spirituality, anything which moves you or anything which makes you rest, everything. Any idea which asks you to move your body or any idea which asks you to rest and relax, both, whether you are moving your body or resting, it is to experience this ever-living presence. Either you are having that presence or hoping to have that presence, that's all. The whole life is nothing but going towards that ever-living presence. Maybe I'll describe exactly the experience which I had that can give you an idea of what Mahadeva means by the word translucent, ever-living presence. Understand? Only after this first experience, I realized I have something different in me. Till then, I never had an idea that I have something different in me. I was always feeling that all kids will have this kind of ideas or search or seeking, whatever I had. Only the first experience gave me a distinct opening or experience, because of which I started understanding something is different. Feel the cosmos as translucent, ever-living presence. I can say very clearly, when I read these lines, I know how best I can verbalize, because this is the best verbalization of what I experienced around the age of 12. I was sitting in the foothills of Arunachala, not seriously trying to meditate, not like I was given a technique and I was trying to concentrate. No, nothing like that. Of course, I was given a simple meditation technique by an enlightened master, Annamalai Swamigal, but I was not trying to do it very seriously. It was very playful. But one thing, I was a child who is completely open and available to the nature. Very, I can say, intensely observing, intensely being in the present. Even now, I can vividly describe the whole scene. For spiritual experience to happen, two things is required. One, you completely being open and available. You completely being open and available to your surroundings. And the intense spiritual energy field. Sometimes, even if you are open, if you are not in the energy field, the first cracking of the coconut won't happen. That is very strong, difficult job. The first opening of the coconut, or the first opening, of course, it is just like breaking the coconut. Once one opening happens, after that it is not a big difficult thing. It's very easy. But the first opening needs an intense spiritual energy field. Fortunately, I had the energy field, Arunachala, the incubator, spiritual incubator. And another one thing, fortunately, I was attracted to the beauty of that hill. If you see a hill or a river or an ocean every day, you will take it for granted. But somehow, I never took that hill for granted. I never thought I know about it. I was continuously open, available. Understand? Being open every time, every day morning, seeing it with eyes of freshness or with the mind of the openness is what I am saying, being open, being available. Many times, we completely close ourselves to the society. We just come to some conclusion, some understanding. After that, we never update our understanding with the result or our effort with the result. The connection is not there. A small story. One guy goes to a small county, a remote county, and fills his car with gas. The gas station owner casually was chatting and he started complaining about the local mayor. And this guy, the guy who came to the city newly, who was filling the gas, he heard the story, did not reply. After a few minutes, he stopped in another one place to ask for direction. There also casually started inquiring about the local place, and even that guy also started talking about the mayor. Oh, I never wanted this fellow to be a mayor. And as usual complaints. Anyhow, after half an hour he reached to the place where he was supposed to reach. There also, people were talking ill of him, people were complaining about him. It is too much. Anyhow, next day he decided to meet the mayor. This guy goes and meets the mayor and asks the mayor, how much you get paid for your job? That guy said, no, money? No. I accepted this just for the honor of it. Understand, the mayor is still thinking he is doing the job for the honor of it. But the people who are living are experiencing totally different. You decide something with some idea and take up, but you are never open continuously to the society whether that idea is being executed or not, whether what for you decided is still relevant or not. The relevance of decision and experience, keeping it alive, keeping it straight, keeping it honest is what I call being open. Every day that hill was living, it was never the same old hill which I saw yesterday. No. I had a very funny routine. Every day morning when I get up from my bed, I'll not open my eyes. I'll slowly walk from my room, walk outside the house holding the parapet wall, and come out, stand in a place. Usually I know from that place the hill will be seen. I'll stand in the place, then only open my eyes, so that first thing in the morning I'll see that hill. I'll see that Arunachala hill. And some of my brothers, they know this. First thing I wanted to see is the hill. And they wanted to make fun or tease me. By the time they know that I am out from my bed and I am slowly walking, they will come and stand exactly in front of me. If I opened my eyes and did not see the hill and I saw any of these guys, I'll go back and lie down again. I'll not do anything that day. I'll not do my activity. I will not go for taking bath or anything. I'll go back and lie down again, sleep for half an hour. Again I'll get up and slowly walk, come back, again open the eyes. Only if I see the hill first thing in the morning, I'll do my routine. It was very funny and looks little superstitious. But I always felt I took birth or I took the body because of the attraction, pull that hill has got for enlightened beings. There's a very beautiful verse in Tamil. The hill which attracts enlightened beings around it, especially the hill is respected for attracting enlightened beings not only in this planet Earth, even from other planets, even from other different spaces. It can attract and pull the enlightened beings to the planet Earth. So I never took the hill for granted. It was ever living presence. One day I was trying to sit evening. It was a Purnima day. Still I remember Purnima day, and moon is rising, sun is setting. Purnima day you can see both, moon rising and sun setting. Deep silence. Even though it was a small village or a town, the moment it becomes evening, it will be practically complete silent. There will not be any vehicle sound, because those days there was no vehicles, no other sound. It was such an intense, vivid silence. I was trying to play with that simple technique of trying to find the source of my thought, from where the thoughts are coming, from where the thoughts are originating. I saw slowly, when I tried to find the source of the thought, the first thing, the clarity which happened is, I am not solid as we always think. The body and mind is not solid. It is just liquid, porous, empty. You can go in and come out. You can get out or get in. Anything can be done. First truth was, I am an empty, porous being. The second step, slowly I saw the eyes have closed. Because of the deep silence, I did not even feel like sitting with open eyes. The eyes closed by itself. Next thing, something opened inside, which is beyond these two eyes. The moment that opened, not only the front side, I was able to see completely all 360 degree. Understand? All 360 degree, not just seeing, I could feel the whole thing is me. Understand? If you can see something with closed eyes, you are only seeing inside your inner space. You are feeling it. You are not just seeing it. I can't even say I saw 360 degree. I just felt it was completely broken. The idea of boundary, border is broken. And I could see completely all the 360 degree, all the 8 direction, and above, below, both. Not only that, I could feel very clearly how much you feel alive inside your body. That same life, that same presence. Now all of you know you are present inside your skin. That same presence I was experiencing with everything, with the hill, with the temple, with the village, with the trees, with the rocks, with the whole thing. I was just intensely feeling that I am present. It was an intense, deep presence. Maybe for a few hours, I did not even remember the body. After that, vaguely I started remembering the body. It means like a very vaguely. In the dream, if you remember your body, how you will remember? Like that. Vague remembrance. I can remember I left the body somewhere and it is there something. But I was able to move. I was able to move the body with a vague remembrance. And slowly I came down. I even managed to talk to one of my first inspiration, Kuppammal. Her spiritual name is Vibhudananda Devi. Managed to talk to her also. The moment I started moving the body and started talking, first thing I felt is, maybe I am possessed by a ghost. Because it was such a strong experience, new. I asked her, I don't know what happened. I was sitting in that rock. Something happened. This is what is going on. She held my hands and saw the energy and laughed, and she said, no, you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. Great thing. Not only she encouraged and took care, she took care that I do not show anything abnormal outside. Very wonderfully she managed. But even after 2 days, the power or the experience of ability to see the 360 degree was there. It did not go away. It was there very strongly. Actually, still my friend, one of my classmates, still is there in my native place. He was the first guy, I can say, who received the energy darshan. After this happened, second or third day itself, I called him and told him, I want to tell you something important. He said, what? He's my close friend and classmate. We always used to play. Practically like a disciple. Wherever I go and do puja and temple cleaning and all, he will be helping me, assisting. I told him, let's go to one side, corner of the temple and sit and talk. We went to the one corner of the temple and we sat, and I told him, you see, from last 2 days, I am able to see all 360, all the direction without turning my head. And first thing was, he had the shock. And he just started laughing. Even though he had the shock, he doesn't want to show it. He said, you are a fool. What are you talking? I said, no, I'm not fool. If you want, you can experiment. See, I can see the front side people walking. The temple, so many people are coming and going. I can see that. I can see side people walking. I can see behind the tree, there was a tree, and see in the tree ants are climbing, going up and down. I can see that. The moment I said that behind the tree and I can see the ants moving, the fellow had a shock. He got up. He did not sit. He just got up. He told me, no, you might have seen the ants before sitting. Now you are telling. I'll challenge you. He took a coin and he said, behind your head I'll hold. You should tell me which side I'm holding, head or tail. Kids will have only half a rupee or 1 rupee coins those days. He took the coin from his packet and showed me behind. Some 10 times, all 10 times I told exactly as it was. Not only that, I cleaned the coin, there is some dust in the coin. That's all. That was the shock. He said, be here. I'll come back. I want to go to restroom. I'll come back. I told, no, wait. I'll finish talking. If you also want to have the same power, go to that place where I was sitting. I told him that place. It's called Pavalakundru. I told him, go and sit in that place. You will have that experience. 3 days ago only I went and sat. I was not even aware it is something unique happened to me. I was thinking anybody goes and sits there, will get it. I told him, go and sit there, you will get it. By the time that fellow got frightened, he thought I may force him and take him and make him sit there. Because always, whatever I experience, I will tell him and see that he also goes to the temple, and that's the usual trend. So he was trying to run. No, I'll come later on. Now I am going to the restroom. He's frightened. He wants to first go to bathroom. I caught hold of him. I said, no, come. Listen completely. Then go and sit there first. By the time I caught hold of him, he started trembling. Shaking. And I understood he really doesn't want to go to restroom. He just wants to escape from me. That is why he's telling he wants to go to restroom. I just caught hold of him in one hand and tried to pull him in the other hand very strongly to take him to that place. I can say that was the first time I felt the two body but same presence, which every time when I touch somebody and give energy darshan, what happens? First time happened. I know the first person who received energy darshan, the first transmission of that experience started happening. I felt very clearly, two body but same presence. And by the time I held him by both the hands and this experience started happening, he settled down. He did not have the fear. When I took my hands away, again the fear started. Not only it started, this time he just ran away. He stood from the safe distance and told, no, I am really going for the restroom. You sit here, I'll come back and call you. Don't come till I call you. And he ran away. Never, the guy came back. When I listen, when I hear the sutra, first thing I remember is the best verbalization of what I experienced. I literally felt the cosmos as translucent, ever-living presence. Understand? We all feel the presence or life in living beings with whom we are in love. Not even the living beings with whom we are living. No. Whom we are living, it is a plain, regular mental setup. Practically, you all know the dialogue. If you start this way, what other person will answer, you know. If you start this way, what the other person is going to answer, you know. Practically, you all have a script of everyday routine. Only if somebody comes up with a new word, you are shaken, you are disturbed, you don't know what to answer. That is the only few minutes you start thinking. Otherwise, you know whole day dialogue. How it should start and how it will take turn and how it will end. There is no life in the dialogue. If somebody changes the dialogue, you are in trouble. That's all. There is no other life in the dialogue. The problem is, we become practically philosophers. We do not understand life is not philosophy. The philosophers cannot think something new. Small story. Some 10 philosophers were present in a country. All the 10 sitting inside the prison, what to do? And usually they are only habituated to torture, not to get tortured. And they are very intelligent, somehow they manage. And now what to do? They are in prison. They decided, somehow we should do something and escape from the prison. All the 10 sat and made big plans. They even went to the extreme of making a duplicate key of the prison. They got the mold of the key and even made the duplicate key. This much work happening, and with the cooperation of few philosophers is really miracle. 2 philosophers is enough to stop any big project. You don't need third. 2 is enough to stop any big project. But this is too big project of getting a key and making a duplicate. And especially with so many philosophers, they made it. Finally, they planned the date. The whole thing is clearly sketched, and they decided that tonight, 2 of us, 2 amongst us will go and open the prison door and will give a signal. All others will escape and run away. As usual, as planned, the 2 goes, and the remaining guys are waiting. They did not get the signal. 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. After 4 hours, these 2 guys are coming back and saying, we have to drop the plan of escaping today. We may have to do some other day. We may have to reschedule. We may have to replan. Other guy says, why? What happened? What to do? These fools forgot to lock the door. These fools forgot to lock the prison. Understand? They cannot think anything which is new. It has to be same routine. If there is some change, they cannot think newly because they are not open. We also become like that with the life. Anything new comes, we are at last. Person who is experiencing ever-living presence, not only is open, not only he is available, he is constantly experiencing oneness. Understand? Being open is Dvaita. Being available is Visishtadvaita. Being is Advaita. Being open means you respect the other thing equal to you. 1 and 2, both of us are equal. I am open to you. Next, available means you are clear, source is one, all of us, everything is part. That is available. Everything is part of one source, Visishtadvaita. And Advaita is just being. Just being. Here, Mahadeva is beautifully leading us from Dvaita to Visishtadvaita and to Advaita. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. It is actually a technique which connects all 3. Feel the cosmos, the first part. You are there, cosmos is there. Start creating the feeling. Means open. Dvaita. The problem is many of us are not even in Dvaita. That is where the problem starts. You think only you are there, nothing else is there. And no respect, no openness, no availability for anything. Feel the cosmos. Be open. Translucent, ever living. Now, being available and experiencing the presence is being. Step by step you move. Actually, when you start experiencing the living enlightenment, the ultimate truth in you, when you start living enlightenment, continuously what you will feel is described in the sutra. Mahadeva describes the whole essence of living enlightenment in the sutra. Understand? When I use the word living enlightenment, I use in 2 ways. 1, living enlightenment means sadhana. Again and again you come back to that satori experience which you had, the glimpse of life which you had once. That is sadhana, living enlightenment. Living enlightenment means you achieved it. Jivan mukti. I can say mukti and jivan mukti. You achieved, you are living. There is nothing to be done. Living enlightenment as a practice and as an achievement. Both you can use the same word. Here, Mahadeva is giving you the gist of living enlightenment as practice. As practice. I can tell you one thing. When you start feeling, relating, respecting everything as a living being just like you will even see the thoughts which other person is having. You will start responding, you will start respecting, you will start relating without other person talking, without other person expressing, without other person telling what she or he wants to tell. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. You will have the tremendous intelligence. You will know exactly how to connect. One example, a small story. One lady, she was little sick and had the fear she may die. She started asking her husband, if I die, will you remarry? He said, maybe. Will you bring her to the same house? This guy says, maybe. Will she sleep in the same bed? He said, what else can be done? Maybe. She asked, will she use the same golf clubs? He said, no, she is left-handed. Understand? You are lost in the conversation and forgot what you need to express and what you need to hide. Not living in the present. Living in the present is a method to living the presence. But here, Mahadeva is not even telling us to be living in the present. Actually, just coming back to the present is very easy. Just you come back and just see that you are having a body. It's living in the present moment. Here he says, feel the presence. Living in the present moment passionately, intensely, with a feeling, as if this is the last moment. Completely alive. That is what Mahadeva expresses by this technique. Just not living in the present. Living in the present will happen even if you do the vipassana. If you do the vipassana, you will live in the present, but not passionately, in a dull way. I have seen these guys start doing this kind of techniques. They will be living in the present, but what is the use? Living in the present with the intense passion. People usually, they can live in the present, but just drag the life. Or they can live passionately, but jumping between future and past. If it is between future and past, they will be very passionate, jumping, running around, with all enthusiasm, inspiration. If it is present, very dull, step by step, thinking it is graceful. Combining the intense enthusiasm of jumping between past and future and the intense silence of the present moment is what Mahadeva is explaining here. Combining these two, very paradoxical but truth. Having that same passion, that is why many people, when they see that intense life with me, they can't understand I am living in the present moment. Because according to their imagination, present moment means it will be always, yes, I am in the present moment. No, I lost life. I had to come back, present moment. Present. The joy of living itself is lost when these guys try the present moment. One of my pre-monastic relative means the person who was related to me through blood. My pre-monastic relatives had a great difficulty accepting me. But my native village was able to accept because they have seen enough of masters. But the relatives don't live in the same village. Whoever lived in the same village, they did not have any difficulty in accepting me. The moment they saw, it took only few minutes of conversation for them to accept. There is a proverb, prophet is never accepted in his own place. It was lie. It was disproved in my case. Actually, I was accepted and recognized in my village first. My native village first. Fortunately, I had that joy of being accepted and beautifully relating with that villagers, with that city people, because they have seen continuously enlightened beings. Continuously they have seen enlightened beings happening. For last 2000 years, unbroken lineage of enlightened masters is there in that village. Today is the All Enlightened Masters Day in that village. Today they are celebrating. Today even we had a puja and celebration evening. All the masters who happened in that village, they are all remembered and honored. And for the inauguration of the celebration, the present master is supposed to come and hoist the flag. Last year I went. Every year I go. This year, because of inauguration, I did not go, but I sent some of our disciples representing. They went and attended the program. That time, the disciples came and told me, Swamiji, I was surprised to see not a single person with whom we spoke relate with you as a relative or as a young boy from this village or any pre-monastic connection. Everybody connects with you only as a master or a spiritual person. How this is possible? Even a normal people, villagers who don't know much about spirituality, they call you only as a Swami, not as a boy from this village or by name. Because they are continuously seeing masters. But these relatives, some relatives who did not live in that village, they were not able to connect. They always had a problem. The one main question I faced from them is, we always saw masters or swamis means they will be very silent in one corner, hiding, covering themselves. But you are so alive. That is the real difficulty. A person who is practicing the technique will always be in one corner, dull, trying to center. But the person who has achieved will be overflowing. Intense passion in the present moment is what is the whole truth. You can neither miss this nor miss that. If you are missing any one thing, something seriously wrong with you. If you are missing both, then forget about everything. Forget about everything. If you are missing the joy and enthusiasm, you are sick as far as outer world is concerned. If you are missing being in the present moment, you are sick as far as the inner world is concerned. If you are missing both, then we are sick in both the world. A real health will radiate an intense passion, and you will be constantly in the present moment. That is what Mahadeva says, ever living presence. When I went to that village after enlightenment, first time, even my teachers did not think twice to touch my feet. That is the culture, tradition of that village, including my grandfather, who is a VIP in the village. Till the other day, he was giving food, and he was my first inspiration, from whom I was learning puja and everything. The moment he heard, he has become enlightened and took sannyas, he has come. None of them even tried to take me to the home. Because traditionally you can't go to the home if you take sannyas. They only came to the place where I was staying and came with all the traditional respect. That's one of the wonder in that country, in that culture, in the tradition. Never had a problem, never had difficulty in changing the attitude. The shift in attitude did not take time. It was just straight. Mahadeva says very beautifully, feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. Try. Now understand this technique. What Shiva is trying to convey. Try. Everything which is in front of you, around you, is living. Try to see. Try to feel. First thing, try to feel your life inside the body. Then try to feel your life inside the chair which you are sitting. See how you are feeling alive inside your skin. Same way, visualize, feel you are alive inside the chair, inside the cushion. That's the first thing which you are touching. Then visualize you are alive inside the people who are sitting next to you. You may think, how can visualization lead to that experience? I don't know whether visualization will lead to that experience or not, but visualization will make your mind tired and you will drop it. If you drop that, that is enough. Because the truth is continuously there. Let me give you an example. Like a Ganga is flowing, there's a bamboo. Because the bamboo is there, you say right side Ganga, left side Ganga. If that bamboo is taken away, there is no right side, left side, there is no boundary. Ganga, that's all. Life is like a Ganga. Because your ego, this bamboo is your ego, because your ego is there, you say me and you, I and you. You have two sides, I and me and world. You have dvandva because of that bamboo. If you just take that bamboo away, there is neither I nor you. It is pure, ever-living presence. This visualization will be such a strong thing, you have to drop the mind, no other way. You have to drop the mind. Mind will become tired. Constantly you have to think your car is you, the road is you, and all cars are you, and whatever you are seeing is you. How long your mind will be active, saying, yes, I am this, I am that, I am this, I am that. It will become tired and drop. And you will see everything is one. There is neither you nor me. Even when I say, I felt the whole Arunachala was me. It is not that Arunachala and me two concept was there. No. Ever living presence, that's all. Which I feel as me in the body, that presence, that's all. When I do the prana pratishta, that's what actually I do that. For one moment, I just feel intensely the same life inside that stone, that's all. That becomes alive. When I feel that, I can see very clearly the transmission is happening. When the transmission is happening, when that strong Advaiti connection is there, I just put few bolts and nuts and lock the presence there, that's all. So that even after that, that does not come down. In this body, to keep that presence, the bolt nut is the breath. Breath is the bolt nut which locks that presence in this body. Same way, in that body to lock the presence, some mantras are the intense words with the high prana are chanted and bolt it. Feeling whatever you are seeing as you, not only with front side, even the back side. Whatever you are seeing, just feel you are that. Just start feeling in the initial level for a few days. It may look like imagination or foolishness. Don't bother. In 1 or 2 days, you will suddenly start seeing. It is not just imagination. Things are really alive. You will see things are alive and living. Person, actually the Bhashyakara, the commentator gives another wonderful technique. Expansion on the sutra. Sometime, if you look at the light intensely, you will feel like a rays from the light is coming towards you. If you just turn your eyes a little bit, they call it squint eye, you will see the light is radiating, some rays are flowing towards you. Or if you look at somebody intensely, you will see a kind of aura around that person, head, around that body, like a light body. He says, even if you look, whatever you are seeing intensely, you will start seeing aura. I always see aura of the people who are sitting in the discourse. Before starting the discourse, that's all I'll do. I'll just fall in tune with the aura. Whatever problems are there in all the auras, collective answers will be coming out. That is why whenever you listen to the master, you always feel he is talking to you. He is talking to you because I am talking to you. It will look like a generalized talk, but it will be specifically, directly addressing you, because that aura feels connected. You can see, sometime if you strongly gaze, you can see the aura around the persons, statues, even animals, around everything you can see the aura. The Bhashyakara says, even if you start seeing the aura from morning till night continuously, you will start experiencing the presence. That is also a wonderful technique. Understand? That is also a wonderful technique. In the next sutra, Mahadeva gives a very powerful one more method to experience the same thing. We will see the next sutra after the break. Maybe after we understand both the sutras, we will enter into the meditation technique, because the technique, both can be done as two different parts. This technique is Nitya Sutra, means from morning till night you can do, whole day. The next sutra is Dhyana Sutra. The same method in a different way, particular time you can do. So, we will understand the next sutra also. Then we will enter into the technique. We will enter into the method. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. While flying to California today, I heard that my father-in-law died. He died feeling fearful and angry. Please, can you give advice on how to leave our body and feel joy? Understand, how you live, same way you will live. If the intense experiences of your life is ecstasy and bliss, you will see the same thing automatically comes up when you leave the body. Your body is like a mechanism or an instrument in which all your memories about life is stored. So the totality of your life's experiences, understand, it is stored based on the quality of experience, not quantity. If you are 10 times joyful and 1 time deeply sorrow, that sorrow will get recorded. Based on the depth, it gets recorded. If the deepest experiences of your life is joy and ecstasy, the same thing will come up automatically when you leave the body, because when you leave the body, practically you get boiled. When you are boiling with so many things in the pot, whatever is inside will come up. Same way, whatever is inside, recorded, will come up. If you want to leave the body joyfully, live joyfully. Live with the body joyfully. You will leave the body joyfully. That's all is the basic secret. Second request, recently I heard an enlightened person tell us that we take another person's karma when we give advice, touch a person's shoulder or knee or close physical contact. How vulnerable are we to getting someone else karma, and how do we get rid of it? Why so much emphasis on catching it from someone else? I don't think you will catch karma from somebody else because you have enough. So, don't bother about catching from somebody else. Just stop giving to people, that's enough. So, I don't think you will get karma from people by touching or giving advice or any close physical proximity. You will not acquire karma by this nearness and all. One more thing, you may acquire the mental setup of that person with close proximity. If you are continuously around him, you may acquire his mental setup, but you won't acquire the karma. Some personal question. I had several out-of-body experience. It became a problem. I had to reseal my container. I was falling into all sorts of people. You can never be falling or filling or falling on people by your experience. Be very clear. Look into the experience and make it more and more strong. One important thing you should understand, I have seen many people just trying to reel the head and fall this way, that way with so many things. Tell them, meditation or enlightenment or experience will only lead to psychological revolution, never physiological revolution. Understand? Never physiological revolution. It will lead only to psychological revolution. If it is physiological revolution, first you have to see your doctor. You have to see your doctor. It will never be anything related to meditation. First, take care of your health. You need good food and little yoga. There is a small story. One guy always will act too much about anything overacting. Anything you will do overacting. So he and his friend, both of them went to the bar and they started drinking. Just after 2 glasses, this fellow started overacting and moving, something like that, started talking. The other friend said, relax, it is just water. We are not yet served. Understand? Sometime, that's what I have to tell. Relax, you have not even started. I am newly back on my spiritual journey in a more intense way. However, my friends and family are not so like-minded. I would like very much if they were also as enthusiastic as I am. How is it best to do this? First thing, do not expect them also to be enthusiastic. If they also become enthusiastic, every possibility you will lose enthusiasm. The enthusiasm is alive because you have to fight. That's one thing. Look at the other angle. Important thing. Second thing, you discovered, so you are having enthusiasm. Why are you expecting they should also have it? They have to discover. Understand? They have to again and again have so many experiences and discover. Only then they will have enthusiasm. Now you go and try to force on their head, what will happen? You will either delay their coming to me or stop once for all their coming to me. I have seen these over-enthusiastic wives and husbands. They just jump on the other person. You have to go. What that poor guy will do? And he gets frightened and completely forgets about or escape from the spirituality. Or is it more important to surround myself now with those that are more open to a spiritual path? First thing, if you feel connected and enthusiastic and enter into it intensely, you will automatically have that kind of friends, circle and group and all that. Live with that. Do not force or try to catch others who are not yet into it by giving pressure, trying to bringing it. Don't do that. I see you everywhere and every moment. Is this natural? Yes, you are in natural state. If you don't see, you are unnatural. Yesterday I came up on the stage during the darshan, but some personal darshan question. You can ask this question. You did not put the name. You can ask this today's darshan. I'll answer. Let's enter into the next sutra. In summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity. This is a very powerful technique. Again, the same experience. First, Mahadeva gives you the technique to feel that living presence with the whole world, living being, everything. Second, he gives the technique to feel that whole thing with the cosmos which is beyond your perception. With the whole, first he tells you, see the living presence when you look down. Second, he tells you, see the living presence when you look up. If you can see the living presence in the world, then feeling that living presence in the sky is easy. Otherwise, directly if you see the sky, you can't feel the presence. You will feel only the dead, dull, nothing. There's nothing moving. Here there are so many things moving. At least you can easily connect that life is there. But there, nothing is moving. Understand? But the life is intense there, then here. This is a very powerful technique. Dhyana Sutra. He says, in the clear summer sky, feel the sky. Do not try to see the cloud. Feel the vast empty sky and enter into it. What does he mean by the word? Enter into it. Enter such clarity. Understand? You have three space known to you. Chidakasha, Katakasha and Mahakasha. Chidakasha means the inner space which you have inside the body. Katakasha means the space which is covered by the building in which you are staying, your house. The space covered inside your building. Mahakasha means the whole cosmos. Inside this roof and roofless. Three sky, but all three are one and the same. Because you have boundary, you think it is three. Otherwise it is not three, it is only one. Now, Mahadeva is trying to bring Mahakasha into Chidakasha. Understand? Cosmic sky into the inner space. When you look that empty sky, intensely look, not one point, as whole. If you are looking at cloud, you will be concentrated, one point. As the whole, look, you will see that intense emptiness. Then, close the eyes, just bring that emptiness inside. Just visualize that same emptiness inside. Bring it back. Just turn it in. You will see that same clarity, the emptiness comes inside you. There won't be any thoughts. Meditating on the sky is a very powerful technique. Ramana Maharshi says that will start giving you even boons. I was really surprised. Ramana Maharshi talking about boons. Because he will never give any method to get your wishes fulfilled and all. Somebody goes to Bhagavan and asks, give me some boon, some money or something they are asking. He tries his usual Brahmastra. No, ask the person who is asking. But this guy was very intelligent. He did not budge for any of Bhagavan's Brahmastra. He said, no, I want. Either tell me you will give or say no, don't avoid. Then Bhagavan says, lie down in the roof and meditate on the sky, you will have it. I have read his books and teachings and memoirs enough. Only once ever I have seen him giving a technique and saying that what you want, you will get it, do this technique. This is the only technique. This is the only technique he says, you will get what you want, have it and do it. This is the only technique. Understand then the power of this technique. Look into that emptiness of the vast emptiness of the sky and just turn it in. Visualize you have become that same vastness. Actually, whenever you see the vast emptiness, sky, you automatically feel that number of thoughts coming down, the cloud coming down, the clouds disappearing, even inner space. That is why whenever you go to beach, you feel that joy. You feel that joy. You feel that openness. You feel that fulfillment. You feel that ecstasy. And you feel that peace. Here, Mahadeva is giving this as a technique. Lie down in the roof and watch. Of course, in this country you can't lie down in the roof. You have to find out a separate place. In India, it's always flat roof. An RCC. You can nicely lie down, and not only that, it will not be too cold. So, look at the sky, not concentrating, just overall, intensely, and let you see, imbibe. After some time, just bring that same clarity into you, into your inner space. It's a technique of cleaning the Chidakasha. Means like, see, if it is a small pond, naturally it will become dirty because the water does not move and it will become dirty water. If a river enters that lake, overnight the whole lake will become pure because so much of water coming and cleaning will happen. Same way, your Chidakasha has become impure by the dirty thoughts, unmoving, stagnant. When the cosmos, when the Mahakasha enters into you, suddenly you see the Chidakasha is purified because the huge river, flood is entering into your inner space. It's a very powerful way of cleaning your inner space. Let me summarize both the techniques. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. This is the technique. Actually, both are leading to the same experience. Both are intended to lead you to the same experience. One is Nitya Sutra, continuously which you are supposed to practice. The other one is Dhyana Sutra. At particular time, you are supposed to practice. If you can do both every day, the experience will be strengthened and quickened. Both of them are complementing techniques. Actually, Mahadeva speaks few sutras to direct you, to guide you to the same experience. To guide you to the same experience. Here, he is giving you two sutras, one Nitya Sutra and another one Dhyana Sutra. Understand the Nitya Sutra, continuously remember while you are driving or seeing TV, watching movie, talking, continuously remember you are alive in everything just as you are alive inside your body. When you are holding the wheel and driving, remember you are alive inside the car, filling the whole car just as you are filling your body. And you are alive in the road as you are filling your body. You are alive in everything we are seeing as you are filling in the body. And if you can try to just see the aura of the things continuously, try to be in that same mood, try to be in that same feeling. This is Nitya Sutra, to lead you to the same experience. Dhyana Sutra is, in the night time, penetrate the sky, look at the sky intensely, not concentrating, just looking for 10 minutes. Then close the eyes and just internalize. Just bring that same empty space inside and see the same empty space inside. And same intense silence inside. You will see that happens here. Mahakasha will be experienced by Chidakasha. Now, we will do the Nitya Sutra. Dhyana Sutra needs empty sky, which you can't do here. But we can do the Nitya Sutra. Closed eyes, for few moments, feel everything is alive around you. Please close your eyes. Take few moments. Be very patient. With patience, feel everything. The chair in which you are sitting. First, start with the chair, because that is the nearest object. Visualize you are alive inside the furniture. You are sitting. Same way you are alive inside your skin. The same life is radiating. you are alive. As you are alive inside your skin, the person sitting around you, you are alive inside all the people, all the persons who are sitting in this hall. Take a few moments, visualize with a clear intention, and new doors will open. Visualize you are alive. Everything is alive like you. The walls, furnitures, persons, flowers, the roof, ground, everything is living. Feel you are alive inside everything, just as you are alive inside your skin. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Relax. Try to experiment with both the techniques. You will see the experience happening in you. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is go inwards. Shiva is giving one more beautiful technique to center yourself. In last 2 days, the first day before yesterday, we saw Sutra as a meditation for the people who are more color oriented, who are thinking in visualization. Yesterday, it was technique which is much deeper to awaken your inner space, to awaken the ability to see inside. So it is much deeper level meditation technique. Today, he is taking us one step further. He is taking us to a different depth, different space. I do not want people to miss. That's the reason I was waiting a little bit. Is traffic in this country. And moreover, in India, at least you can go the way in which you want and reach wherever you want. Here, a lot of restrictions are there. Cops. A small story about the cops. A lady was driving fast. Cop pulls her over and asks, "Give me your license." She says, "I wish you guys get more organized. One day one guy takes away my license. Today you are asking me to show it. How can I show?" One day one cop takes away my license. Other day you are asking me to show. Why don't you guys get a little more organized? It's a little difficult. All right, it's time to enter into the sutra, the great sutra of Mahadev. Kararuttattrigastrena brubedadvararodhanat drishte bindau kramaline danmadhye paramastitihi. Kararuttadrigastrena brubedadvararodhanat drishte bindau kramaline danmadhye paramastitihi. Amazing sutra. The beauty is every sutra is a complete entity. It is not connected to next sutra. I have not read a single book, at least single spiritual book, in which every sutra is independent. No sutra is connected to next sutra. In all the books, whether it is Patanjali Yoga Sutra or Bhagavad Gita or Ashtavakra Gita or in all the other scriptures, every sutra is connected to next. Only when you read all the sutras, you will have the meaning. You will be able to experience them. Here, every sutra is independent. Means one sutra is enough to make you enlightened. You don't need second sutra if you experience that one sutra. Nothing else is required. That one is enough. That one is enough to liberate you. It is just unimaginable. Each sutra is self-sufficient. It is the path, goal, and technique to reach the goal. All the three are explained, contained in that single sutra itself. Nothing else is required. Let's see the sutra. Kararuttadrigastrena brubedadvararodhanat drishte bindau kramalline danmadhye paramastitihi. The English translation. Closing the 7 openings of the head with your hands, a space between your eyes becomes all-inclusive. Paramastitihi. Beautiful meditation technique. Closing the 7 openings of the head with your hands, a space between your eyes becomes all-inclusive. The whole Tibetan Buddhism is this one technique. This book, each sutra of this book is the base for one religion. That is why I say this is the book of books. Each sutra from this book can create one religion. The whole Tibetan Buddhism worked on this single sutra. Danmadhye paramastitaha. In that space, let you achieve the ultimate, eternal. This is a technique to work on the third eye. The Bhashyakara says, by using the hands as tools, block the entrances in all directions, the eyebrow center is pierced, Bindu is seen, being gradually absorbed within that, the supreme state is realized. It's a beautiful commentary. Let's enter into the sutra. From the time immemorial, almost all religions were working on the third eye, the mystical third eye, the Ajna Chakra, the Shiva's third eye, center between the eyebrows. I always tell people, if other chakras have got 10 or 20 techniques to awaken them, Ajna has got at least 5,000 techniques to awaken. Because there is no master, no religion, no guru, no mystic who has not worked on Ajna Chakra. Knowingly or unknowingly, his Ajna has to open. Only when his Ajna opens, he becomes a mystic. Till then, he is only a mistake on the planet Earth. Only when his Ajna opens, he becomes a mystic. At least 5,000 techniques are available to work on the Ajna chakra, to explode through the Ajna chakra. Ajna is the window to cosmos. I always tell people, Ajna chakra itself is not ultimate, but when you look through that, you will experience the whole cosmos. It is window to cosmos. You can take a quantum jump from Ajna to the ultimate space. Here Shiva says in this technique, to close, to cover all the other openings of the head, so that the energy will be directed inside and the Ajna can be opened. He is asking us to use the concentrated energy as a tool to penetrate the Ajna and open and see the cosmic energy, experience the cosmos. You will be surprised. In Tibet, actually, literally they penetrate it with a wooden piece. They have a sharp wooden piece. Literally they penetrate. Neither any wound nor bleeding happens when they penetrate it. They penetrate at least, I can say something like 2 inch, at least 2 inch they penetrate it. They have a beautiful method. They make you sit under a big bell. There will be huge bell, 6 feet height bell. You will be sitting inside the bell and there will be a small openings for the fresh air, and they will hit the bell at different points. From below they will start. They will hit the bell with the different mantras. You will be able to clearly feel that your Muladhara is melting. As on now, your body is very solid. Very solid. When they hit the Muladhara area of that bell, lower area of that bell, and chant mantras, you can clearly feel that your body is becoming slowly like a liquid. You are disappearing, your weight is getting lost. You will just become like a bone covered with butter, just like a flowing liquid. It will be very amazing to see how the body melts. I had the great fortune to be with them for some time. They did it on me also. And it was amazing experience. You can't believe unless you undergo. You can't believe that just by mantra and vibration, your body becomes just like the feeling of liquid starts happening in you. As of now, you have the feeling that you are a solid body. That is why anything pokes your body, you are hurt, wound and bleeding starts and all those things. They just really make you feel like you are liquid. And then they come to next chakra, Swatisthana, and they start beating the bell. They just come little up and start beating the bell and chanting some other mantras, Manipatmeham or some mantras. And you are sitting inside the bell. That vibration, you feel like you are being penetrated with thousands of needles from all corners. And if you don't resist and relax, that very vibration makes you feel you are not solid, you are liquid. And slowly you relax into that vibration. You can't make out where your body starts and where the vibration starts. Suddenly you feel you become vibration. Such a powerful, strong vibrations of that bell. by the time they come up to the Vishuddhi, they take at least 6 to 7 hours. And you don't feel like eating or 1, 2, 3 anything. Your body becomes just like a liquid. You become a vibration. Let me tell you one more thing. Why they do this? In Tibet, they believe, not only they believe it is a truth, all your samskara, engraved memories are in your body, recorded in your physical body. Physical body is the space where the memory is stored. They say all our tissues are the chip where the memory is stored, memory chip. So if at all we can work on this body, clean it with a vibration, energy, we can reprogram it. We can program it as we want. Just like software, you can just erase, reboot the whole thing and rewrite the software. When they chant that mantras, create the vibration, if you have too much of recorded memories, samskaras, you start feeling little pain. And if you can relax and trust them and fall in tune, simply the pain starts disappearing. Then they have their own beautiful method of recording, creating software. When they bring your body to such high energy, they start giving instruction. I am pure enlightened Atma, I am pure enlightened consciousness. Let me express all great qualities of enlightenment. Let me be loving and compassionate like a Buddha. Let me not be suffered. Let me not suffer by the cold and the heat. All these wonderful instructions, beautiful memories, they chant and it gets recorded into your body. Again, your body comes back to a same solid shape with these memories. Then they take you out of the bell. Now you are a fresh guy. Totally new man. They have programmed you. And you will be surprised. Let me be very honest. I swear it happened. I have seen these lamas. Lamas, when they sit and meditate in that cold, they don't wear any cloth. They just sit naked and start chanting that mantra or the humming, the first meditation technique which you practice in LBP, the Maha Mantra is from them. It is their gift to me. I learned this great technique from them. When you do that Maha Mantra humming, simply the whole body sweats. They are sitting in minus degrees, no cloth, body sweats, and they say they will put a wet cloth on you. The clothes should dry because of the heat produced by your body. Only then you will be initiated as a Lama. Means the power of the body, when the body is given instruction, when the high, strong, pure memories are recorded, after removing the negative memories, your body starts simply acting as you want. Tuning the whole body. And one more thing, I have seen them curing cancers and tumors just like this. They will make that person sit, 10 lamas will sit and beat that bell, create the vibration, chant the mantra. Once they feel that that person is in a high mood, the peak energy, they will just chant, you don't have tumor, let it come out, it has disappeared. They will just record the body, bio-memory. And you will be surprised, simply the person will be healed in 10 days. Simply the disease will disappear. I was surprised how they do. But they have their own science. They have their own way. Even from Wisconsin University, group of scientists went and stayed with them to experiment how they are able to live in that cold without wearing clothes, how they are able to survive, how they are able to live, they say, not only they are able to survive in the cold, they are able to live with minimum quantity of food. If you take particular food, if your body produces 100 calorie energy, their body produces 600 calorie energy. They say the energy released from the same food is 6 times more than any normal human body. It is just because they purify that body through this system. Anyhow, slowly they come from chakra to chakra to chakra, chakra to chakra. By the time they come to the Ajna chakra, you are almost feeling that you are liquid. You are no more that body. You feel you are just nothing but the vibrations. Then they take you out of the body, they take you out of that bell and start inserting that wooden needle on your third eye. It's just amazing process. I am just talking to you to tell how the whole Tibetan Buddhism is centered on third eye, and they did on me also. I don't know how you will be able to believe. It is very difficult to believe for any logical person. My third eye was penetrated, Ajna area is penetrated, but no wound. You won't see any wound. There was no bleeding. And they keep that wooden nail and loud chanting goes on. They just hit it slowly with a wooden hammer. And slowly they insert. It goes inside. You feel whether the wooden stick is reducing its depth or really it is going into your head. You won't understand. You won't be able to make it out. Whether it is really going into your head or slowly reducing its height. And simply it goes inside. And then they start giving instruction. I am enlightened. My whole body will express the enlightenment energy. I radiate the quality of Buddha. All those mantras they chant. Once they finish chanting, means once they finish the reprogramming, once they finish the recording, they give you the password. The password is mantra. That is what is mantra. They say, anytime repeat this mantra, this memory will be awakened. You can use that memory anytime using that password. Just type that mantra over. Immediately your body is ready with that high energy. With that high energy. Actually it is their gift to me that even the system of giving healing initiation is gift from great lamas, the Tibetan lamas. And one more beautiful thing is they are such a simple people. They never have that idea of rejecting somebody. Anybody who wants to learn, they shower. They do not bother that you are a Hindu, you belong to other country. They do not bother. Such a simple people. They are not even aware of the great wealth, spiritual wisdom they are having. That is why they are exploited. They are not even aware of the great wisdom and wealth which they are carrying. Just I am surprised to see, and I myself have seen, the lamas who have taken this process. They roll on the ground and go around the Kailash. Please understand, even walking and going around the Kailash is not possible thing. They roll on the ground and go around the Kailash. And they do it's called Dandavat Pradakshina. Means they will fall flat, stand up and do namaskar, again fall flat, stand up, just falling flat, doing namaskar, they go around. I myself have seen when they go around Manasarovar, and they do in Kailash also. You will be shocked. They just roll on the ground and go around the Kailash and Manasarovar because of their body is programmed. They program their body. We also program our body, but with all virus softwares, filled with virus, corrupted. Nothing goes well. You type some password and something is working. And neither it is under your control nor under somebody else's control. You type something and something happens, something suddenly pops up, filled with pop-up, complete corrupted virus program. It's like they clean the whole thing. I was trying to establish that science in our ashram, but you need to do it step by step. First you have to prepare fire walking. This time only we did that. They make you walk on the fire. These are the step by step they prepare your body and mind to enter into that great alchemy. Anyhow, this whole, the system, their whole initiation method, the whole thing is just this one sutra. This one sutra of Kararutta Trigastrena Prabhedat Vararodhanat Drishte Bindau Kramalini Danmatye Paramastitihi. They work intensely on the third eye. Shiva is asking us to do the same thing. If your third eye is awakened, you are Shiva, otherwise Sava. If your third eye is awakened, you are Buddha, otherwise Buddhu. The only difference between Buddha and Buddhu, Shiva or Shava, is third eye. Man plus third eye is God, God minus third eye is man. Your intuition, energy is awakened when your third eye is awakened. There is a great mathematician called Ramanujam in South India. If you have heard about him, I don't know. He was in South India. He was taken to even Oxford. Oxford mathematicians have invited him, took him to London and studied from him. The great mathematicians, Oxford mathematicians also, they say, if we are taking 1 hour to solve any problems, simply will come out with solution in 2-3 seconds. Just you have to tell the problem, he is ready, he is there with solution. Just tell the problem, solution is there. People asked him, what is this? How are you able to do? How you are able to give a solution just like that? He says, that and all I don't know. And he is a great devotee of one Mahalakshmi, Sholingapuram. There is a village near his birthplace. Devi, Mahalakshmi is worshipped, Vishnu's wife. He says, that Devi tells me. And the people who lived around him, they always found one strange thing. Whenever a problem is given to him, automatically his eyes will be sucked towards the third eye. His both eyes will be centered towards the third eye, and he will just come out with the answer. He doesn't have to go through the logical steps to come to the conclusion. Please understand. Intuition means you don't have to go through the same logical steps to come to the conclusion. For example, 200 into 200 is something like 40,000. Am I right? 4,000. Sorry. A big problem with this calculation. 40,000. Then I am right. See, like this is what to do. Even if you are right, somebody confuses you. Somehow I managed to calculate such a big number. Anyhow, usually what your mind does, it just does a regular calculation. 200 into 200, 2 into 2, 4. And this 2, 0, that 2, 0, 4 zeros. Something like that, it goes on. One important thing you should understand. If you are going to come to a certain conclusion after logical steps, the conclusion is already there in your inner space. Unless it is there in your inner space, you can't come to that. It is there. You are just traveling through that path to come to that conclusion. If your intuition is awakened, you don't have to travel through that same path to come to that conclusion. Suddenly, it will be awakened. The whole path and the goal will be lit. It will be lit where you can decide easily without much data or unprecedented problems. Just today I was talking to one of our group of our devotees how to use the spiritual intelligence, the administration and management. If you awaken the third eye, you don't have to go through, if you work on the third eye, you don't have to go through the regular, usual, logical system of thinking to come to a conclusion. That is why, from the time immemorial, women of India are asked to work on the third eye. She is like a counselor. She is like a counselor. Always the husbands, they come back in the evening and put all the business problems in front of her, get her ideas and opinion and counseling. She was respected because constantly she works on her third eye. There are so many ways to work on the third eye. That kumkum or the bindu which you are using is also one method. And concentrating on the lamp. If you see a traditional Indian woman's life, it's nothing but working on third eye. Whole day their lifestyle is nothing but working on third eye. They are knowingly or unknowingly, they work on the third eye. And moreover, women by very nature are intuitive. They are very intuitive. Just by seeing somebody, they can tell where he is looking, what far he is looking. Because the intuition is a basic need for them to protect themselves. From the young age, they have to develop that intuition to protect themselves. It is not a luxury for them, it is a basic need for them. So just one glance is enough, where this guy is looking, what far he is looking, what he is thinking in the mind. You can't escape from women's intuition. But sometimes they are so graceful, they let you think that they don't know. They just let you play your game. They do not want to be too much on you. But one thing I can be sure, the intuition power of women is lot more than men by the very nature. Second thing, the techniques traditional Indian women practice, like kumkum or every day sitting in front of that lamp and meditating on it, all these things are techniques to awaken the third eye. Almost all the spiritual traditions, some way or other, worked on third eye by some technique or social lifestyle or something. Some way the working on the third eye was lifestyle. Third eye is the route for taking jump from form to formlessness. Form to formlessness. When Ramakrishna was caught in the form of Kali, there is a beautiful, sweet incident in Ramakrishna's life. He was a worshipper of Kali. He used to worship the Kali's form. he used to see her darshan and go into the Savikalpa Samadhi, means little less than Samadhi. A great enlightened master, Totaburi, came to see him. That's the beauty of Ramakrishna. All the great masters came to see him. He never went out in search of masters. They came to see him. He came, he saw this great sadhaka, and he asked Ramakrishna, would you like to enter into Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the ultimate enlightenment? Ramakrishna said, yes, I have no problem, but just wait for a moment. I'll go to my mother and ask her, can I do what you want me to do? Totaburi thought, oh, maybe his mother is also staying there in the temple. He is asking permission. He said, all right, you can go and ask your mother, no problem. He straight ran into the temple and came back after 10 minutes, shouting, jumping, screaming, dancing. My mother has agreed. She told me that you have been brought here just to teach me. Yes, you can teach me. Totaburi thought, what is this? This guy said he wants to ask his mother. You said you wanted to ask your mother. Where is your mother? She is inside temple. He said, yes, she is inside temple. Come, I will show you. He took Totaburi and showed the Murti of Devi, Kali. Totaburi was shocked. But mentally he thought, maybe he is very simple, innocent guy, devoted, highly devoted to Kali. That's why he feels she is the mother. It's okay. Then, after a few days, when he wants to initiate him, he said, now you have to drop your form, go beyond the form of Mother Kali. Then he tells, please wait 1 more minute. I'll just go and ask her and come back. And he comes back and tells, yes, mother told me that I can go beyond the form, I can drop the form. And Totaburi initiates him and asks him to meditate, put his mind on the formlessness. Ramakrishna says, the moment I close my eyes, she is there in front of me, I am lost. So I don't have any willpower to go beyond that form. Then Totaburi says, visualize your mind is a sword and cut with that sword the whole form of the Devi. Enter into that formlessness. Again Ramakrishna says, no, I am not able to. Then suddenly Totaburi sees this side and that side. He finds some sharp object, nail or something, or a glass piece. He takes that and pokes into the third eye of Ramakrishna. He just straight away pokes. The same technique which I say, which is practiced in Tibet to penetrate the third eye. Suddenly the Anya of Ramakrishna gets awakened. Then Totaburi gives instruction, now cut the form of the mother with the sword of knowledge. He cuts. The moment third eye is awakened, he was able to cut the form into 2 pieces. And the story says he was lost in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, enlightenment, for next 9 months. I don't know what is that mystical number, 9 months. In your Garbha also you have to stay 9 months. Whenever somebody becomes enlightened, at least 9 months it takes for him to create new body through which he can operate and do the spiritual mission. Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, all great masters, it takes at least 9 months for them after enlightenment to settle down or to connect again with the body. Connect again with the body. Anyhow, he becomes enlightened. Again, working on Ajna Chakra, third eye only. When Ramakrishna was centered on the third eye, Ajna Chakra, by Totaburi, he became enlightened. Now you don't have to use such a crude method of penetrating with some object. You can penetrate it with a strong energy. The energy can be solidified. It can be used like a strong tool, drill bit, to penetrate your Ajna Chakra. Kararuttatrigastrena means, he says, use your hands and close all the 7 openings of the hand. Usually, all your energy is flowing towards the outer world constantly through the head. These 7 openings of the head, through these 7 openings, all your energy is going towards the outer world. That is why practically you live only with your head. If you close your eyes and suddenly remember your name, you will remember only this portion. The below portion is just hanging with this portion, that's all. You always identify yourself only with this portion. That is why whether it is portrait or statue, they make this portion. Have you seen any portrait only below portion? Any statue only below portion? No. The identification is always done with this portion. The reason is you live in that portion. You identify yourself with that portion. Even if you see a photograph or anything, first your eyes will go on the face only. Because you live in the head. All your energy stays. The information gathering, jnanendriya, or acting, karmendriya, both happens. The headquarters is in the head. That is why it is called headquarters, not heart quarters or lung quarters. Your whole energy is centered on the head. So now Shiva says, close all the 7 openings. 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, and the mouth. Close all the 7 openings. Then immediately the outgoing energy which is constantly flowing outside, will be stopped and it will be concentrated as one beam light, one light beam. Then now you can use that energy to penetrate your third eye. If you have seen a young age, if you concentrate the sun rays through a glass, paper or the cotton will be burnt. Same way, if you concentrate the energy which flows outside by closing, it will become a strong beam of power, energy. Then you can use that to penetrate your third eye. It is called Shanmukhi Mudra. Closing all the 7 openings. That mudra is called Shanmukhi Mudra, through which you create the concentrated beam of energy and turn it towards your third eye to penetrate. A space between your eyes becomes all-inclusive. Kararuttat brigastrena, kararuttat brigastrena, brubedad dvararodhanat, drishte bindau kramallini, danmadhye paramastitihi. Through this way, you can awaken the third eye and be established in the third eye. It's a beautiful meditation technique. This meditation is so powerful, it can just straight away transport you. This meditation is classified as a technique for sudden enlightenment. There are techniques for gradual enlightenment. There are techniques for sudden enlightenment. There is every chance 120 enlightened people can go out. After this session, you don't know, because this technique brings sudden enlightenment. It's very powerful and highly energetic technique. You should understand the truth of sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment means where you don't need any preparation. Simply in single moment you are awakened. Then you will be able to establish yourself in that experience. Gradual means you practice for a long time. Then you establish yourself in that experience. This sudden enlightenment is always good because it gives you the glimpse and the conviction about the possibility happens in your being. Then you won't have much doubts and problems. All our problems are nothing but our doubts. Is it really available? Or will I be able to have? Will that be successful? I don't know what will happen to this. I don't know what will happen to my husband. I don't know what will happen to my wife. I don't know who will run away where. All these doubts are the problem. When you have at least one glimpse, sudden enlightenment, all these problems will disappear. It will be a lot more easy for you to travel on your journey. All great masters, fortunately, directly, with understanding or without understanding, had the glimpse of sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment. So, it is time for us to go inward and work on the Ajna Chakra to have the glimpse of enlightenment. Today we will spend a little more time on the meditation because it's a very powerful technique. I really felt yesterday and day before yesterday we couldn't spend much time on meditation. Today we will spend a little more time on meditation. Let you have a small break, then we will come back and spend a little more time on this beautiful technique. And moreover, this technique can be understood only when you practice it. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. It is time we enter into meditation. Let me describe the technique. It's a very powerful technique. Please understand the instruction slowly but clearly, then we will do it. You are supposed to close all the 7 openings with your 2 hands. Let me first describe, show, and then you can close. 2 thumbs on your ears, 2 fingers on your eyes, and 1 finger from each hand on your nose, and mouth you can just keep it shut. That's enough. Let me describe the technique clearly. Do not close the nose completely, then do not block it completely, but reduce the airflow. As on now, it is going chaotically. Reduce it and balance it. We do mantra japa to balance the prana flow only. Many people will be always doing mantra japa. Actually, it regulates your prana flow. It helps you to go towards the little more higher space or consciousness. So, let me describe, later on you can do, you can just please understand completely first, then you can do later on. See it clearly. And this is called Shanmukhi Mudra. When you close like this, the energy flow which is going outside, actually through the face, through the 7 openings, constantly energy is going out. Your hands are very powerful. These energy centers are so powerful, it can stop the energy flow going outside and turn it towards inside. Turn it towards inside. we are doing two things. First, stopping the energy flow outside and turning it inside, and concentrating that beam of energy which is turned inside towards the Anya. First we are stopping the energy flow towards outside, then we are turning it inside, and third, concentrating the turned energy on your third eye. So that as on now 80% of your energy is going through the face. You are gathering data through the head 80%. 80% of your Jnanendriya activities are happening through the face. Now you stop all that energy flow out and turn it towards in and center on the third eye. 3-step. I'll guide you step by step. First understand this mudra, Shanmukhi mudra. And first you have to close your ears properly. Actually, it will be comfortable for you if you sit on the ground and put your hands on the chair, so that the hands heaviness you won't feel. You can support yourself on the chair. You understand? You can turn a chair, put a chair in front of you. Yes, just like that, and support your hands. It will, or you can support on the chair which is front of you. You can sit on a chair, and you can sit even on a chair and put your hands on the, so that it will be, you will not have that shoulder pain. Yes, that's the right thing. You won't have shoulder pain. One more thing, please understand. Attention, please. Please understand, you may ask a question, can I cover it with earplug or some clothes, Swamiji? No. Earplugs does not have energy center. Your fingers have got energy center. That is why in India we always eat with hands. Because food will be energized. The food will feel comfortable with your body will feel comfortable with the food before it goes inside your system. And I always, even if you eat with a spoon, please always put your hand on the food for a few minutes before eating. Before eating, always wash your both your hands, put your hand on the food. Remember God or Guru or whatever you meditate, and whoever you meditate, just remember for a few minutes, then start eating. The food will feel comfortable with your body will feel comfortable with the food. There won't be something like a sudden exposure. It will be more very friendly relationship. It is good to touch the food and eat. Anyhow, you are all set now? Please close your all the 7 openings in the face. If you are wearing specs, remove that. Do not try to put your fingers under the specs. Do not close the nose completely. Just reduce the prana flow. When your mind settles down itself, the prana flow will reduce. In this same Shanmukhi Mudra, inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. As slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale. Just inhale and exhale. As slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Let your mouth be closed tightly. Visualize both your eyeballs have become like a stone. Let them not move, let them become just like a stone. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Slowly, very slowly, put your attention on the third eye. Do not concentrate, do not tense yourself. Just put your attention on the third eye, Ajna Chakra. Slowly, intensely start concentrating on your third eye. Intensify your awareness. Do not create stress. Try to penetrate with deep awareness. Do not create pressure. Create only awareness. Intensely visualize as if you are penetrating your third eye with a drill bit.
Visualize, visualize deeply as if you are penetrating your third eye with a drill bit. Penetrate your third eye intensely. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Relax. Slowly, you can relax and open your eyes. Try with this technique in a very comfortable posture. You will see tremendous energy created in your third eye to awaken your intuition. As of now, I saw many were juggling. Sit in a comfortable pose where your hand is supported. Then you will see you are entering into a deeper energies, the higher consciousness. Let these techniques give you the high energy and liberate you. Let you all become one with the Shiva consciousness. Let you radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Shiva Samaramham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is from Shiva to Shiva, from death to life. There's a beautiful sloka in our Upanishads. Asaroma Satgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Mritamgamaya. Lead us from darkness to enlightenment, from death to life. As of now, whatever space or state we may be, but the possibility to achieve the higher states, higher consciousness, a different space is available to every one of us. Man as such is only potentiality, he is not actuality. He is not what he is supposed to be. As of now, we are only in potential form. We are only in seed form. What we can achieve has not happened in us. We have not realized our actuality. All spiritual techniques, spiritual life, meditation, all these great things are method, technique to express your potential power, to make you realize your true self. Seed should become a tree. Only then it can relax and rest, be in peace. Till it becomes tree and creates more seeds, it cannot rest, it cannot relax. Its journey will be ended only when it reaches the space where it became a tree and creates more seeds. creating more seeds ends the journey of any seed. Same way, man realizes his self when he expresses his infinite energy, starts staying in the same space where the quantum energy expression happens in his being. One more thing. When a seed becomes tree, not only seed reaches the fulfillment, it creates more seeds. When an enlightened being reaches his enlightened state, not only he experiences his potential, he starts creating more enlightened beings. He starts creating the possibility for more enlightened beings. There is a question here. Yesterday somebody has asked, is enlightenment the final? Please be very clear, enlightenment is ultimate but not final. There is a big difference between these two words, ultimate and final. It is ultimate which is happening every moment, not final. You mistake this ultimate and final. People think after enlightenment, masters don't grow. I tell you, after enlightenment, not only they are constantly updated, every moment growth is happening. Every moment expansion is happening. God grows. Only God grows. Nothing else grows. In your space, you may be thinking you are growing, but actually growth itself will not be happening. You may be thinking you are growing, but growth itself will not be happening. The growth or expansion happens only in Mahakasha, only the cosmic energy. Understand the three different spaces, the today's subject. The today's sutra is working on the outer space so that you can create the same outer space in the inner space. Practically we forgot there is an inner space. Possibility for silence in the inner space is forgotten by us. Now Shiva is giving us an example of outer space and directing us towards the inner space. Let you understand these three words, then you will be able to understand today's technique, today's sutra. First, Gatakasha means the space covered by your body, or the space which stays inside your body, your inner space. Second, Chidakasha, the space about which you are aware. Conscious means this hall. Sometimes you may remember the street also. Whatever you can remember, about whatever you are aware. If you are aware of whole Bangalore, then that is your Chidakasha. If you are aware of this hall, then this is your Chidakasha. Some people will be aware of only the stage, then that is their Chidakasha. Whatever is in your consciousness, about whatever you are aware is Chidakasha. Space about which you are conscious. Third, Mahakasha means about which you are conscious and everything else all put together, the whole space, cosmos. Katakasha, Chidakasha, Mahakasha. Understand these three words because today's technique is based on these three words. The today's sutra, Shiva is guiding us from Gatakasha to Chidakasha and from Chidakasha to Mahakasha. technique is directed towards working on the space, one important thing you should understand, the space cannot become 3. Space itself cannot become 3. But we are imagining it has become 3 just because of our limited knowledge, our limited self, just because of our ignorance. Katakasha, Chidakasha, Mahakasha. Space covered by your body, a space which is not inside your body, and the space about which you are aware, maybe this stage or this hall or this area or this city. But you can't be aware of whole world all the time. This moment, at the most, you can be aware of this hall or this city. If you become aware of some other city, you will forget about this city. You have to. Otherwise, you can't become aware of some other city, some other space. The space which is covered by your body, space which is covered by your mind, space which can't be covered. This is the 3 level. Space which is covered by your body is Katakasha. Space which is covered by your mind is Chidakasha. Space which can't be covered is Mahakasha. Now, all our suffering is because of the space which is covered by your body and mind, or because of your thinking that some space is covered by your body and mind and some space is not covered by you. Fear of death exists in you because you are constantly trying to protect the space covered by your body and mind. You don't understand the basic truth. The space, first of all, cannot become 3. First, ignorance. The space can become 3 part. Second, because you think only this belongs to you, trying to possess the space which is in your control. Third, afraid that it may be taken away from you. Such a foolishness. Space which is covered by your body. We need to understand about this little deeply. Only then we'll be able to enter into the sutra. Somebody asked me, there is one more question. He is asking me, Swamiji, will I become enlightened after this 3 days discourse? A small story for him. A patient was lying down in the hospital. He had major surgery in both hands. Big bandage. Doctor came for his everyday visit. He was showing the whole bandage to the doctor and asking, Doctor, will I be able to play piano after everything is removed? Doctor said, I don't think why you will not be able to play. You will be able to. Patient said, oh, that's nice. Before surgery I was not able to play. Be very clear. Doctor can repair only your hands. You need to learn the art. I can give you only the intelligence. You need to practice. I can only repair your hands. I can only add intelligence. Let it be very clear. You have a wrong idea that enlightenment is something like a gift. I will wrap it in a wrapper and hand it over to you. You can take it to your home and keep wherever you want. And you think it's like one more thing which you will possess. Let you change the word having enlightenment. That's the wrong word. Living enlightenment is the right word. When you start living these great truths, you are enlightened. That's all. Having enlightenment takes away all your responsibility. People think that once you become enlightened, you don't need to do anything. They think it's a long vacation. It's a big vacation. You can just lie down in a beach. Nothing needs to be done. Your fantasy about what you want to have, which you never had in your life, you project and see it as enlightenment. No, be very clear. Having enlightenment gives different ideas. You project your own heaven concept and think that is enlightenment. Having enlightenment is the wrong word. Living enlightenment is the right word. These truths will be handed over to you. You are supposed to live. Living these great truths is enlightenment. Live all these things in your life. That is enlightenment. That is self-realization. Master will not hand over enlightenment to you. He can only give the tools for enlightenment. He can only give the path. He can only give the truths. You need to start living it. These three akashas, three space, you need to understand. Gadakasha, the space which is covered by your body. The space which is covered by your body is not dead as you think. It's not like other matters. The earth, water, the five Panchabhutas, earth element, water, then fire, then air, then space, ether. In this five elements, all the other four are not, they will not be able to relate with consciousness. One becomes more subtle than the other, but they can't reflect consciousness. Only space can reflect consciousness. Only in space consciousness can reflect. Step by step, if you understand, you will be able to understand. In the first Prithvi is Annamaya Kosha. Means your body, physical body, flesh, blood, bone, the physical body. Second, Jalatattva, water, principle. Water is the life which is running, constantly moving. The blood are all the other water movements in your body. All movements related to water is Jalatattva. And next, fire, Agnitattva. Transforming blood, the bread into blood, converting food into energy is done by the Agni Tattva. Agni Tattva does the job of converting food into energy, transforming food into energy. As long as this Agni is there in you, you will be alive. Once that Agni goes, body has to be put in the Agni. Either this Agni should be there or your body will be put in the Agni. Agni Tattva takes care of the converting food into energy. Next, air. Prana Tattva, all your inner chattering happens in Prana Tattva, in the air energy. Not only the air circulation, the pranic movement, even the inner chatting happens because of the air energy. Just try to stop your breath for a second, you will not be able to think. Your thinking will stop. Every word which raises in your inner space needs air, prana. Somebody asked me a question. Swamiji, what is the difference between air and prana? Air is like a vehicle. Prana is like a stuff which is delivered. A lorry comes inside the compound. delivers the products and goes back. Same way, air comes inside, delivers the prana to body and goes back empty. Prana is the subtle energy which you receive through air. Yogis have mastered the art of receiving the prana directly from ether without using the air as vehicle. That is why there are so many yogis who bury their head and meditate, breathe, they live for even days. If you go to Kumbh Mela, you will see all these things. Kumbh Mela is the place where you can see the great powers expressed by yogis are great powers achieved through yoga sadhana. I have seen in Kumbh Mela people sitting inside under the ground. They will be covered for 3-4 days. After that they will come out. Of course, to express, to exhibit the powers which can be achieved by yoga sadhana. There are so many yogis I have seen, they bury their head underground. They just bury their head. But they will be alive. They are able to breathe. This shows you can take the prana directly without using the air. Air is just a vehicle. Air is just a vessel. Prana is the stuff. You can take the prana directly. But for mind work to activate your inner chattering or verbalization, you need prana. Without prana, you can't have verbalization. To go beyond verbalization also, you need more prana. Fifth, the last ether, the space. Ether or the space is the space where visualization happens. 5 things. Annamaya. Annamaya is the physical body, which is bone, and this physical structure, Prithvi, matter. Second, Jala, water. That's the life which is circulating in you in the form of blood and purification. All the activities related to water. Third, Agni. Agni Tattva only converts food into energy, bread into blood. The fourth, Vayu. Vayu is the energy which is necessary for inner chattering. The verbalization in you happens because of Vayu. Fifth, space. The visualization, understanding, intelligence, buddhi happens in space. Space also is not Atman. It's not yourself. But yourself can reflect on the space. Yourself can reflect on the space. Now, the space stays inside your body. It becomes alive because it reflects the self. It reflects the self. The one difficulty, it doesn't realize it is not limited. It starts thinking, it starts feeling, it is limited to this body. It is limited to this body. It's like a reflection in the water, the reflection of the sun in the water pot. There are 10 water pots. In one water pot there is a reflection of a sun. That reflection starts thinking. It is inside the pot. It is covered by the pot. The reflection starts thinking. The pot is its boundary. Same way, the Atman's reflection, yourself, the reflection of yourself which is inside this space starts thinking, you are bound by this boundary, you are bound by this border, you are bound by this skin. If you are bound, if you feel you are bound by the skin, you will feel constantly the suffocation. Constant suffocation will happen in you. Because of constant feeling of suffocation only, you are constantly feeling the irritation. Be very clear. When you were studying the young age, you thought you will be settled, relaxed, happy after you get your job. After you get your job, you always imagined, visualized, once you are married, you will be settled, relaxed, happy. After marriage, you know. Somebody said, Swamiji, me and my wife, both of us lived happily for 18 years. I asked, then what happened? Then we both met each other. You know, and after marriage you think, if something else happens, like having a house or having a child, you will be settled and relaxed. You are constantly postponing. What you visualize as settled space, a relaxed space, never becomes reality. It cannot become reality as long as you believe you are bound by this boundary. You feeling that you are bound by this boundary will not let you relax. You are by your nature Purna, means the fulfillment, the whole. You can't relax till you experience that Purna, till you experience that Purnatva, till you experience that wholeness. Unless you experience that wholeness, you will not be able to relax. Fortunately, God has designed your system such a way, you will not feel complete till you become enlightened. That's good. Otherwise, you will stop on the way. We stop on the way. Kundi, mother of Pandavas, in Mahabharata, she is praying to Krishna. Oh Krishna, let me have all possible sufferings. Krishna was shocked. He asked, what are you talking? What are you asking? Do you know if you ask me something, it will happen to you? Sometimes people ask without having confidence that they will really get it. Even to me, many times I see people come and ask all nonsensical things. They don't even know whether they want it or not. They don't even know after they get that what will be the side effect or after effect. They don't bother about all those things. First thing, they don't have confidence, they will get it. Let us ask what is there, how can he give? It's like they're testing me. Anyhow, I tell them, be very clear before asking. If it happens, you must be able to handle it. Will you be able to take the responsibility? Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Bhagavan, why don't you give me some powers? Miracle powers. Bhagavan says, the powers which you are having already, that itself is driving you crazy. You are not able to sit peacefully. You are not able to sit happily. You are not able to handle it. If you can handle all the powers which you are having already, means you can have, you have many powers, small powers. You can employ 2 workers. You can remove 2 persons from job. There are all these powers available to you. You are not able to handle these powers itself peacefully. If you can handle these powers in a responsible way, peaceful way, you will not have thoughts about them. See, this is the scale. You are healthy means you will not remember the body. When the shoe fits, leg is forgotten. When the belt fits, belly is forgotten. When the chain fits, neck is forgotten. Forgetting is the scale that you are comfortable with it. You will not remember it. Now you have small powers. You are remembering about them constantly means you are not able to handle them with maturity. You are not able to handle them in a responsible way. That is why constantly you have to think about it. You are reminded about it. Bhagavan says, already the power with which you are living, you are suffering. Why do you want more power? Means more suffering. Instead of asking for Shakti, ask for Buddhi. Instead of asking for Shakti, ask for Buddhi. Beautifully Bhagavan explains, Shakti without Buddhi will become destruction for your own self. Kundi asks, O Lord, let all the sufferings come to me. Krishna says, do you know what you are asking? It will happen. Why are you asking this? Kundi says, with sufferings, constantly I will remember that I am not yet achieved what I am supposed to achieve. I will be reminded about my goal. I will be reminded constantly that I have something to do. I have to do my journey. My journey is not over. Constantly, I will be aware that I need to travel, I need to remember, I need to grow. I need the fulfillment. Without suffering, I may forget. I may stop my journey. I may not have enough inspiration to do my journey, to continue my journey. Give me the suffering so that it will remind me to remember you. It will help me to move in my journey. Of course, that's one of the ways. I don't think all of us need to ask the same boon. There are so many ways to grow. There are so many methods to expand. But Kundi can go to that extreme for the sake of enlightenment, for the sake of traveling on the spiritual path. She goes to the extreme. We don't have to go to that extreme, but at least we should be aware. All suffering is ambassador from your own self. Your self is again and again calling you and telling you, you are not yet complete. You have not yet realized the truth. Travel. Don't stop. Work towards yourself. It's call from higher self. All your suffering is call from the higher self to come back, to return, to elevate yourself. That's a beautiful story in Mundaka Upanishad. There are two birds, one sitting silently in a higher level branch, the other one just running here and there, going and eating sweet fruit or bitter fruit, having sometimes joy, sometimes suffering, moving here, there, this side and that side. Whenever he eats bitter fruit, feels the suffering, he turns towards the bird which is sitting silently and thinks, see how serene and happy he is. Why not me also live like that? Be very clear. The small bird never remembers the big bird, the silent bird, when he eats sweet fruits. He never remembers. But only when he eats the bitter fruits, he just looks at the bird and feels jealous. Why not live like that bird? Slowly after eating bitter fruits many times, after having enough intelligence, after being taught by life, this bird starts moving towards the big bird, silently sitting, serene. The more the small comes closer to the big bird, it starts realizing this bird is also having the same aura, same energy of that silent bird. When the small bird comes too close to the big bird, it realizes this bird is very part of the silent bird. The more it came close, it suddenly realized there were no two birds. The small bird is only a reflection. It was only a reflection. The reflection of sun in the pot starts thinking that it is bound by the pot. The reflection of the cosmic space, Mahakasha, in the body starts thinking you are Padakasha. The reflection of the Mahakasha in the body starts thinking you are Padakasha, you are bound. The moment you start thinking you are bound inside this boundary, either you will start working to create more pleasure for this body, or you will start working to escape from all the dangers for this body. You forget to understand you can neither bring more pleasure nor escape from the destruction of this body. Whatever you think as pleasure is nothing but the space coming in contact with the body. Your inner space, whenever it comes in contact with the body, you experience pleasure. You experience joy. Instead of bringing the sense objects and bringing the space to your body, you can directly bring the space to your body without bringing the sense objects. Let me give you a small diagram, maybe that will make you understand how you pull your inner space to your body, the sensitivity to your body by bringing sense objects. Screen. Here is your body. The self is reflecting on your body. Here you bring sense objects. Whenever the pleasure objects are brought and you attract one line, one ray of your inner space, that gives you the joy or excitement. Yogis learn the technique of bringing the ray or light from the inner space to the body without using the sense objects. That is why they are in eternal bliss. They are in constant joy. They are always excited. This is your body. This is the inner space or self reflecting on the body. Here, when you bring the sense objects or the pleasure objects, you attract a ray from the self to your body. If you bring something related to smell, the self, your inner space, gets connected to your nose. If you bring some beautiful scene in front of you, the self gets connected to your eyes, the chakshu. If you bring beautiful music, the self gets connected to your ears. Because of the sense objects, self is attracted and body feels the excitement. body feels the joy, body feels the ecstasy. Now, you need to understand one more thing. Yogis are mastered bringing the same energy from self, ray from self to the body without bringing the sense objects. Without the sense objects. If this way you bring the energy of self to your body, or the inner space to your body, the sensitivity to your body, this is the lifestyle of a bogi. This is the lifestyle of a bogi, person who is based on materialistic lifestyle. And yogis have got their own different lifestyle. Yogis, they can bring the energy of self to the body without having sense objects in front of them. Without the sense objects, they can bring that excitement, that energy, that sensitivity to their senses. This is what we call pratyahara. Pratyahara means bringing the same. Pratyahara literally means moving away, means taking away, taking yourself away from the sense objects. If you just do pratyahara, take yourself away from sense objects, you will be depressed, feeling lonely, dull, dead. But if you learn the technique to bring the same excitement to all the senses and stop bringing the sense objects, then you will start experiencing the same joy, same excitement without sense objects. This is the mental setup of a yogi. You can bring the same excitement, same energy and the sensitivity to your body, to your senses without bringing the sense objects. As long as you feel you are limited by this kadakasha, you are limited by this body, constantly you will be anchored, you will be working only to have sense objects. And you will be constantly afraid that you will lose your boundary, you will die. It's like a reflection which is on the kata. Kata means pot. The reflection of the sun which is on the pot is having the fear that I will die. Problem is that is neither sun nor matter. If it is a pot, it doesn't have to worry because it was never alive. If it is a sun, it doesn't have to worry because it will never die. It is something between these two. That's where the problem starts. Inside your deep being, you never believe you are also going to die. That's a beautiful thing in Mahabharata, Yaksha Prasna. Yaksha, when Yaksha is asking Yudhishthira, Dharmaraja, what is the most surprising thing in the planet Earth? Kimascharyam itah param. What is the most surprising thing in the planet Earth? Yudhishthira says, Ahanyahani bhutani gachanti yamamandiram sesha sthiramischanti kimascharyam itah param. Beautifully he says, every day we see people going to the abode of Yama. Every day you see but you never believe inside your heart you are also going to go. You think you will be here forever. You always think you will be here forever. By mistake, by forgetting, sometimes you may think that you are going to die. By forgetting, by mistake, sometimes you may think you are also going to die on your right will. But inside your heart, you never believe you are going to die. You always think, oh, poor guy, he died, as if you are not going to die. There is a beautiful verse by a Tamil saint called Pattinattar. He says, person who is dead is lying, who are going to die are crying. Is dead, is lying, who are going to die are crying. செத்த பிணத்தை கட்டிக்கொண்டு சாகப்போகும் பிணங்கள் எல்லாம் எழுதுகிறார். The dead body is lying, the person who is dead is lying. People who are going to die, they are crying. We don't believe inside our heart we are also going to die. Because in the deep inner space, you know you are sun. You are not a reflection. In the outer world, when you relate with people, when you relate with the body, whenever you come down to the body to enjoy the sense objects, you are connected to body. In those moments, naturally, you will feel the just mortal feeling. You will feel you are bound by the kata. Then fear, worry, everything starts. When you don't come to the body to enjoy the sense objects, if you just stay in the self, you have the confidence that you are immortal. Now you are stuck between these two. Sometimes when you relax, you are in the mood of that you are a sun. You don't have a fear that you are going to die. You don't have a feeling you are going to die. Sometimes when you enter into the part, when you associate yourself with the reflection, you have the feeling and fear, what will happen to me? What will happen? I don't know, after death. You are caught between these two. Whenever you associate yourself with the reflection, this boundary, the suffering becomes more. The suffering becomes intense. The suffering starts teaching you. Whenever you relax and understand you are sun, you are Mahakasha, you are the vast expansive sky, first thing, forget about enlightenment. When it happens, it will happen. Tremendous inner healing will happen. Be very clear. Somebody asked Vivekananda, Swamiji, why should we read Vedas? Why should we learn the Vedic lifestyle? Why should we live the spiritual lifestyle? He says, first thing that will give you tremendous courage and confidence. The inner healing will start happening in you. Yesterday I was speaking about analyzing the inner space. I was doing a research for last 6 months. I was working on this research, asking people to pen down for 5 minutes whatever goes on inside. It's almost like taking a snap, a photograph of their mind and analyzing how many thoughts based on fear, how many thoughts based on greed, how many thoughts, the self-recovery thoughts, the self-healing thoughts, means the thoughts which brings you back to courage, confidence, hope and life, which gives you energy to run again, which gives you energy to live. When I started calculating, of course, I told you yesterday, the Indian inner space was so beautiful. One more thing, when I say Indian, I mean the people who are more into the Vedic system, the spiritual lifestyle. Yesterday I forgot to mention that. In India I was working only with the people who are already interested in meditation, in this lifestyle. I can't use the general word Indian. It has lost the meaning. People who are working on the inner space, who are meditators, who read the spiritual scriptures, who continuously work on themselves, their inner space was so pure, so beautiful. If there are 10 thoughts, more than 6 are self-healing thoughts. If the number of self-healing thoughts are more in your inner space, the less suffering. One more thing, if the suffering is less, you will start experiencing the higher level of akashas. If the suffering is too much inside the body, if you have too much of pain, you can't be aware of this chidakasha. You will be aware of only katakasha. If physical pain is too much, if you have physical suffering, if you have dental pain, you can't have transcendental meditation. You can have only dental meditation. You can't have transcendental meditation. The pain brings you back to katakasha. Painful thoughts also puts you back into katakasha. For example, per minute, if you are having 10 thoughts, of course, I am giving only example, I don't think it is 10, it must be 10,000. If you see the ratio, if 60% is self-healing thoughts, naturally you will start experiencing the chidakasha. If 80 to 90% is self-healing thoughts, you will start experiencing the mahakasha. If more than 50% is thoughts based on fear and worries, means less than 50% is self-healing thoughts, you will be caught in katakasha. If you have too much of pain, you will not be even aware of this chidakasha. You will not be even aware of this chidakasha. You will not be aware of this hall. You will not be aware of this stage. You will be aware of only your knee. You will be aware of only your head. You will be aware of only your pains. Understand these 3 akashas. You can heal yourself. Today I will explain. Shiva is explaining how you can understand this concept of space and you can heal your body. Apart from healing your mind, healing your inner space, you can heal your body. Shiva gives this beautiful technique how to heal our body using the cosmic space, the Mahakasha. If your inner space is smaller than the body, you will have pain, constant pain, feeling of suffocation, as if you are imprisoned. Feeling of suffocation is pain. If your inner space is expansive, it has expanded enough to the size of your body, you will feel just well-being. You won't feel pain, you will feel a healthy well-being feeling of health, feeling of well-beingness. If your inner space is much more than your body, you will feel the bliss, ecstasy. Pain, healthy feeling, ecstasy. All these 3 are directly connected to your identification of your inner space. If you feel you are just this body, this boundary, this katakasha, you will have more number of thoughts based on worry, fear, desire, greed and all those things, because constantly you have to work for this body. What you associate, you work for that. If you associate yourself with the doctor identity, constantly you will be working to strengthen that identity, to strengthen that understanding, to strengthen that kind of lifestyle. Whatever you feel as you start strengthening it. You start strengthening that identity. When you think you are Kadakasha, the body, the space covered by the body, you start working just for that. When you think you are Chidakasha, many times the artists, they feel that they are Chidakasha. They feel more happy if they are able to do what they know. They do not feel more happy even with the physical pleasure because they are centered in Chidakasha. If you are centered in Kadakasha, you will be happy only with the physical pleasure. You will be happy only with the physical pleasures. If you are centered in Chidakasha, the space which is known to you will be happy. All desires related to name and fame, rewards, attention, all those things are related to Chidakasha. Desires related to physical pleasures are related to Kadakasha. Desires related to name and fame, attention, all those things are related to Chidakasha. You can see there are many people, they feel just powered, empowered, they feel so much of energy if they have a big audience. Dancers, painters, poets, artists, and politicians. Bigger the crowd, more energetic they will be. Because their Chidakasha feels strengthened, their ego feels fulfilled. With enlightened masters, we should be completely opposite. My best discourses are delivered only to a small group. To tell you honestly, I always feel stuck whenever I see a big crowd, not because of any fear or anything. I have to dilute the truth. I have to use too many words. I have to generalize everything. See, you think in a generalized way, but you live in a localized way. Life is not generalization. Life is specialization. So the truth, if I have to teach you, I have to tailor the truth as it fits you. I have to customize it. The technique needs to be customized. But whenever the truth is delivered to the crowd, it can't be tailored. I have to make a general size, like a t-shirt, like a general size jeans. And neither your body nor the clothes will feel comfortable with each other. It can't be tailored exactly to you. That is why initiation is always given to an individual. Only individuals receive initiation. They receive initiation. The spiritual truth, whenever delivered to mass, has to be diluted because I have to use too many words to make everybody understand. And moreover, I can't tell the truth directly. Straight away truth can't be told. It hurts. That's another big problem. Truth, straight away it is told, it hurts. I have to be socially polite. Being socially polite means diluting the truth. All great scriptures are delivered only to a small group, either to an individual or 2-3. Maybe later on it became popular. It became popular because of its quality. Many people read because of its quality, but the quality because it is delivered to few people. Gita is delivered only to Arjuna, single guy. Ashtavakra Gita is delivered only to Janaka, single person. All great truths delivered only to 2-3 people. And Shiva Sutra is not delivered even to one person. Devi is also not a separate being. She has just disappeared into Shiva. Just an extension of Shiva. That is why Shiva Sutra is much more pure than any other scripture. It's a pure truth because as if you are thinking loudly. I can't say Shiva Sutra is teaching given to Devi. Shiva Sutra is thoughts taught by Shiva in a loud way, that's all. When Shiva was thinking loudly, somebody noted it down, that's all. It was not even spoken to somebody because there was no 2%. She is not there even to say thank you. Even for that she is not there. She has disappeared. But in Arjuna's case, every chapter starts with his doubts. Maybe we can't blame the Arjuna enemy representing a common man. There is every possibility. I don't think Arjuna can be so dull. Living with Krishna for 33 years, around the age of 33, Gita was delivered. And both of them are supposed to be same age. Moreover, they were relatives. They were supposed to be. Anyhow, living around Krishna for so many years, and Arjuna is very close friend. All others either had attitude of a master towards Krishna or God with all respectful attitude. But with Arjuna, somehow Krishna maintained a very friendly attitude. Sakabha. And Arjuna also had the same attitude. That's why he says, after experiencing the Vishwarupa, he says, Krishna, I called you by your last name, your community name. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Saketi. I called you with your community name, with your nickname. I called you as my friend. Please forgive me. I do not know who you are. Now I understand. He was maintaining a very friendly attitude. Of course, actually, if you are maintaining a very friendly attitude, you can learn more. Because with a friend, you will open more. Moreover, the words given by a friend, you always take it deeply and internalize it. You do not suspect your friend's words. You always suspect your father's words. You always think it has got a vested interest. And you never listen to spouse words. Before she starts herself, she or he, you know it's wrong. I have a big problem. Whenever husband comes to me first and gets attached with me, wife will never come. Wife comes to me and gets attached with me. Husband will never come to me. He may read my books secretly. He may listen to the discourses secretly. But he will never come to meet me. The problem is, Swamiji is right. What he says and he does is right. Accepting that is no problem. But my wife is right is too big problem. That hurts the ego. That is too much. We can't do that. Swamiji is right, we can accept some of that. But if I go to him in an open way, I accept naturally what she did is right. That cannot be. That is too much. That is too much. We can't do that. Even before she starts talking, very clearly, it's a lie. Whenever you suspect the person has got a vested interest, he is going to fulfill his own thoughts, his own things through you, you will never open yourself to him. But with friend, you always open more. You open yourself because you know he doesn't have any vested interest. Whenever you suspect he has got a vested interest, the friendliness ends. The friendliness disappears in the relationship. Whenever you add friendliness into any relationship, that relationship becomes beautiful. Adding friendliness into relationships is one of the spiritual qualities. Whether it is husband-wife, whenever you add friendliness in the relationship of husband-wife, lust will disappear, love will start happening. Love will start happening. Adding friendliness into any relationship will give you a totally different dimension. When you add friendliness to relationships, you will start experiencing you in them. Because friendliness means experiencing your own reflection. Friendliness is one of the, I can say, techniques to help you move from Katakasha to Chidakasha and Chidakasha to Mahakasha. If you add friendliness, if you create a relationship with friendliness with the people who are living around you, you will start moving towards Siddhakasha. You will start working towards serving others. Your time and energy will be spent more service oriented. Moving towards Siddhakasha will make you service oriented, and moving towards Mahakasha will make you enlightened. Our Vedic social system was developed to help a man to move from Katakasha to Chidakasha, Chidakasha to Mahakasha. Understand? Man who shares his time, he has got nothing else, he has got only his time. Who shares his time is a worker. Man who has got little intelligence, creates few products with his time and shares those products with others is a Vaishya. Man who shares confidence is a Kshatriya. Man who shares the enlightenment, knowledge is a Brahmana. Whenever you share, you move from Katakasha to Chidakasha. Sharing time, sharing product, sharing confidence, sharing intelligence. The whole Vedic social system was based on this sharing. Whenever you share, naturally you will be adding friendliness. Without friendliness, you can't share. That is why in those days, it was not done as a business. Even if you don't learn from the Vedic Pandit, you have to give his share. Even if you don't go to the doctor, you have to pay his share. Because it was not a business, it was sharing. Everybody shares what they have. There is no question of charging. There was no bill or money or exchange. Happened based on quantity. Quantity of service received was not considered. It was purely based on the relationship, friendliness, sharing. The Vedic system, Vedic lifestyle was based on sharing, so that human beings will start moving from Chidakasha, moving from Katakasha to Chidakasha. From Chidakasha, through meditation, they will move to Mahakasha. Service was a path to enlightenment. Service is a path to enlightenment if you do it with friendliness, with a deep friendliness, not out of ego. I have seen people, they will sponsor one tube light to one temple On the tube light, so many names in the black paint. Ramanathan's son Somanathan donated this tube light to this temple in memory of his mother Valliyammal on this day in black paint. Put the switch on, you will see only the black lines on the wall. Like they are mine. Anything done with a friendliness brings you out of Kadakasha to Chidakasha. That is with your friend, with whom you can be as you are. You forget the physical pains. Sitting with friends, you forget your boundary. That is why you feel so relaxed, comfortable. You want to hang over with them. Again and again you want to spend more time with them. You do not know why. This is the reason. Whenever friendliness happens in you, Kadakasha expands to Chidakasha. Whenever meditation happens in you, Chidakasha expands to Mahakasha. Now Shiva is giving beautiful technique to expand yourself to Mahakasha. Let me read the sutra once more. Simply by looking into the blue sky, beyond the clouds, serenity. Sutra. He says, look into the blue sky beyond the clouds. They only look into the clouds, that also project and see all the forms which you want to see. People ask me, Swamiji, the cloud, I saw this form, that form. I saw the Ganapati form, I saw the Shiva form, I saw the elephant. What is the meaning? I tell them, whatever you want to see, you project and see. Do not get caught in clouds. Don't get caught in clouds. Clouds are like thoughts. Clouds are like dreams. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I saw this in dream, that in dream, what is the meaning? Please tell us what is the importance of the dream. I tell them, even the waking state is not important. This itself is useless. Why are you bothering about the dream state? This itself is useless. Then why do you waste your time interpreting your dreams? Fools who don't have any work, only they sit and interpret dreams. Old Freudian system was based on interpreting dreams. That's not fraud. Old Freudian system was interpreting dreams. Foolishness. Waking state, what you are seeing, experiencing, this itself has no meaning. And these guys are sitting and analyzing the dream. It's like that. You have a big garbage bin. Instead of dumping it and getting rid of it, you sit and start analyzing it. How many garbage you have? What was the weight? And what is the smell? What is going on? When it started stinking. And you forget that you are sitting and smelling all this nonsense when you are doing the research. So just dump the whole thing and escape. Analyzing the dream is like this only. Opening up the garbage bin and sitting and analyzing. Arranging them all properly. And analyzing them. When it started stinking. And what is the level of the smell? To what extent it comes? That's what they are doing. That is why all these Freudians will be psychiatric patients. Now really, the statistics says in which field, which profession more people become mad? Psychiatric doctors. Because constantly they are swallowing all the madness. Constantly they are analyzing the madness. Without understanding, madness can't be analyzed. You see, where logic cannot be logic, only they become mad. People who can't be logical, where things are not logically logical, only there madness happens. And you try to analyze the madness and create a new logic. One madman may do the same thing what other madman is doing, but cure cannot be the same thing. You can't cure him the same way. Small story. One person went to mad asylum for a visit. Once in a while going to mad asylum is good for you. You will understand, you will not take yourself for granted. You will understand how blessed you are. How blessed you are. This guy goes there to have a visit. Doctor takes him around. In one cave, he sees a person. He is hanging on the fan. All over the room, in his own blood, he has written the word Lata, 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 Lata. Doctor says this guy was in love with a girl named Lata. He was not able to marry, he became mad. Anyhow, the guy goes around, he sees many other different kinds of passions. Some swimming on the ground, some trying to fly, some trying to count the notes. People who become mad because of money, they sit and count the notes all day. And some trying to count the stones, must be diamond merchant. And be very clear, see, diamond is nothing but one more stone. The only thing, less availability, more need, that's all. Many fools want to possess that stone. Because of that it has become valuable. Otherwise there is no other value existentially. See, the demand and supply ratio, demand and supply theory makes diamond valuable. Existentially it has no value. The demand is more and supply is less. Because of that, it becomes valuable. This guy is sitting and counting all the stones, thinking it is a diamond. And you can't say it's wrong. Existentially, both are one and the same. Maybe according to market, you are intelligent and he is mad, but existentially you can't say. You sitting and counting the diamond and he is sitting and counting the stones. Existentially you can't say you are intelligent and he is mad. Maybe according to the market standard, you are intelligent and he is mad. That's all. Anyhow, he goes through the asylum. Finally, in the end, again in one more room, one more guy. He was sitting on the ground and all over the floor, Lata, 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 he was written. This guy asks, what happened? He was also in love with Lata. Doctor says, no. That guy was not able to marry. This guy married. Understand? Reason may be same, but cure can't be same. Because madness means where logic is not logically logical. Where logic is not logically logical. That is what we call madness. So, logic can't be useful in that space. Your understanding can't be useful in that space. Let's come to the Chidakasha. We are speaking about the Fridays. Expanding from Kadakasha to Chidakasha, whenever you add friendliness in your life, you will feel that expansion. You will forget this boundary and you will start feeling the Chidakasha as your boundary. That is why you give so much to your friend. Whenever you do something for your friend, you feel fulfilled. You feel the same pleasure. Whenever you do something for your body, what pleasure you feel, you will feel the same fulfillment when you do something for your close friend. Because you feel the fulfillment in Chidakasha. And the same friendliness, if you start expressing towards every being, you enter into Mahakasha. Same feeling which you experience in Chidakasha, if you reproduce it every moment in your life, you enter into Mahakasha. Whenever you experience Mahakasha, you start experiencing the intense friendliness in you, feeling to share in you. Shiva says, don't look the clouds, look beyond the clouds. If you are seeing clouds, you will project your thoughts. Your thoughts are clouds. Look beyond just the blue sky, just the vast emptiness. If you look at the clouds, your mind will start thinking. If you look at the sky, it will stop working. You can't think anything looking at the sky. If you start seeing the star, again you will start thinking. Seeing the cloud means getting stuck with your thoughts. Seeing the stars means getting stuck with the spiritual visions and experiences. Don't do both. Don't do both. Just look into the pure sky, empty blue sky, vast open sky. Try this. Try this even today. Even today, try. Just look. Of course, in the night, it will be beautiful. Just lie down in a complete relaxed way. Do not support your head. If you support your head with pillow, you will sleep. You will fall asleep. And you will be thinking that you have done meditation. You will be thinking you have done meditation. People ask me, Swamiji, can we lie down and meditate? I tell them, if you can, please do. Even while sitting, you can't meditate. I've seen people meditate. Different kinds of meditation. Always we start like this, with a lot of spirit and enthusiasm. And sometimes people look this side and that side, when somebody is watching you. Whenever you look this side and that side, be very clear, you are the person who slept. You are the person who slept. In one of our meditation classes, I never miss telling this story. In one of our meditation classes, there was a meditation technique concentrating on anahata. This guy, he started like this only. Slowly he became like this. I asked him, what happened? No, I am meditating slowly. Where? On his anahata. Not on your anahata, his anahata. When you start to meditate on your anahata, by the time you end up in his anahata. Do not have a pillow. If you support your head with a pillow, you will fall asleep. Do not support your head with a pillow. Just lie down and stare at the sky. Vast empty space. Understand the instruction clearly. This technique can give you the immediate inner healing. Immediate inner healing can happen. It's like an instant healing effort. Vast, just gaze at the vast sky. You will have the same fear which Arjuna had. Whenever you gaze at the sky, empty sky, without calculating the stars, without counting the stars, without looking at the sky, you will have the same fear because the idea of your boundary is getting loosened. The grip on Katakasha is slowly getting loosened. slowly it's getting relaxed. The same fear which Arjuna had, you will have. But do not miss like Arjuna. Krishna was there to give a second choice. Who knows whether we have a second choice or not? Don't miss it. Don't bother about the fear. You will always have fear. If you are doing it properly, you will have fear. If you are gazing and managing to think, because sometimes we master to do both, then nothing can be done. It's like a backseat driving. One person will be driving, other person will be giving command. If your wife is sitting behind you and you are driving, if you experience that at any time, you will understand. It becomes like a two persons doing things. You are gazing and your mind is thinking. That's not going to help. If you are thinking and gazing, you will not feel the fear. Because you are not coming out of Gadakasha. You are not coming out of Chidakasha. You are caught. Just gaze. Do not think. In the initial level, you will have a little fear. Don't bother about it. Don't bother about it. Just gaze. After some time, suddenly you will realize you forgot your body for last few minutes. For last few minutes, the thought chain, the link, the thoughts, the shaft was broken, disconnected. Continuous shaft which you create suddenly disappeared. When you feel that moment, then close your eyes, just bring the whole outer space into the inner space. Visualize the same thing inside. Suddenly you will see you are having the same thing inside. There is no thoughts, there is no stars, pure sky. Understand? If you have knee pain, first gaze at the sky. When you remember that for last few seconds you will not have thoughts. This can't happen if you are expecting that moment. No. Don't expect when I will lose my thoughts, when I will lose that shaft. No. Just gaze without bothering about anything. In 2-3 minutes, the shaft will break. Then, once you remember, for last few seconds, there was no shaft. Close your eyes and remember the same space in your knees. In the space where you have pain. Simply pain will disappear in few seconds. I have worked with this technique with so many thousands of disciples. Understand? Before bringing this and sharing with you, I have done enough of research and development. You are not guinea pig. I am not testing on you. I have tested with this technique. With so many thousands of disciples. In few minutes, pain just disappears. Pain is nothing but you are caught in Katakasha. You are caught in Katakasha. If you are just caught by something, you are in pain. If you are stuck with something, you are in pain. Actually, if you are caught with the body consciousness, you don't need separate punishment. That itself is a punishment. If you think you are body, that very thought brings you punishment. Don't think after that you will reach hell. No. You are in hell already. One doctor was driving in the highway. He was driving in high speed. Stopped him for overspeeding. And he was about to give the ticket. Doctor's wife was sitting behind him. She started shouting at him, at the doctor. Fool, I told you to reduce the speed. You don't have a sense. You never listen to me. Then the cop said, not only you were overspeeding, you did not stop at the signal. Then the wife again started shouting, yes, tell him, I told him to stop at the signal. He never listens to me. She started shouting. Doctor turned towards the wife and said, shut up, keep quiet. Then the cop started telling, not only you did not stop at the signal, you are overspeeding and you don't have proper light. Again she started shouting, you don't have sense, you did not send the car for repair. You don't listen to me, you don't allow me to do anything. Then again the doctor shouted, shut up. Then cop asked the doctor, what is this? She is shouting at you and you are shouting, shut up. What is going on? This lady started shouting, this guy never listens to me, especially when he is drunk like this. The cop said, I am giving you a ticket, but I think you don't need any more punishment. You don't need any more punishment. Understand, being caught in the body is enough punishment. You don't need any more punishment. You don't need any more punishment. It's one technique. And one more thing. Whenever you have physical pain, means caught in katakasha. Whenever you have mental suffering, means emotionally disturbed, depressed, try this technique. That very moment you will be healed. Whenever you are caught in katakasha, means physical pain and suffering. Whenever you are caught in chidakasha, means mental pain and sufferings. Just try this. That moment, simply that moment, you will see the inner healing happening in you. Instant, that very moment you will be healed. Apart from healing, if you are a seeker, working towards enlightenment, meditation, work on this technique. This will bring you tremendous energy and quantum experiences. You will have a quantum jump. Instead of meditating on any form or formlessness, understand? If you are meditating on form, you will be caught, you will be only expanded only to the Chidakasha level. If you are meditating on formless, whatever you think as formless also is formed. You can't meditate on formless. You do not know what is formless. So even that will take you only to Chidakasha level. Meditate on the space. Only this can take you to Mahakasha. This can take you to the Mahakasha level. Working on form or formless is not going to help you. Meditate on sky, on the space. It is straight away you will have a quantum jump, an experience. You are Mahakasha. As of now, sometimes you are caught in Katakasha, sometimes you are caught in Chidakasha. That's why life is a continuous pain and suffering. Physical pain or mental suffering. Expand yourself to Mahakasha. Expanding yourself to Mahakasha is like flooding yourself with energy. A small pool, if it is flooded by a big river, not only the pool will be purified, it will have the fresh energy and water. Same way, let your Katakasha and Chidakasha be flooded by the Mahakasha. Not only you will be clean and healed, you will have the direct experience of the cosmic energy. Try this technique just for 11 days. Because 11 days your mind can't cheat you. Your mind can cheat you for 3-4 days. It can just escape. 11 days try at least. continuously, you will see, you will catch the glimpse of that inner healing. Once you catch the glimpse, then I don't have to tell you to meditate. The very glimpse will give you the inspiration. The very glimpse will give you the inspiration. See, till your inner guru awakens, only the outer guru needs to work on you. Outer guru pushes you, inner guru pulls you inside. Till he starts pulling you inside, I have to push you from outside. Once you have one glimpse, then nothing else is necessary. That very glimpse will just pull you inside. You will start working towards you in a much deeper way. Let you experience the Mahakasha. Let your Chidakasha and Ghatakasha be flooded by Mahakasha. Let you be liberated into Mahakasha. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। 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 ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेव।
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। Namah Shivaya. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today we will enter into the next sutra, next meditation technique. Mahadeva, the author of this technique, the author of this great book, Shiva Sutras, his inner space is so vast, so intelligent, so powerful. He created meditation techniques almost for every possible human being. Every possible human being. Somebody asked me the other day, Swamiji, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Somebody else would have wrote it and attributed to Shiva's name. Who knows? Anybody who can write the book of this caliber, this standard, he is Shiva, no doubt. He has experienced Shiva consciousness, no doubt. Unless you experience, see the very truth, all the details, all the subtle things he knows, that is enough. The author is a rare being. Nothing else is required. Just the very proof that the author knows all the rare details. Understand? Unless you know all the rare details, you cannot give solution. You cannot look at the same thing from so many angles. Very small change in a sutra, very small change in a technique, but helps totally different kind of human beings. Sometimes I am surprised what sophisticated level the society would have been when these sutras were delivered. See, the more the society is sophisticated, it will have more mental problems. That's the truth. You won't have too many mental problems unless society is sophisticated. Because you don't have too much energy. You will not have depression if you have poverty. Because you don't have enough energy to sit, eat, find out some reason to get depressed. With poverty, your whole energy and time is demanded. See, actually I always tell people, depression is a luxury. Now, unless your basic needs are fulfilled, you can't have depression. Unless it is fulfilled and you have enough time and energy, which is not directly required to be productive, then you create something. You just sit and create some reason to get depressed. I've never heard the word depression in the Indian villages because they have enough of things to do. You can't, there's no time to get depressed. Depression is a luxury. I was surprised when I read the solution for all the problems which he talks about. Then 10,000 years ago, there must have been such a high sophisticated society with all the luxury. That is why he is giving solution for all these problems. See, if Buddha is teaching, don't steal, means in his time the stealing was there. Thieves were there. Otherwise, why should you teach? Nobody gives solution for the problem which does not exist except the psychiatrist. Nobody will give the solution for the problems which does not exist. Here, Shiva is talking amazing things. Means that society which existed 10,000 years ago is highly sophisticated, which was having all kinds of problems also. Because solution for all the problems which modern day men face are available just in this one book, Mahadeva's Shiva Sutras. Shiva Sutras has got so many books, so many volumes. This I selected from one part. The book which I am commenting, that part is called Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Shiva taught 64 tantras. In one tantra he gives 112 meditation techniques. That is Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. We are working on that book. 35th Sutra. We are working on the 35th meditation technique. Day before yesterday, we saw one meditation technique. Yesterday we studied another one meditation technique. Today we are starting 35th meditation. Yesterday what we saw is 34th, but day before yesterday what we saw is not 33rd. It was the technique which I did not speak during my last trip to Vancouver. We did not have that discourse, so day before yesterday I spoke on that. Yesterday new sutra, and today also one more new sutra. Giving clear solution means somebody who knows completely about their mind only can give solution so thoroughly, so clearly. Here, Mahadeva is giving solution for all the problems. If somebody can give solution to the problems so clearly, if somebody knows about the mind so thoroughly, I am sure he is Shiva, means he has achieved Shiva consciousness. In India, the Shiva, Vyasa, Buddha, all these words are not towards one person. Of course, those beings also existed, but in course of time, anybody who achieves that conscious state, they are given that title. Buddha does not mean only one Buddha, the Gautama the Buddha. Gautama the Buddha existed, but after his existence, anybody who achieves that state of consciousness, they are given that title. Still now, all Shankara's disciples are called Shankaracharyas. Anybody who achieves that state is called as a Shankaracharya. The original Shankaracharya is called Adi Shankaracharya, means first Shankaracharya. Anybody who achieves that state is called Adi Shankara, the Shankaracharya. Sometimes you will get confused whether the book is written by Shankaracharya or Adi Shankaracharya. So here people ask me, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Understand, a person who can penetrate into human consciousness so deeply is Shiva. He has achieved the state of Shiva, no doubt. So forget about doubting the book, let us doubt your mind and start working on it. Let me read the sutra. Gata vibhajane drishtim bittis tyaktva vinikshipet tallayam takshanat gatve tallayat tanmaya bhavet. At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens to you. Very powerful technique. Just a slight, small difference between yesterday's technique and today's technique. But there are different kinds of minds. For all kinds of minds, Shiva is teaching. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. Understand? Again, this technique is also about falling in love, falling in tune. See, the yesterday's technique and today's technique, both are about falling in tune. But the yesterday's technique was falling in tune with a living being, an enlightened master. Today's technique is about falling in tune with an object. Sometimes falling in love with an object is little easy because you can possess it. You can possess it. Why? People have got pets, no food for living human beings. But these guys are spending so much on the pet animals. Actually, when you can't love human beings, pets is a nice substitute. See, the difficulty with opening up to human being is the risk of no is there. When you open up with a human being, he may say no. He may not receive you. He may not be behaving as you want. He may not be expressive. But with the pets, you feed them. They have to do what you want. And you can tie them in a rope and put them in cage when you don't want to spend time with them. With human beings, things are little unpredictable. They may have the mood when you don't have, they may not have the mood when you have. But with pets, things are more under your control. You can choose. Understand, but it is very poor substitute. Learn how to open up to the higher level beings. Understand? First level, opening up to an animal where things are under your control. Second level, opening up to a human being where 50% is under your control and 50% is under his control. Third, opening up to an enlightened being, nothing is under your control. Nothing is under your control. That is why it is very difficult to open up to an enlightened being, because you will lose your very boundary. When you open up to an enlightened being, you will lose the idea where your hand ends, where your body ends. You just relax, disappear into him. His vastness, the amazing energy, just you are lost in his presence. Or I can say you are first time experiencing yourself. I can't say you are lost. First time you are back home. You discovered yourself. First time you will discover who you are. Different levels of falling in love. Shiva is not saying no to anybody. Any level is okay. He is ready to give technique for that level person. Understand? Whether you are able to open up to an enlightened being, there is a technique, yesterday's technique. Diksha, just initiation, liberates. If you are able to open up to a human being, again he has got a technique. Just few days ago, I finished the technique. If you are able to open up only to animals, again he has got techniques for that kind of a human being. If you are not even able to open up to animals, because even with animals there is one danger, they may die. If they die, things are not under your control completely. You can open up only to an object. Then you have a technique also. You also have a technique. Here, Shiva is giving methods even for that kind of human beings. Sometime, people who lived in the forest, who lived with nature, they can open up to an object easily, even if they are in high level consciousness. Even if they are in the level of opening up to a master, they may not find a master, they can just open up. They can just feel connected to an object in the forest. So even for that kind of people, this technique will be very useful. This is more like opening up to a nature. Opening up to a nature. Even if you are intelligent enough, powerful enough, intense enough to open up to a master, if you have never seen a master, and if you are living in a forest, you may open up to an object with such a deep connection, and that object will serve as God or master. There is a beautiful story of a great devotee of Shiva. His name is called Kannappa, means the father who gave eyes to Shiva. Understand, the story says Shiva has got 3 eyes. In the 3, one and a half belongs to Devi, because he has given his half to Devi. The remaining 1 and a half, one belongs to this devotee. Only half is his eye. Let me tell the story. It's a beautiful story. There was a hunter in a forest. That guy, his only work is from morning till night, he will hunt animals, cook them, eat, sleep. That's a life. Fortunately, did not get civilized. Sometimes civilization takes away some beautiful things in the human beings. Sometimes they are too costly than the civilization. Means the possibility to open up is taken away in this process of so-called civilization. Fortunately, this guy, even though lived as a hunter, did not lose that dimension of his being. I call this dimension as a 6th sense. Possibility to open up. This guy did not lose that possibility. If you doubt constantly anything and everything you see, be very clear, you lost that 6th sense. Civilization has happened to you. You are now civilized. You can have a big board. I am completely civilized. Now you know how to find reason, how to justify things, how to do anything. Now you know logically how to find reasons, how to doubt, how to justify whatever you do. Small story. One day in late night, 10 o'clock, a guy saw behind his car, the cop's car with red light sign, is trying to chase him. This guy thought, I think I can outrun him. And it's a county road, a remote road. He tried increasing the speed. This cop also did not leave. He also increased. In few minutes there was a big race. Went to 60, 70, 90, 100 miles. After half an hour, this guy realized he can't escape. So he stopped, pulled over. Cop came near him and said, officer came near him and said, hey, today I really had a lousy day. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. The guy thought for a moment and said, yes, I know the reason why I ran away, looking at you. He said, what? 3 weeks ago, my wife ran away with a police officer. When I saw your car, I thought you are the officer and you are trying to bring her back to me. You can always justify. You can always justify. With civilization, you get the power to justify, but you lose the capacity to open up. Your logic becomes very sharp, but the sixth sense, power to open up, is lost. This devotee, fortunately, did not lose the ability to open up. In the forest, one day when he went for hunting, he saw beautiful Shiva's Murti, the Shivalinga. Shivalinga with a face carved on it. In India, you will see varieties, different kinds of Shivalingas. Different kinds of Shivalingas with a different forms and ways and different things. There was a Shivalinga with a face carved on it. The moment he saw that Shivalinga, he saw that Murti, he saw that statue, he fell in love with that. Somehow he was able to open himself. Every day he started visiting that place. He felt the God is there in that form, or the higher energy is there in that form. After 2-3 days, he started talking to it, talking to Shiva. When you see God, you don't see statue. When you see statue, you don't see God. Understand? When you see it as a God, you will not see that as a statue or just an idol. When you see it as an idol, you will not see that as a God. Somehow he felt it's God. He did not see it as a statue. He started talking to Shiva. Oh Lord, it's so nice you are here just for me. And he said, just see that I get a good animal today so that I'll give you a feast. Whatever he gets, he will nicely cook. Not only he will nicely cook, he will first taste it and see whether it is really cooked well. Then bring that portion, that flesh, to that Shiva, and he will offer it. It's a very strange kind of worship. He doesn't have any vessel to bring water and wash that place. So he will take water in his mouth. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair. There is no other flower basket for him. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair, in his jata. The hunters will have a big matted lock. He will put it in his matted lock, fill water in his mouth, and carry that flesh or that meat in a palm leaf in one hand. Bring there, and he will spit that water on that statue, on that Shiva, and put all the flowers on that Shiva and decorate him. Put this flesh in front of him and pray to him, oh Lord, please eat the best portion of the meat, the flesh I brought for you. He will do all his puja. Then he will tell, oh, I think you are feeling a little shy because I am here. I will go away, you eat later on. When you feel like, you eat that time. When you open innocently the power of existence, the big problem is we lost how to open up innocently, honestly. He will tell, now it is time, you please eat later on. Maybe I'll give you private time. He will go away. Actually, there was a traditional intellectual guy who also used to come to that place to worship rarely. That day he came and he saw all that meat in front of Shiva, and these traditional intellectuals usually not only they are vegetarians, they are dead against non-veg. I always tell people, take vegetarian vow, nothing wrong, but don't hate non-vegetarian people. Let them have what they want. People come and ask me, how to convince others to take up vegetarian food? I tell them, why do you want to convince? You must be jealous of them enjoying. You must be feeling that saliva when they eat. Otherwise, why will you get interested in convincing them? If you know vegetarian is good, just enjoy, stop with it, over. Why do you want to convince? Because there must be in one corner of your mind a little, I think once in a while, okay. Or that saliva is there in the mouth. Otherwise, why will you try to convince somebody who is not bothered about convincing you? See, no non-veg person goes to convince others, eat non-veg. But all these vegetarian people goes to convince non-veg people, don't have non-veg, eat vegetarian. See the fun part of it. No non-vegetarian person goes to convince vegetarians, please have non-vegetarian also. No. Please become non-vegetarian. No. But all these vegetarian guys, they go around and convince every non-vegetarian person. In our healing initiation, of course, that initiation can be taken or practiced only with a vegetarian food. With a non-vegetarian food, you will have a little side effect. Your system will not be able to adjust, cope up with it. So when these guys become vegetarians, first thing they do is they will go around and start canvassing. Start preaching, you became vegetarian, it's good. Little jealous on corner. Here, this guy who is a great intellectual, who is doing the puja with all the vegetarian tradition way, he came and saw, God, what is this? All non-veg things are lying. How can this happen? He threw everything out, cleared the place, and he did formal worship of bringing water from in a proper pot and cleaning the spot and did everything, and then went away. After a few days, again this hunter devotee came. Again he did his own way of worship, pouring the water, spitting, not even pouring. Because he has brought water in the mouth. And removing flowers from his hair and putting it. And that fresh meat, flesh, which he tasted, he offered it. Then said, all right Shiva, now you can have a little private time. You can taste when you want. This the hunter devotee, he thought the earlier flesh which he kept, Shiva has eaten. He didn't know that some other guy came and removed it. He thought, oh, I think you enjoyed it. That's why there is nothing left. Even the leaf is not there. So again put the food and went away. Again, this traditional orthodox devotee, intellectually, this guy came and saw, oh God, once more this meat. Who is doing this sacrilegious act? Who is disturbing? I should stay here today and see who is the guy who is coming and doing these things, and I will take him to task. He has hidden himself in one corner behind a tree, waiting. Who is coming and doing that job? After a few hours, as usual, our devotee came and he saw, oh God, you finished this meat also. That's nice, but I brought some more for you. So he came and did as usual, spitting the water, putting the flowers, and he put all the meat in front of the God and started his puja. That traditional orthodox intellectual guy, he was about to jump out and stop this guy. Suddenly he saw from that Shiva's one eye blood started coming. So this traditional guy got frightened. God, now I don't know what to do. Let me just see what will happen. I think now Shiva himself is going to punish this fellow. This guy will be punished by Shiva himself. Let me wait and see how Shiva punishes. When this hunter devotee, Kannappa, saw the blood coming, immediately he said, God, what has happened to your eyes? I should do something. He ran here and there to get some herbs to treat, but nothing worked. Then the devotee was hiding. That guy, the traditional old guy, he saw, oh, this fellow is not bad guy. He is trying to only cure. Let me just see what happens. He was hiding and just watching the whole fun, whole drama without coming out. This hunter devotee ran here and there, tried to collect some herbal medicines to heal Shiva's eyes. Nothing worked out. Then this devotee decided, I think first eye transplantation, eye surgery. He decided, I will give my eyes for Shiva. So he just removed one of his eyes and put at the spot of Shiva's eyes. First transplanting surgery. I don't know how many thousands of years ago. The story says that eye got healed, got cured. But the drama doesn't end there. Suddenly in the other eye also blood started coming. Now it is too much. This hunting devotee, actually the devotee is getting tested for his devotion. The devotee saw the blood coming in the other eye also. He decided, I'll give my other eye also. That traditional intellectual person who was standing, hiding behind the tree was shocked when he saw the power of devotion. But he did not come out. He was frozen in the fear, just hiding. This hunter devotee does not have much time to think, oh God, you are having pain, you are having bleeding, I should immediately help, do something. So he decided to remove the other eye also and put it. Then suddenly he remembered, if I remove my other eye also, I will not know where Shiva's eyes are there, the second eye, because I will become completely blind. So now itself I should mark where that Shiva's eyes are there and then remove the other eye, replace it. The donor and the surgeon, both are same person. Not only he is donating, he himself is doing the surgery also. So he put his hand and he started removing the eye, but he was not able to remove with one hand. So he has to use the arrow to remove his other eye. He needs two hands. So he put his feet on the second eye, Shiva's eye. Understand? He put his feet on Shiva's second eye, where that spot is there. And about to remove the second eye, Shiva appeared. The story says, Shiva appeared. My son, I have just tested your devotion. I have just tested your devotion. Whatever you did, if you see from the physical level, normal level, it is sacrilegious. Spitting water, putting the flower which was used, put in your head, and offering the meat which you tasted. Finally, above all, putting your feet on that God. But your devotion is so amazing, so great. Your devotion is such, from today you will be called as Kannappa, means Father who gave me eyes. Understand? Only your father can give some part of your body. Only your father or mother can give some part of your body. At least in those days, when transplantation was not common. So Shiva says, you gave me eye. Because you gave me eye, I call you as my father. Because you gave, kan means in Tamil eye, you will be called as Father who gave me the eyes. And the story says, that moment he became enlightened. That old guy who was hiding, he ran and fell at the feet of the hunter devotee and said, I have never seen this devotion. What you have done may be not according to the tradition, but even your devotion is beyond tradition. His devotion, feeling connected, opening up. Somehow he opened up to a statue, to an idol, just to one murti. And he felt Shiva is there. And he was running around like it is his responsibility to take care. His whole day, whole life, Shiva has become center. His whole being, he has become center. That is why he is able to go to the extreme of removing his both eyes, his two eyes. Feeling connected, opening yourself. Actually, if you open yourself to anything, that will become alive, because opening up is so powerful that will make you also alive. As I was telling you yesterday, whenever you feel life, energy in you, be very clear, you are opening up. That is the only thing which can bring energy and life to you. That is why when you are in love with somebody, you are so energetic, high, not after marriage. Not after marriage. Somebody asked, one son is asking father, Father, how much it costs to get married? Father said, I don't know, because still I am paying for it. Son asked the father, Father, in those days, ancient India, it seems that men will not know about women till they get married. Father says, not only in those days, ancient India, that anywhere, everywhere, men will not know about women till they get married. It's anywhere, my son, anywhere. When you are in love, your whole being is filled with energy, means you are open. When you open up, not only you make the other person, the object to which you open also becomes alive. When you open up, not only you, the object or the person to which you open up, that also becomes alive. That also becomes divine. Shiva is giving us a technique. Here, fortunately, still, if your sixth sense is not lost, means the ability to open up with some object or nature, if you have not lost that capacity, this technique is for you. Sometimes, very rarely, people escape the social conditioning. Genius is a person who escapes the social conditioning. Understand? Genius is a person who escapes social conditioning and maintains his high energy. Fortunately, if you are able to maintain, if you are able to keep your sixth sense alive, this technique is for you. Sometime, suddenly, for some reason, you fall in love with some object, some murti, some statue, with something, nature. You can try this technique if you are in love with something. The basic philosophy of the technique is when you open up the whole thing, nature or the person or the object to which you open up becomes alive. Let me read the sutra once more. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens. Understand? At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens. Means until your mind dissolves. You will be wondering, you will be in a wonder-filled mood only if your mind disappears. Other day I was telling, if you are in the wondering mood, you are in high energy. Somebody asked me the question, what is the wondering thing in the life? I tell them, life is the most wondering thing. The other guy asked, I am wondering about what to do with my life. I told him, wonder about life, then you have done what has to be done. If you are wondering about the life, you have achieved what has to be achieved. Nothing else is required. You don't have to wonder about what to do with the life. Just wonder about life, that's enough. One guy asked me, I am wondering why so much of suffering, am I on the right track? I said no. That is worrying up why so much of suffering, not wondering. That can't be called as wondering. Wondering means filled with joy and ecstasy, overflowing. Here Shiva is telling, at the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, you are filled with wonder, the mind disappears. Understand, it's a very powerful technique. This technique is used by Lord Su. Understand, this book is book of all books. One technique from this book can create one religion. This book is a book, it's a manual for all the prophets to create religions. Manual for all enlightened masters to create their own religions. This book should be called as How to Create Enlightenment Traditions. How to create enlightenment traditions. This is not just how to meditate. This book should be called as How to Create Enlightenment Traditions. This book must have been manual for all the great enlightened masters to create a new kind of a tradition. I am always afraid of these how-to books because they don't give you the truth completely, because they themselves don't know. I always tell people, read from the source, learn from the source. In the initial level, if you are inspired by some how-to books, that is okay, nothing wrong. But to grow further, go to the source. They are like signboards. These personality development programs, courses, books, all of them are signboards. Once you feel the taste with that things, then now it is time, turn towards the root. From the source, learning is little time-taking process, but you will learn authentically. Sometime in India I have seen the compounders, means the doctor's assistants, the nurses, they will start giving medicines if the doctor is not there. By being around the doctor for a few years continuously, they know for headache, black color tablet, for stomach pain, red color tablet, for knee pain, yellow color tablet, they know. Sometimes the medicine which you receive from nurse also may work, but it is not advisable to take medicines from nurse. Medicines from compounders who are not trained for it, who have not studied for it, because they don't know the science behind the medication. They know only the color matching. Same way, the so-called personality development authors and the programs and the guys, they also, sometimes they will give solution, it may work also. But that does not mean they know the whole science. Sometimes they will miss a vital point. Small story. One guy goes to a personality development guru and asks, I am very bad with women, I am 33, still single, please help me, give me some tips. That guy said, don't bother. Early morning when you come out of your bed, just stand in front of a mirror and tell yourself you are a funny guy, you are an attractive guy, you are an intelligent guy, you will attract people. Just tell this 10 times to yourself. All these kind of funny suggestions they will give. And somehow this guy, because he paid the money, he has to follow the suggestion. He went and did. After 3 weeks, he came with the same low mood, same face hanging long. To that self-development guru, that guy asked, what happened? Technique did not work. No, it worked amazing. For within a week, I have seen the best women all over, the best women in this city. I am just having party every day. Then why are you disturbed? Then what is your problem? No, now I don't have any problem, but my wife has. Understand? Sometime because within that 3 weeks he got married and now she is creating problem. Sometimes they will miss vital points. You should have advised him, don't get married. The vital point is not given, remain as single as earlier. How you remained? Same way. You missed a single point, a single advice. Now the problem starts. Sometimes the self-development gurus also may miss a single vital point. Anyhow, this book must have been the how to create enlightened tradition, living stream of enlightened beings. Because Lord Tzu used this technique, and there are techniques which is used by Buddha, which is used by Jesus Christ, which is used by George Gurdjieff, and this book is 10,000 years old, so we can be sure this is a source book. This at least 10,000 years old, because the stone inscription of this book is at least 10,000 years old. Lord Tzu and his disciple Chuang Tzu, both of them were walking on a bridge, on a river. Suddenly Lord Tzu said, "Stop here. When river stops and bridge moves, come back and see me," and went away. These enlightened masters are very crazy. You don't know what they will do. Especially if you are in tune with them, if you are totally open, if you give them the confidence that you are ready to learn, they will teach in all crazy ways. But they will do it. That's one great thing about them. Both of them are walking in a forest on a bridge. Suddenly he stops. "Hey, stand here. When river stops and bridge moves, come back and see me. Till then be here." And he went away, leaving him alone. Just understand, you are coming with me somewhere in a forest. Suddenly I tell you, stop here, stand here, and come back when the hill moves. What will you tell? Get lost. At least, if you are intelligent, no, I don't want to send you alone, at least for your sake I should come. You will find some reason. But this Chuang Tzu is a very dedicated disciple. The story says he made a small hut on that bridge and sat. He was sitting, gazing down the bridge, continuously looking, decided, till the river stops and bridge flows, I will not go from here. Understand? Till the river stops and bridge flows, I will not go from here. Decided, just to sit. And now, the physicists are saying, even the wall which is static here is not static. The electrons are moving. The high speed the electrons are moving. Einstein says if if two vehicles are moving at same speed, you can't even say that they are moving. In space, if two vehicles are moving at same speed, you can't say that they are moving. See, you feel that something is moving only when you see something else is static. If you are going in train, you feel the train is moving because trees are static. If you feel that trees are moving, you will feel that train is static. Sometimes the train is very silent, no sound, no jerk. Children, they start thinking the trees are moving. They ask you, "Father, why the trees are running so fast?" Something is running because something else is static. But everything is flowing, everything is moving in its own way. This guy decided to sit, watching. He experienced the oneness with the bridge. He saw the particles in the bridge is moving so fast, the river becomes static and the bridge is flowing. Understand? If you sit and meditate on this wall, you will realize this wall is not static. It is flowing. It is nothing but a frequency, vibration. Same way, when he decided to sit with the bridge, he experienced that bridge is nothing but a frequency. It is not a matter. It is not just a dead matter. It is a frequency, energy. Changsu runs to the master. The moment Lord Su saw him, he said, enough, I am not interested in asking you what happened. I know it has happened. Because the bridge has become, I could see the intense frequency with which it is vibrating. So it is such an intense vibration, frequency. Bridge is flowing, river is static. It's nothing but the technique to fall in tune, opening up. Here, Mahadeva is giving at the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. You see, when you feel connected to a well, or when you are standing near a well, deep well, and looking into its depths, be very clear, make sure that well has got a wall, because the liability problem. The well has got a wall and you are safe. Just look steadily into its depths. When you are completely connected, lost in the depths of the well, you will understand the depths of your being also is opening up. Slowly it will open up till you feel that you are filled, wondrous. One more thing, if you are height phobic, if you have that fear of the height, you will feel frightened. First your fears will come out. Nothing wrong, you can go through the fears. If you really have too much of fear about the height, then this technique is not for you. If you have the ability to open up, this technique is for you. Just stand, look the depth. Actually, when you look at the depth, look down, you feel the fear because your Swadhisthana is awakened. Anything awakened Swadhisthana is filled with life, understand. Whenever your Swadhisthana is awakened, anything which awakens your Swadhisthana is filled with life. The same thing which awakens your Swadhisthana can be used to go beyond the death, means achieving life. Life and death both are connected to Swadhisthana. Whether you are facing death or life, it will awaken. If you are feeling the fear, seeing the depth means the Swadhisthana is awakened. You can use that same possibility to awaken the life also in you. Go beyond death. Go beyond death. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, until you are filled with wondrousness, you achieve the no-mind state. If you don't have a well, you can use master's eyes as a substitute. Understand, master's eyes is also deep, deeper than any ocean. Sometime, in those days during LBP, the sixth meditation, Anya meditation, I myself will sit and people will be allowed to gaze at my eyes. They feel, Swamiji, it is empty, nobody is there inside. I tell you, that is true. There is nobody inside. It is just moving. Because somebody is there in that body, it gives you the feeling there is somebody in this body also. If you realize that there is nobody in this body, you will realize there is nobody in that body also. There is nobody in this body. Empty chair. But if empty chair speaks to you, it will be difficult for you to sit and listen. Just imagine, the empty chair is there and sound is coming. So that is the reason I have to create a body. I have to use a body. Just like using this kerchief, I have to use the body. Because I am talking to human beings, I have to create a human body. You can use master's eyes. I think we have photographs. You can use the photograph of the master's eyes. Just sit with it and see the depth. Just look into that eyes. You will see the empty, intense energy, nothingness and everything. Purna and Shunya. Purna means everything, Shunya means nothingness. You will see both in that eyes. Both are one and the same. Beyond your frequency, you can call that as emptiness or everything, Purna or Shunya. You will experience that in the master's eyes also. If you have a well, use the well. If you don't have a well, it's okay. Get at least the photograph of the master. Sit with it. Decide till I am filled with a no-mind state, till I am filled with nothing or everything. Either I should be filled with nothing or I should be feeling everything. Till that happens, I won't move. Understand? This strong sankalpa, will, is also necessary. Buddha, when he sat, when he decided that he will not get up till he becomes enlightened, story says he became enlightened that moment. Itam asanam, in this seat, let my flesh dry, let my bones dry, let my body dry, let me die, but I will not move unless I become enlightened. This very strength, he became enlightened that moment. Same way, decide strongly. Unless I get at least one glimpse of that no-mind state, I will not get up from this meditation. If your mind knows that you will get up, mind will try to give suggestion. I think telephone is ringing. Please come, let's have breakfast, then we will continue the meditation. It is time to call your girlfriend. Later on we can do. It's time to call your boyfriend. Why not later on? You will find some reason. Your mind will find some reason to torture you. Tell you, get out. Mind is a very powerful, cunning enemy. He will take revenge. He will try his best to take revenge. He will not allow. Small story. One old farmer was dying, he is in the deathbed. He called his wife and said, please marry the neighbor after I die. Wife said, no, I can't marry after I lived with you. I can't marry anybody else. He said, no, you should marry him. She asked, why? Why you are forcing me? Because that fellow tortured me throughout my life. That fellow has cheated me in many ways. Your mind will find some reason to torture you, to threaten you. No, that's not life. Let you be very clear, that's not life. Decide very strongly, clearly, one sitting can transform your life. In the house, when you are alone, decide, I will not get up unless I get at least one glimpse. Sit with the well or with Master's eyes, which is far more deeper than any well. Look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, the no-mind state happens to you. All you need to do, open yourself, be in tune, look into it, steadily, decide very clearly, I am going to do it. Mind will always postpone. I have seen people come and ask me, Swamiji, tomorrow 2 days workshop, shall I attend next weekend? I will come to Seattle. I tell them, you are seeing me now, there is an inspiration and mood. If you can't make it next week, if you can't make it this weekend, you think you will make it next weekend. By the time I will be in one corner of your memory. So naturally your mind, it's okay, all right. What am I going to do meditating and all unnecessarily? It's okay, I am already all right. I always tell people, don't postpone. Mind is such a cunning mechanism, no postponing. Do it now. Do it now, otherwise never. There is a beautiful story. In Mahabharata, there was a great king called Karna. He is well known for his charitable nature. One day an elderly priest came to him and asked for alms. This guy was applying oil with the left hand. In a golden cup, oil was there. He was applying. Just he took that cup and gave it away, that golden cup. But traditionally, you are not supposed to do any charitable activity or giving anything with the left hand. The priest was offended. He said, how can you do this with the left hand? The Karna, the king says, please forgive me for doing something with the left hand, but I am afraid by the time I decide and move my right hand and pick it up, my mind may change. So I don't want to take that risk. It was in the left hand, I was applying the oil. Before the mind comes in, I want to finish the act. That's why I decided to give. Your mind is very cunning. It will always postpone. By the time I bring my right hand, my mind will say, wait, why unnecessarily this cup? We can give something else. Then, why so much of gold? Let us ask what is his problem and see. Whatever is necessary only, let's give that. Why unnecessarily giving too much? Your mind will play all its games and you are done. The whole giving process is corrupted now by your mind. Over. He says, before my mind interferes, I want to finish the act. So decide, till I achieve this wondrousness, I will not move from this state. Sit. Till I achieve at least one glimpse of that no-mind state, I will not move away. Decide that very clearly. This very strong will, you will achieve it. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let me start with the story of the Shiva Sutra. We were actually contemplating to present some traditional scripture in its authentic, true original form. I was thinking whether it should be Upanishad, or it should be Gita, or it should be Yoga Sutra, or it should be Ashtavakra Gita, or Brahma Sutra. So many scriptures we have. When I went through, practically every scripture had the parts which are original truths, pure truths, and the parts which are added for the sake of society to make it more understandable. The third part, compromising for the sake of the people who are not able to imbibe it. Every book has this three parts. One, the pure truth, as it should be told, as it should be said. The next, for the sake of society. Maybe the way in which they wanted to listen, explaining in that way. And the next, completely compromising. Sometime you will see masters do compromise for the sake of the disciples. A small story. Once one person goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Bhagavan, please give me some technique to achieve enlightenment. Ramana Maharshi says, just sit and see who is the person who wants to achieve enlightenment. Start seeking the source of the I in you. After 1 year, the devotee comes back and says, I think self-enquiry is too difficult for me, Bhagavan. Can I do meditation? Bhagavan says, all right. After 1 year, the same guy comes back and says, I think meditation is too difficult for me, Bhagavan. Can I do japa? Bhagavan says, all right, do it. Really, again he comes back and says, japa is also very difficult for me. Can I do puja? Bhagavan says, all right, do puja. During the last meeting, there was a devotee who was taking notes of the teachings of Ramana Maharshi. What he will record? He will say, Bhagavan asked one devotee to do puja. So naturally, if he records and presents teachings of Ramana Maharshi, means Ramana Maharshi told disciples to do puja. No. He accepted, but that is not his message. Any scripture, some part truth and some part which is accepted, but that is not the ultimate truth. And the other part, compromising. Because of the deep doubts of Arjuna, even Krishna has to compromise in few places. In few places, even Krishna has to compromise. Because Arjuna is asking again and again the same question. Same question. If you see, the questions which Arjuna is asking, only the words are changed, but the doubt is same. Doubt remains the same. For example, you go to an enlightened person and ask, how an enlightened person will behave, how an enlightened person will live, please tell me. If you have not lived around him and you are asking this question, perfectly all right. Means you want to know. You lived around him for 10 years and then you ask him how an enlightened master will behave, means you are trying to judge. Arjuna lived around Krishna 33 years. They were close friends, college mates actually. Both of them studied in same Gurukul. Now he is asking, tell me, how a Jivan Mukta, Sthita Prajna will be. It means what? Now he is going to refer whether Krishna has achieved that state or not. He heard all the teachings from the Krishna. He wants authority. Whether these teachings should be followed or not. A new person, somebody who comes today, if he asks me, how an enlightened person will behave, please tell me. It's perfectly all right. He's a new person, he is asking. But a disciple who lived around me 10 years, suddenly he is asking me one day, how an enlightened person will behave, please tell me, Swamiji. What it means? He is trying to corner me with my own words. Whatever word I utter, he can corner me. If I say enlightened person will be silent, he can corner me. If I say enlightened person will be speaking, he can corner me. Whatever scale you give, he can be cornered. So Krishna has to play with words. When you play with words, you have to compromise. Logic is too poor to express the truth. Sometimes, when you give the authority to logic, the truth is lost. In every scripture, I saw all three parts. Understand? The truth as it should be told. When it is said, it is part of the Brahmana part. When the truth is adjusted little bit for the sake of creating greed in the reader's mind, it is the part of Vaishya. If the truth is compromised because of the fear of unacceptance, it is the Kshatriya part. Every book, the unnecessary words are Shudra part. Every book had all these three parts: Brahmana part, Kshatriya part, Vaishya part, and Sudra part. I can tell you honestly, at least from my experience, Shiva Sutra is the only book which does not have anything else except Brahmana part. There is no Vaishya, Kshatriya or Shudra parts in the scripture. There is no compromising because of fear, because of greed, because are unnecessary words. Shudra part means adding the words which is not directly required. That happens if the person who is teaching is not fully enlightened or if he is not in the high state of consciousness. Next, Kshatriya part means compromising out of fear of non-acceptance. See, in the first chapter, Krishna says beautifully, the first sutra, not first chapter, first sutra. He starts speaking only in the second chapter. In first sutra he says, do this, this is what is right. But this poor guy, Arjuna, is not able to grasp. So he has to go on and on and on, and it is really passions of Krishna, nothing else but passions of Krishna. After 30 years of living together, Krishna has to verbally say, I am God, listen to me. It's a disrespect to Krishna. Arjuna has lived around Krishna 30 years, and after 30 years of living together, Krishna has to tell boldly, Sarvadharman Paridyajya, Mamyegam Saranam Vraja, Ahamtva Sarvabhabhebhyo Moksha Ikshyami Masuchaha. Means, he is telling, drop everything, surrender unto me, I'll show you the path, living after 30 years together. In the first, even these words he is not able to tell in the first chapter. He has to tell in the last 18th chapter after giving Vishwarupa Darshana. Means after giving a solid experience to Arjuna, only then he has to declare this truth. Means throughout the Gita there was the layer of fear. Shudra part gets added into scriptures if the teacher is not in the high enlightened consciousness. Kshatriya part gets added into scripture if the disciple, listener is not prepared or devoted. Arjuna had only the attitude of friend, not the disciple. Sakabhava. Sakabhava means democracy. The truth cannot be shared with the mental setup of equality. Sakabhava is beautiful to start the relationship. But with the Sakabhava, never the ultimate things can be transmitted. Krishna was more a friend. That is why he repents after the Vishwarupa Darshana, after the cosmic vision of Krishna. Arjuna says, "Oh God, whom did I call you by the first name, by the community name?" He says, "Hey Krishna, hey Yatava, hey Saketi. I called you as my buddy. I called you by your community name. I called you by your first name. Oh, now I understand who you are." Means till the Vishwarupa Darshana, till the 11th chapter, the person who is receiving is not prepared. So Krishna has to compromise and add lot of Kshatriya part in it. Of course, the Vaishya part, greed, that is added to popularize the scripture, to make that scripture alive. That is what is Palashruti. Means all the benefits you will receive by reciting this book or repeating this book. That is Vaishya part. Every Sahasranama will have a Palashruti. Every Sahasranama will have Palashruti, means the benefits you will get. Every mantra, every chant will have, if you chant this, you will have all this. You will have this, you will have that. Of course, without Palashruti, things will not become popular. Without the result or without you touching the greed, things will not become popular. In every scripture, I have seen all these 4 parts. Of course, one nice thing with the Shiva Sutra, with Bhagavad Gita, with Brahma Sutra, the scriptures which came from enlightened masters, there won't be Shudra part. The 4th part will not be there because they are in the high state of consciousness. Let me now clearly explain it. Shudra part gets added if the master himself, if the teacher himself is not in the high state of consciousness. Kshatriya parts gets added if the listener, the direct disciple, is not ready, prepared, devoted deeply to receive. Vaishya part gets added if the society is not ready to receive. Here, fortunately, with the Shiva Sutras, Devi is completely ripe. She is already enlightened. It is conversation between 2 enlightened beings. She is completely in tune, completely surrendered. She is completely one with the Shiva. That's the only word I can use. One with Shiva. So, the person who is talking is in the high consciousness. The person who is listening is in the high consciousness. Because both of them are in the same state, they did not bother about the society. Because Shiva was in high state of consciousness, Shudra part did not get added. Because Devi was in high consciousness, Kshatriya part did not get added. Because both of them did not bother about the society, Vaishya part did not get added. This book remained as a pure Brahmana scripture, the pure science of enlightenment, without any addition, without any unnecessary line. With no other scripture, we can give the guarantee you can follow every line, there won't be any disturbance, mistake, or any problem. But with this scripture, we can even say legally. Every line is so complete, so full. You don't have to bother about the context. See, in Gita, there is one line. Even the Vaishyas, women and lower caste people achieve enlightenment by meditating on me, Krishna says. But you should understand, only in the context it should be understood. If you directly start giving the meaning, you can ask, what do you mean by this word? Do you mean that women are less? Or Vaishyas are less? No. In those days, that was the idea. So he is addressing, he is explaining. So you need to understand those words with the context. But with Shiva Sutra, you don't have to bother about anything. Every single line can be directly understood, practiced straight away in this modern context. There is no extra line. There is no ideas which you have to understand only in the context. See, the moment there are some lines you need to understand only based on the context, you need a commentator, Bhashyakara. This is the scripture which does not need commentator. That is why it is never commented. Nobody gave commentary on this. Very few. On Bhagavad Gita, there are 6,000 commentaries available now. 6,000 commentaries. Anybody who is supposed to become an Acharya has to write a Bhashya, commentary on Bhagavad Gita. Then understand. Fortunately, Krishna was not there to see all the commentaries. Now, when I see my teachers teaching the classes, I remember. But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. I think the smile conveyed everything. The commentators, the need of the commentator reduce the validity of the scripture, the authenticity of the scripture. A scripture should be such, at any point, anybody should be able to pick up that book, read and experience it. Only then that book can be called as a complete manual without any commentator or interpreter. The moment you accept the necessity of the commentator or interpreter, the scripture will not be in its pure form. The scripture will lose its pure form. Here, Shiva has made such a wonderful book. No need for any commentator. Please understand, I am not commenting, I am just repeating in English, that's all. I am not commenting, I am not adding, I am not removing, I am just presenting, because it is presented in Sanskrit. It has to be presented in the modern language, English. I am just putting it in a different language, that's all. This book does not need commentary. There was a beautiful story. One of the disciples of Ramakrishna. One Swami was commenting on Ramakrishna's teachings. Without knowing, Ramakrishna's direct disciple is sitting in that hall. After he finished the commentary, he came to know that there is a direct disciple of Ramakrishna sitting in the hall. He called and asked, "How do you feel?" He said, "I understand the original words, but not the commentary." Sometimes, bhashyas, the commentaries, instead of explaining or elaborating the truth, they just miss. This is the book which has no Brahmana, which has no Vaishya, Kshatriya and Shudra part, which is pure the Brahman science, the science of enlightenment, that's all. Shiva did not compromise because Devi was in tune. Because both of them were in tune, they did not bother about the society. When you are in deeply love with somebody, you will not bother about society. You will not even remember the society exists. That is why the people who are in love, they think they are the world. There is nothing else. There is nothing else. They are completely feeling fulfilled by each other. They don't need to remember something else. They are filled. So both of them are in the fulfilled state. They did not bother about society. So Vaishya part did not get added. This book does not have Palashruti, means this book does not say what you will get by doing these meditation techniques or what you will get by reading these lines. No Palashruti. He just says, do all this and see for yourself. That's all. He is so clear about what he is teaching. He does not promise any words. He straight away promises the experience. He just says, do it and see. Purest enlightenment science, purest form of enlightenment science in 112 sutras. Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. only the energy movements. Means there is no thought, there is no verbalization, there will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action, means at least 200 verbalization, verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But a person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is even a few moments. If you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave it to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was given to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I am saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as of now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just few moments per day, if you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month decide it as a routine. After that you don't need to do it as a routine. After that you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraga chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving. Even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only, you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had 1 or 2 strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment. Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique. Mahadeva says, blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. He says, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. This is the technique for the people who are living intensely with the senses. I want all of you to understand, we are not living with senses, we are living with mind. Let me tell you how to find out whether we are living with senses or mind. For example, about some ecstasy or experience or joy, if you have your fantasy and visualization, maybe about drinking or smoking or a physical pleasure or lust or some food, if you have a fantasy that this is going to be like this, when you really enjoy, if it was more than the fantasy, you are living with senses. When you are really enjoying, if that experience is less than the fantasy, what you fantasized, you are living in the mind. Fantasy is mind, experience is senses. You yourself can find out whether you are living in the mind or in the senses. If you are living in the senses, enlightenment is easy for you. We are not living in the senses, means we are not living naturally, because so much of advertisements, ads for the food makes your fantasy about food too big and experiences too small. So much of pornography makes your fantasy about lust too big and experiences too small. You lost connection with senses. You are living in the mind, cerebral layer. Our life is now centered in cerebral layer. Person who is centered on the senses, the enlightenment or experiencing the reality, truth, is lot more easy. Let me tell you a small story. It's not even a story, it's actually happened, the truth. One priest who was working in a very famous Shiva temple in South India is not supposed to have non-veg, at least during puja days. He had non-veg and public saw it. And I was attending that program, the program which he is supposed to conduct. So the public who saw it came and complained to me, said that you should not allow him to conduct that program, because I was supposed to be the decision-making authority in that place. Who will do the first ritual and who will do the second ritual and all those things. They invited me as a guest. I called that priest and asked for explanation. Why did it happen? Usually, during the ceremony days, they have to restrain from non-veg food and all that. They have to keep up all the traditions. Of course, completely avoiding is supposed to be the pure tradition. At least during ceremony, it's a basic necessity. He said, he quoted a story. There was a story, the traditional literature, the Kannappa, story of a hunter, Kannappa. He was a great devotee of Shiva. Not only he used to eat meat, and he will offer the meat to Shiva. He said, when Kannappa's puja and all is accepted, why not my puja? I think I'll have to explain the story of the Kannappa. Only then you'll be able to understand. Only then the point which I am trying to convey, the person of senses and person of the mind, we will be able to understand. There was a great hunter in a forest who lived a complete real physical life. Blessed are those who are living in a place where there is no TV. Blessed are those who are living in a place where there is no fantasy added into their system. I am not blaming the communication system or television. It is good. Because of that only we will come to know whether there is going to be tsunami or whether there is going to be fire, and so many beautiful utility things are there. But when the consumeristic society, consumeristic ideas, especially the corporate world, when it takes over to market their products, the communication system is used to mix poison into the society. It is equivalent to mass poisoning. So much of advertisement for food is naturally nothing but mass poisoning. If you travel in the highways of India, the moment you see the temple tower, you will know there is going to be a village coming. There is a small village. In the Western countries, if you travel, if you see the McDonald's tower, you know there is a county. So much of ad, so much of publicity for food is not required. And after all, everybody, the moment they feel the hunger, they are going to eat. Why should it be marketed so much? Then naturally, the idea to eat comes inside the system again and again. I am talking only about the food, but there are so many things. This guy was fortunate. He lived in forest, so no fantasy was added to your system. He was living purely in senses. He was completely centered on senses. If he smiles, he really is happy. Understand, please understand. Just sit and analyze how many times per day you smile and how many times really you smiled out of happiness. And how many times out of the social courtesy. When he smiles, he is really happy. When he is angry, he will be really angry. Because he lives on the senses. He does not calculate. See, before you express your anger, you actually go through a full budget. How much it is going to cost, what you are going to gain and what you are going to lose. You go through a complete budget actually. You can see. He's a simple guy, straightforward guy. If he is angry, he is angry. If he is happy, he will be smiling. Over. There is no system of suppression. The automatic sensor does not exist in him. I am not saying you should live without automatic sensor. I am saying the being itself should be defined, not your action. The very being should go through the transformation. As of now, only your action is civilized, not the being. Civilizing the being is what is Vedic civilization, not civilizing the actions. Civilizing the action is not the civilization, pseudo. Civilizing the very being. The purpose of our gurukuls, the Vedic traditional gurukuls, are civilizing the very being. Without reducing the power of the senses, the being will be civilized. But in the so-called developed societies, the power of the sense has to be disturbed, shaken completely to make you as a civilized being. We have lost too many things, too many precious things in this so-called civilization. In this so-called civilization. He's a young man living just with senses, very simple hearted person. Traditionally, the whole family respects and devotes Shiva, devoted to Shiva. Devotees of Shiva, understand? When this kind of persons, people are devoted, they will be really devoted. When they fall flat, they really mean it. I have seen many people, before falling flat, they will hold that credit card bag. They will hold the cell phone. They will be holding the purse. When he falls flat and does namaskar, he really means it. When he touches the feet, he really means it. Many times, when people try to touch my feet, I used to get frightened. Because you don't know. They think I can't see inside. So much of vengeance and violence is inside. You don't know whether they are going to touch your feet or pull your feet. But when Kannappa falls, he really means. When he bows down, he really means. That kind of a being. For them, no need for any prana pratishtha or energizing process. The moment they see the idol, it is deity for them, it is God for them. The prana pratishtha process is needed only for the guys who are very complicated, who are very simple. For them, no prana pratishtha is needed. The moment they see the carved statue, they know it is God. Over. But ordinary mind cannot accept. No. How can just a carved statue be God? Of course, there are some extraordinary minds, even after energizing, it is not God for them. Forget about them. Now we don't have time to talk about them. For a simple being who is living in the senses, for him, the moment there is a murti, oh yes, it is God, over. There was a small Shivalinga under a tree in the forest. He saw that Shivalinga. The moment he saw, he became devotee. He started taking care of that murti as he feels and do that puja every day. Maybe because his father has forced him to come and do, he must be. Anyhow, he comes and does puja as he wants or as he feels. But of course, for the priest, it is a routine. It is a routine. But for Kannappa, the hunter, it is life. For him, it is a life. Every day he takes food, water, everything, and puts in front of Shiva, cleans that murti, and puts some flowers, does the puja, and goes back. Next day when the priest comes and sees, God, meat is in front of the deity, and that also the story says beautifully, he will kill the pig and nicely fry it, what they say, barbecue, in this country. After doing all that process, he will chew and see whether it tastes nice or not. If it tastes nice, those tasty parts he will pick it up and keep it separately. Bring that and offer. Bring that and offer. The priest was shocked. It is practically disrespect to the deity. So the priest got the shock and he threw everything, cleaned everything, and it's practically like a graffiti. For him, the kids come and do some graffiti outside the walls. Same way, somebody has come and done some abusal things. Anyhow, he does his puja and goes back. Again, next day he sees the meat is in front of the deity. One day this priest thought, what is this? What is going on? Every day it is happening. After a week, it is too much. He decided to stay there behind the tree and watch who is the guy who is coming and doing all this. Who is the guy who is coming and disrespecting the deities and doing all this. He just wanted to stand and watch. He was hiding. So as usual, Kannappa came singing and dancing. He was having meat in his one hand, and the other hand having all the other things needed for puja, his kind of worship. And all the flowers, forest flowers he plucked, and he did not have place to, he doesn't know how to hold. So he put all the forest flowers in his head. And how to carry water? There is no vessel. So he filled his mouth. He came straight and spit the water and Shiva and cleaned the linga with a cloth. Surely I will not allow in our temple. Of course, if I really get a Kannappa, I will allow. Wipes the Shivalinga and puts all the flowers and puts the meat. And the priest saw from behind. He just wanted to jump and fire that guy, shout at that guy. But he saw the hunter is well built and a very strong guy. He thought, I am all alone now. Better not to make any steps. Better not to mess up with this guy. He just decides to stay there. But suddenly he sees a scene, very strange scene. From the eyes of the Shivalinga, blood started coming. From the eyes of the Shivalinga, still that Shivalinga is there. There is a place called Kalahasti in Andhra Pradesh. If you travel, never miss to see that Shivalinga. In that Kalahasti temple itself, if you just go above the hill, you may have to walk some 3-4 miles. Never ever think these are stories. Understand? Never ever think these are stories. Ordinary historian, see, ordinary history is something, record of what has happened in length, breadth and depth in this 3 dimension. Purana is something, is the record of what has happened in length, breadth, depth and time and space. Understand? The Western historians cannot understand what has happened in time and space. Our masters have recorded what has happened in time and space also. So never ever think these are stories. You can go and see that Shivalinga. It's still there. If you go near, actually you can go and even touch that Shivalinga and see, because it is not under the control of any particular priest. You can go and touch and see. The eye part is not a stone, and still I don't know what the material it is. Surely not a stone. I touched and saw that Murti. It's not stone. Anyhow, the blood started coming from the eyes, and the priest had the fear stroke, and he was completely shaken. He thought Shiva is angry with this kind of worship, with the worship which is done by Kannappa. That is why the blood is coming through the eyes. But the next scene was the real scene. Kannappa was really devoted person. He cannot tolerate the blood in his father's eyes. He ran here and there and brought some herbs and tried to do some treatment. Nothing was working. Blood continued to flow. Then they know only crude form of treatment. Eye for eye. and maybe the first eye transplantation surgery. He decided just to remove his own eyes and fix it. He just took an arrow, removed his own eyes and fixed it. Understand? A person who is living on the senses completely, only he can decide to do this strong sacrifice. Not a person who is living in the mind. He will go through a full calculation before taking any decision. No, the Shivalinga can be replaced, one more deity can be brought, but not my eyes. God is not just in this stone, you see. We can bring another one stone and install, God can be there and we can give our puja and he will accept. We have too long philosophies and scriptures to justify. God is everywhere is a beautiful truth, but not to justify your actions. Not to justify your actions. Naturally we will justify, why should we give the eyes and all, that is too much. Let's bring another one deity and we can put the energy and we can do the same prana pratishtha. After all, it is going to have one more ceremony, that's all. What is there? We will do puja for that murti, over. But fortunately he is not that intellectual. He straight away removed the eyes and put, for him deity means God. Deity does not represent God, deity is God. Understand? There is a big difference. Deity is God and deity representing God. For most of us, it only represents God, not is. For him, is. It is not representing God, it is God. So he put his eyes. This is the ultimate shock for the priest. Not only he can't even imagine, forget about doing, he can't even imagine. At the most, he would have went and reported to his father, tomorrow onwards I don't have to go because the deity is not anymore live. He may feel relieved. Anyhow, scene is not ending here. This is not the climax. After he fixed the eyes, the blood stopped coming from one eye. The other eye, blood started coming. One eye got healed, the other eye, blood started coming. Shiva is the guy, he will test you till the end. He will corner you completely because he has to give enlightenment. To give you wealth, you don't need to be tested. All you need to be tested is, will you be able to maintain it properly and use it? That's all. So Vishnu does not have to do too much testing of you. He can straight away bless you. All right, let him have. What is there? See, to have ordinary weapons, we don't need to do the background checkup. But to give an atomic weapon, nuclear weapon, we need to have a complete background checkup about that person who is going to be responsible to handle the nuclear weapon. Enlightenment is nuclear weapon for positive use. New and clear. It is new and clear. So before sharing that, he has to see the depth. He will test you to the end. In the other eyes also the blood has started coming. Kannappa did not even think twice. He did not even think twice. He straight away decided to remove the other eye and replace it. See the surrender and dedication. Namaha means I and mine is yours. When Kannappa says Namaha, he means it. Shivaya Namaha means he says I and mine is yours. Ma means mamakara. Whatever is mine and I is yours. That's what is Namaha means. Only Kannappa is authorized to utter the word Shivaya Namaha. We have to say Shivaya minus my property Namaha minus my my eyes Namaha, minus my body Namaha, minus by all these things Namaha. When Kannappa says, he means it. When he falls flat and says Namaha, he means the body and mind is yours. Very literally. Very literally. Actually, you don't need to remove your eyes and keep and all. That's why in our Shivalinga, I did not keep any eyes. We will not have any problem. You don't have to do that. You need an intense attitude. That's enough. Nothing else is required. Attitude is enough. Shiva knows what to take from you and what not to take from you and what to give you. Just the simple attitude of Namaha. You will see, you experience the truth. Anyhow, second eye also the blood had started coming. He did not think even second time, one eye for you, one eye for me. No. No. He straight away decided to remove the second eye. He was about to take that second eye out. Then he suddenly thought, if I remove this eye also, how will I see where to fix the eye? I'll become completely blind. I'll not know where to put the eyes. I'll not know where the Shiva's eyes are there. How to mark? Now both hands are necessary to remove this eye. But after removing the eye, I will become blind. But where will I put that eyes? How will I know where that Shiva's eyes are there? Second eyes. So he decided to mark the place of that eye by his right foot. He put his right foot on the second eye, where the blood is coming, as a mark, point mark, because he can't have any other point. After his eyes are removed, he is completely blind. How can he see where he will put the eyes? How to do the surgery? So he takes his right foot and puts it on the second eye, where the blood is coming, and removes the second eye. Puts the second eye on the eyes of the Shiva exactly. Suddenly he sees one hand holding his hand and guiding. He was shocked. Who is in this forest guiding my hand? And that hand is not guiding to put that eyes on the Shiva's eyes. It is guiding, turning the eyes back to his own eyes. Turning his hand back to his own eyes. And the story ends with the climax. Shiva appeared and blessed him, not only with two eyes, with the third eye also. Understand, still in all temples, when Shiva Puja is done, they will chant the mantra when they worship the eyes of the Kannappa, not eyes of the Shiva. Shiva is considered as having only 1.5 eyes, because he is Ardhanari, half goes to Devi, 1.5. In this 1.5, one belongs to Kannappa. Only he has got only half eye. The eyes are worshipped as Kannappa's eyes. He has become immortal, remembered in all Shiva temples, just because of his devotion. Just because of his devotion. Two things. Even now, our mind may not be able to receive or accept logically all these things are possible, because we are poisoned too much with the logic, and still we are made to believe logic is the totality of life. Our life can be analyzed, understood, lived just with the development of logic. That is the worst lie taught to you. Worst lie taught to you is everything can be logic. First of all, explain logically about your death. The death, greatest thing in the life, still there is no logic. Why, when, where, who, what? These questions about death still unanswered. This very clearly proves logic is too small thing to handle life. Logic is too beautiful. It is useful to handle your staff, your workers, your bank accounts, your money, your house, your infrastructure. But that is not the right tool to handle your life. Life cannot be handled by logic. We may not logically able to understand this whole incident. Understand, I am not asking you, or I am not telling you we should remove our eyes and keep it on Shivalinga, no need. But this attitude, this strength, this surrender, this mood, you will live totally in a different space. Totally in a different space. Shiva gives the name for him. You are my father who gave me eyes. That is the meaning of the word Kannappa. Kannappa means father who gave the eyes. Shiva says, you are my father who gave the eyes. Don't think you are my child, you are my father, because you gave me part of my body. Traditionally, Shiva had Kannappa as a father, another one devotee, Karikalamyar. She was considered as a mother. Two devotees of Shiva was considered as a father and mother. Even now, both of them receive Shraddha, Puja by Shiva directly. The Shraddha is done with the name of Shiva. The Gotra and Tidhi and everything. The traditional respect offered. The truth behind this story, Kannappa can do that puja because he is living with the senses completely. He is not living in the mind. But the person who is living in the mind cannot do what Kannappa did. Here, this is the technique for a person who is living in the senses, not for the person who is living in the mind. If you are living in the mind, first you have to get healed. Then start this technique. Of course, this technique is powerful enough even to heal you. That is the beauty of this technique. But till you get healed, you will not be able to experience the enlightenment or ultimate truth. But once you are healed and use this technique, straight away it can lead you to the ultimate experience, enlightenment. The person who lives like Kannappa on the senses means down to earth, very simple, very straightforward, direct. Those beings, blessed are those beings. For them, these are the techniques. You may ask, then how to heal, how to come down to senses? Shankara gives a beautiful technique to bring you down to the senses. He says, Ahara Suddhi. Sensor, whatever you are adding into your system. When I say Ahara, I do not mean just food, what you eat. No. Even TV is Ahara. Television is Ahara. Whatever you are putting through the eyes, whatever you are eating through eyes is Ahara. Whatever you are listening through ears is Ahara. Whatever you are experiencing through the hands is Ahara. Just for a month, decide you will be on diet. Not just what you eat. Whatever you swallow, everything. Whatever you swallow, everything. The other day I was reading a very strange but very funny article in a magazine related to the whole food and diet. They say people sit and eat during the TV program, watching TV and filling. And you don't know how much is put in front of the table, and the moment program is over, the table will be over. Now there is a study about this eating and watching television. They say if the program is too violent, the quantity of food goes inside is high. Because your body feels highly violent. So you swallow left and right. And you do not know what you are putting inside. Program is over, you are also over. After that, there will be lunch. Anyhow, not only the food which you eat, even the ideas which we take inside, even the things which we put inside, the ahara suddhi is the best way to bring you down to the senses, bring you to the reality, to make you simple, to make you blissful, to make you down to earth. Shiva says, blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Actually, the original Sanskrit word is Bhagavadi. Bhagavan means blessed one. Bhagavadi means the Devi. Blessed one is a Devi. As senses are absorbed in the heart, he says, just bring yourself down to the sense level. Let you be completely centered on you. As on now, our senses are absorbed in the mind, head. He says, let your senses be absorbed in the heart. Means, do not live the life of fantasy based, live the life of reality based. Reality based life. He says, reach the center of the lotus. There is a beautiful commentary on the sutra. There is a mudra called Shambhavi mudra. Let me now describe you the exact technique, what Shiva describes here. Whatever I was talking as a diet, agara shuddhi, all these things are lifestyle changes. That is one thing. An exact technique itself, now Shiva is describing. Let me narrate that exact technique. It's called Shambhavi mudra. Shutting down completely all your senses. Means, when you close your eyes, there should not be pictures moving. When you close your mouth, there should not be tongue movement. When you close your nose, there should not be smell. You can inhale and exhale. Don't stop that. Inhaling and exhaling can be there. But where you process and realize the smell, that part of the mind should be stopped. The prana can go and come, but no question of analyzing. Oh, good onion smell. I think food is ready. This Swami is not well ending. And Anna Mandir is ready. Clearly, you see, not allowing the thoughts which follows after you process and understand the smell. That is what I mean by the word stopping the senses. See, closing the eyes is very easy, but not letting things move inside your eyes, switching off the inside television is the real job. That is the real job. To tell you honestly, this whole technique, you need to practice only for 5 minutes, not more than that. After more than 5 minutes, you don't need. These are the powerful methods, can give you the glimpse of your inner space. You need a strong faith, strong understanding that there is something more than what you can see. That is the thing needed. There is some more better space or state of consciousness exists which you can experience even though you have not experienced now. That is all you need to understand. Nothing else. As of now, you have seen 3 states: deep sleep, dream and waking state. You need to understand there is something beyond these three which can be experienced, Here, Mahadeva says, enter into that Shambhavi Mudra. Means, now I am describing the technique. Please listen intensely, internalize it. Just if you can sit straight, that slow mood of an afternoon nap time, that will except nose, everything can be closed. Nose should not be closed because the breathing flow should be allowed. If you have any thought related, connected to any smell, if there was any smell, your mind will naturally try to analyze which smell it is. If it is an incense smell, immediately your mind will jump to the incense, and the person who sold you that incense or who was buying incense from you, or the shop name and the person who was in that shop, and then some other person, and it will just go on and on. Stop any thought flow related to the smell. Stop any thought flow related to seeing. It will be like almost like you are slowly becoming the thoughtless being or the deep silent being. Let me explain the technique, then you can start doing. Closing the eyes, ears you can close it just with a hand or even the earplug, anything is okay. Nose should be open. Mouth not just closing, the tongue should completely lock it. That is Shambhavi Mudra. Shambhavi Mudra means closing the ears, closing the eyes, closing the mouth, not just closing, lifting the tongue and locking it. There should not be slight tongue movement. See, if there is a slight tongue movement, you will see that there is inner chattering. If there is inner chattering, the slight tongue movement will be there. You may not be talking loud, but there will be that slight movement. Now you have to block completely everything. If you have the earplug, okay. Otherwise, just use your fingers. All the five senses should be closed. How to close the sense of touch? Just take care that you are not touching anybody, and no ornament or the cloth is really tight on your body. It should not remind you that you are wearing them. There is a beautiful description by a Devala Rishi. He gives the rules and regulations for fashion designing. The Vedic fashion designing, he gives the rules and regulations. How clothes should be. It should not remind you that you are wearing it. Beautiful descriptions he gives. How a child's clothes should be. He says the upper part and the lower part should not be separated for kids. Very powerful instructions, and very after a strong research and development. He has done so much of research and development by wearing different kinds of clothes and seeing how the mood changes. Understand, your cloth and your moods are very closely connected. Some clothes will be constantly bringing you irritation. Not some clothes, I think all clothes. And some will give you the deep feeling that you are in a relaxed space. Anyhow, now see that no cloth or your belt, anything is very strongly holding your body or making you understand that you are being touched. The clothes should be touched. The clothes should be such. You should not have the feeling you are being touched. somewhere. That is the way the clothes for meditation should be. Especially when you do this meditation. Now you may not be able to change, but when you do this meditation in the home, see that wear such clothes that you should not feel you are touched. You should not feel that you are held. So that the thoughts related to senses will be stopped. Let me describe the technique. You may try for a few minutes now, but try it in the home at least 5-6 times per day. Because initially you may not be able to do for 5 minutes at a time. You will be able to do only 1 minute or maximum 2 minutes. But you can try 5-6 times. Morning before food once, before lunch once, and before dinner once, or in between if you have few minutes, you can try. Close the eyes, close the ears, close the mouth tightly. Mouth should be closed tightly. And no tight clothes, nothing else should touch your body. Stop all the things coming through your senses inside. Just stop. No process related to eyes, related to nose, related to ears, related to mouth, related to body. Then naturally, the thoughts which you already have inside will start coming up, will start working. Yesterday what happened, day before yesterday what happened, tomorrow what should be done. These thoughts will start moving. Do not bother about it. They will not have life more than 3 kshana. Understand? Maximum 3 kshana only they will have life. Unless the information goes through your senses and process happens, the processing system cannot continue more than 3 kshana. You may be thinking, no, I can sit and visualize, imagine for 3 lives, Swamiji. No, then you must be allowing things through the senses. If you just block the senses, especially the tongue, lock it, within 3 kshana, means 3-4 thoughts only can come, maximum. 4th thought or 5th thought cannot happen. All you need is just lock the tongue, tightly close the eyes and stop the ears, but allow the breathing to happen. Just sit for a few moments. Suddenly you will see there was a space where there was no thought. After you start thinking again, you will feel, oh God, yes, there was few moments. I was there, but there was no thought. Even if you experienced the thoughtless rest for 2 seconds or 3 seconds, that will give you so much energy and you will feel that you had 8-10 hours of sleep. You will feel you had 8-10 hours of sleep. It's a very powerful, very strong method. Try 5-6 times per day. Within 5-6 days, you will catch the glimpse. You will catch it. Actually, your inner space is not so difficult to achieve. It is your inner space. We neither had technique nor had passions or inspiration to do. That's all. That is why the moment you have the knowledge about the truth, half of the work is done. The remaining half is just experiencing. Now you have manual. Let us start working. Please sit straight. And close your eyes. Close your ears. Close the eyes very tightly. There should not be any movement inside the eyes. Now just lift your tongue and lock. Do not allow any movement in your tongue. Just stop it. No movement through eyes, ears, tongue and touch. Just sit. If you lost, thoughts have started coming, try again. Just stop again and again. Try 2-3 times to stop. If it has started, if you have missed, start again and stop. Shanti Shanti Shanti. Relax. Try this in the home whenever you find time. Try it just for 2-3 minutes. All you need to do is just lock all the 5 senses and sit for a few moments, and after 2-3 minutes you yourself know, now enough, you won't be able to do anymore. After 2-3 times trying, then forget about it. Then maybe after afternoon, try once. See, you do not know. Every time when you try, the thoughts per second comes down drastically. TPS comes down drastically. First time when you try, the TPS may come down to 500. Then second time when you try, the TPS will come down to 300. Then within a week, you will see the TPS comes down around 5 to 10. The TPS comes down even around 5 to 10, you will have the glimpse of inner space. You will have that energy being released to the whole system. You will feel just live and fresh. As if you slept for 6-7 hours and you rest completely for 6-7 hours. Once you feel that freshness, be very clear, you touch the inner space. Then what you experience those few moments, try to relax in that same again and again. That's all. That's all is all about meditation. Meditation is like a giving one opening and trying to be in the same space which you experienced when you had that opening. That's all. Giving the opening is called initiation. Trying to be in that same space which you experienced during initiation is sadhana. That's all. That's all is the meditation. So, try to play with this technique. Do it very playfully. Don't be too serious. Just very playfully. Per day 2-3 times try. Of course, if you try in front of your kids and spouse, they may make fun of you. What you are doing? You went to that Swami, something he taught and anyhow, try a few times a day. You will see suddenly you are able to put yourself into the high energy and the fresh mood. In 2-3 seconds, these are all beautiful weapons, tools you can have. No depression can attack you. If you have this kind of tools in your life, no depression can attack you. No worry can attack you. You will not be taken over. If you are taken over by shaking things in your life, you have a technique immediately. All you need to do is Shambhavi Mudra. That's all. Get back. These are the techniques will bring you back again and again out of depression. It will make you stand again and again on your own inner space. Blessed are those who can stand on their own inner space, who are not dependent on anything else. You will see, when you are not dependent on anything else, it's not that you will give away everything, you will not live with everything. I am not saying that. You will live without irritation. You will live with much more joyful way, relaxed way. When you sit in your sofa, you will have the mind to enjoy. When you have a new big house, you will have the joyful mood to live it. When you have the new car, you will have the blissful, exciting mood to experiment with it. But usually by the time we buy the car, we already developed the mood of 24-hour irritation. So you don't have time, you don't have the inner space to enjoy that car. By the time you make the big bed, this size, and especially in this country, queen size, the bed, you already lost the mental setup of sleeping or resting. So these methods, these techniques will give you the glimpse of inner space through which you can again and again come back, elevate yourself. Krishna says beautifully in Gita, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avachadayet. You only have to lift yourself again and again by yourself. Whoever knows the techniques of lifting themselves by themselves, they are friends to themselves. You are the best friend to you. If you know how to lift yourself up. If you don't know how to lift yourself up, you are the worst enemy. Nobody can help you. Only you can do to yourself. So, today we will end with this sutra. Maybe from tomorrow we will have 2 or 3 sutras per day, and let you all experience these techniques, achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.